A young girl named Adriana has become the main character of an exciting story. Since childhood, she realized that her death was inevitable, and now she really fell down the stairs. The blow was very strong. Adriana's relatives, considering her unnecessary, said that such idiots were destined to die. They always treated her with hostility, as if she was a stranger in this family. On the day of her fall from the stairs, Adriana was unable to understand whether she really died at that moment. The hostility towards the poor girl came not only from her stepmother, but also from her daughter Sharon. Tormented by doubts, Adriana tried to figure out what she did wrong. Why do they hate her so much? Why is there such aggression towards her? This question tormented her soul since childhood and did not give her peace until the very moment of her fall. Only the servants, appreciating Adriana's kind heart, surrounded her with care and support. Waking up one morning, Adriana discovered one painfully familiar little thing next to her bed. It was the same toy that her brother had given her several years ago. At that moment, a very important guess dawned on her mind. Was it really not a dream? It seems that Adriana realized that she was the embodiment of the girl about whom there were legends. She is truly a princess who was reborn as the daughter of a duke, which means Adriana won this life. The maid, concerned about Adriana's condition after the fall, strongly recommended that she not overexert herself, lie down and rest. She placed a cool towel on the girl's forehead to somehow bring down her heat. Suddenly, Sharon burst into the room, frustration flashing through her thoughts because Adriana was still alive. Realizing the annoyance of her stepsister, Adriana harbored a grudge, deciding to take revenge as soon as she recovered. She wondered if her character had always been so soft, and that's why her stepmother and her daughter humiliated her with impunity all these years. She had to find out, but for now Adriana preferred not to leave the room again. She believed that it was the shock of falling down the stairs that caused her to remember her past life. In the past, she was an ordinary village girl from a poor family of farmers and loved to read books. However, death overtook her too early, and after death, opening her eyes, she found herself in a completely different world. She ended up in the novel she read in a past life. It was a book from her library. The story of this novel and its main character completely captured Adriana's thoughts, because the plot was dedicated to unlocking one's potential. And in the novel, there was a love line between the heroine Lamona and her main character, Theodore. It was the love story that led to the enormous popularity of the book among the female half of readers. Adriana was the younger sister of the main character named Theodore, and who cares that she was a minor character because she is the daughter of the Duke. And this is the most important thing. Unfortunately, she was killed. She died almost at the very beginning due to the fault of her terrible stepmother and bitch sister. The older brother Theodore, overcome with grief and despair, chases away this pair of vultures. He then becomes the new Duke of the Kingdom and marries Lamona, thereby strengthening his position. Everyone except Adriana remains happy, but she does not agree with such injustice. She used to be terribly afraid of her stepmother, but now she doesn't care at all. You need to change your destiny at any cost, whatever the price you have to pay. Adriana's brother was sent to school, which was very far from home, and she was left completely alone. She urgently needed to find someone from the outside who could provide her with support. The stepmother is constantly worried about other people's opinions, afraid of ruining her reputation. She can't do anything with her in public, but the girl still needs to gain allies for her debut. She knows everything about this world and is perfectly able to understand the thoughts and feelings of people. Of all the characters in the novel, there will definitely be someone who can help her, and then she will certainly survive. After all, Adriana can't die so early because she intends to live her life with a golden spoon. On this day, Adriana carefully prepared for the upcoming reception. She wore subtle makeup and styled her dark hair into an elegant updo. Despite the simple cut, her dress fit her perfectly. For several years now, her stepmother had not allowed her to spend money on updating her wardrobe. Therefore, Adriana had only one suitable dress, which she wore in her youth. It upset her, but she couldn't allow herself to be humiliated because of her clothes. She perfectly understood her worth and did not want to remain in the shadow of all the other people from her circle. Adriana decided to start a new chapter in her life and not let anyone hurt her anymore. The tea party was already in full swing. The table was decorated with beautiful dishes and various charming details. Watching the happy faces of the guests, she involuntarily felt some kind of sadness in her soul. Her gaze fell on her stepmother and stepsister Sharon, who wanted to seem like real society ladies. Suddenly, the doors opened and Prince Leopold entered the hall. He was excellent in every way. Leopold immediately went to Adriana and bowed to her in greeting. The next second, everyone turned at once to Adriana, who suddenly announced herself in a loud voice. She proudly said that she was Adriana Crescendo, the eldest daughter of the Duchy of Crescendo. The stepmother anxiously inquired about her condition, and Adriana replied that she was fine. The girl added that she saw the arrival of the prince and came to greet him, because it would be impolite not to pay attention to his person. The prince expressed his pleasure at meeting Adriana. He had heard about her recent illness and inquired about her well-being. He looked at her sweet appearance as the girl talked about her current condition and that she was now resting at home under the supervision of her stepmother. Suddenly, the prince started talking about his engagement to Sharon, not wanting to be misunderstood. He said that he had no intention of breaking off the engagement, but believed that Sharon was still too young and the issue should be postponed. This took the crowd by surprise and caused some confusion on their faces. After the death of the former duke, his place is empty, and this cannot last forever. It was difficult to argue with this argument. However, he would like to return to this issue after the appointment of a successor. Adriana thought that second Prince Leopold wasn't so bad, but he was next in line. The prince asked those present whether the eldest son Theodore was still studying abroad and the second son Rudolph was still too young. Realizing that this was so, he decided not to rush into such an important matter, waiting for the most opportune moment. Adriana explained that Theodore was her older brother, born to her biological parents. The girl was born after him, but the stepmother joined the family and brought with her Sharon, who had nothing to do with the ducal family. Rudolph was the son of a stepmother and her father, being Adriana's half-brother, and the stepmother secretly intended to put him in the place of the duke. After the death of Adriana's father, her stepmother immediately took action, sending Theodore abroad and isolating Adriana from society. Mariana, as the stepmother was called, mentally and physically abused Adriana, trying to break her spirit. And of course, she tried in every possible way to marry the second prince to her daughter Sharon. But he did not fall for her tricks. He was already accustomed to similar plans of the mothers of various pretty princesses. Just as Leopold had said, Rudolph was really too young to get married now. But if he becomes the next duke, then Leopold will marry Sharon. And if Theodore becomes the next duke, then Leopold will marry Adriana. It turns out like this. However, the main thing is that Adriana still did not plan to get married and wanted to live a long and carefree life. After all, it is known in advance that if she becomes a member of the royal family, she will sign her own death warrant. Finally, everyone began to disperse, the tea party came to an end, and all issues were resolved. However, there was some understatement between the young people, as if they needed to agree on something. Suddenly, Adriana told Leopold that she was not going to marry him, and he should know about it. But he can become her life jacket for her carefree life if he wants. Princess Adriana ran out after the prince, wanting to give him one important thing. The prince turned to her, not expecting such a quick meeting after their farewell. Miss Adriana was holding a box in her hands, and it was clear from her face that she was excited about something. The prince timidly asked her what made the girl run after him. In response, she handed over a box, inside of which was a hair clip intended for Princess Celine. Miss Adriana apologized for not being able to attend the social event due to poor health, and asked the prince to give the hairpin to the princess. She admitted that it was rude of her to run after the prince, but she did not want to miss the opportunity to convey the gift. The prince was surprised to learn that the hairpin was intended for his younger sister. He had already heard about the master who created this hairpin and knew that it was very rare and valuable. Leopold just wanted to make sure that Miss Adriana really wanted to give the hairpin to Selina. Miss Adriana assured the prince that the clip would look much better on the princess's silver hair than on her own dark hair. The prince thanked Miss Adriana for her generosity and said that he would definitely give the hairpin to Selina. Miss Adriana, pleased with the outcome of the conversation, said goodbye to the prince and wished him a good journey. Waiting for him to leave, she grinned sarcastically, realizing that her plan had worked. At that moment, her maid Leia appeared in the distance, asking Adriana if she had given the hairpin to the princess. Adriana confirmed that everything was fine, and this significantly pleased Leia, who was always worried about her young mistress. Leia was surprised that Miss Adriana, who had recently been unable to walk, not only went for a walk, but also talked to the second prince. Adriana explained that from today she intends to monitor her health and walk more often. While in the house, Leia asked how Miss Adriana managed to sew a new dress so quickly. She replied that she redesigned an old dress that no longer suited her, and I must say she did a great job. At that moment, Adriana saw Miss Sharon and Madame Marianne in front of her, suddenly entering her. Sharon then reproached Adriana for running after the prince. Adriana did not understand how Sharon knew about her action and assumed that she could see her from the window. Sharon accused Adriana of being dishonest and having no manners, as if they even cared about her. Adriana immediately tried to justify herself, saying that she was sad that the prince was leaving so soon. Madame Marianne and Miss Sharon were outraged by Adriana's behavior and reproached her for stupidity and dishonesty. The girl apologized to her half-sister, but she did not believe her excuses. She forbade Adriana from even dreaming of becoming the prince's wife, since he would never pay attention to such a stupid girl. Stunned by her sister's words, Adriana swore that she had never thought about becoming the prince's wife. She said that a beautiful girl like Sharon would be more suitable for the prince, trying to stop the growing conflict. Suddenly, Marianne ordered her from today to eat in the dining room with everyone else, so as not to eat too much and not get fat from overeating. Adriana objected to her, saying that she did not want to go to the common dining room because she was much better off alone, but Madame Marianne did not want to listen to her. The girl was upset that now she would have to have lunch in the dining room. Madame explained to her daughter that the prince had already seen how much Adriana's figure had improved and they could no longer keep her locked up. Sharon expressed too clearly that she was disgusted to be in the same room with Adriana, although the girl tried not to pay attention to her sister's antics. A few days later, the whole family gathered at the dinner table again. As usual, everything was luxuriously furnished and could not but please the eyes of those around. The maid quietly said that they had recently received an invitation to the palace. It seemed to everyone that in this letter the royal family was inviting all members of the House of Crescendo. Madame Marianne and Sharon were delighted to learn that they were invited, but why didn't they show the letter to Adriana? The mistress of the family did not understand where the letter was for her and her son Rudolph, who must be named. Suddenly, Adriana realized that her name was in this letter, which means that she was invited to the palace. This means that Sharon and Marianne knew about this invitation, but kept it from her all this time. The letter was addressed to her, and the girl, with undisguised resentment in her voice, shouted it out to her stepmother. Family members could not believe it and accused Adriana of ridiculous inventions. Sharon couldn't believe what was happening, and the next second she snatched the letter from the girl's hands. She wondered who could have thought of sending an invitation to such an idiot, calling Adriana these words. Seized with rage, the girl could not contain her emotions towards her stepsister. Realizing that the letter was really addressed to Adriana, she exclaimed that Princess Celine was really inviting Adriana to the palace. But why? She continued to hold the envelope in her hands, feeling a burning envy. She then angrily threw it to Adriana, realizing that she would have to return it to the rightful owner of the invitation. Next, Sharon demanded that she order a new dress, choosing the best from the latest collection. Adriana also wanted a new dress, but she had never dared to express her desire before, and now a lucky opportunity has come up. She said that she also needed a new outfit, because in her wardrobe there was not a single evening dress that would fit her. The girl added that the daughter of the Duke of Crescendo might be reproached for her untidiness if she wears some of her home clothes. The stepmother, aware of the importance of the family's reputation, reluctantly agreed to order Adriana a new dress. She, pleased with the result, thanked her mother with a welcoming smile on her face. Although in reality, she could hardly restrain herself, putting on an absurd smile on her face. Exhausted by her pretense, she was relieved to think that she had managed to maintain the appearance of a good relationship with her mother and Sharon. She opened the letter from Princess Celine with interest, not expecting to receive an answer so soon. In the letter, Princess Celine expressed her gratitude to Adriana for her generosity and friendliness, hoping that they would soon be able to get to know each other better. Adriana, inspired by the letter, decided to quickly get closer to the princess. This would give her the opportunity to attract more people to her side. Several days have passed since that moment, and today a new, unexpected event awaited our heroine. The maid told Adriana that her new dress had been brought from the boutique. The girls, when they saw the dress, were extremely disappointed, as it did not meet their expectations. Adriana exclaimed that such a dress was unfit for wear, and expressed her indignation at its cheap decoration and shabby appearance. She categorically refused to wear it, calling it tasteless and disgusting. Turning to the maid Leia, the girl ordered to urgently bring her a sewing kit. Leia, surprised by this order, asked if Adriana really intended to repair this dress. Adriana, understanding her stepmother's plan, firmly decided that they were obliged to save this dress despite its unattractive appearance. She thought that if she wore this terrible dress to a reception in the palace, then her stepmother would have a reason not to let her leave the house. Anticipating that her stepmother would spread rumors about her abnormality, the girl decided not to give up without a fight. She noticed that despite the ugly style, the dress was made of high-quality fabric. Leia, by the way, was also sure that the dress could be saved and immediately offered her help. Adriana understood that this work would take a long time, which meant she had work to do for the entire coming night. The next morning, the maid Leia, without waiting for Adriana's answer, called out to her loudly. Adriana, answering the call in a sleepy voice, asked who called her. Apologizing for disturbing Adriana's sleep, Leia informed her that Madame and Lady Sharon were already preparing to leave. Adriana, trying to wake up and comprehend Leia's words, rubbed her eyes and gradually came to her senses. Suddenly, the stepmother's voice came from the hall, loudly asking why Adriana had not yet gotten ready. The stepmother asked about the dress she bought for Adriana, telling her to stay home if she didn't like it. Lady Sharon, smiling slyly, invited her stepmother to go without Adriana, and they headed towards the exit of the house. When they were almost out, Adriana, struck by an idea, decided to put her plan into action. She thought to herself that this was just the beginning, and was confident in the success of her idea. After a short time, the carriage had already arrived at the palace, and its doors swung open. The weather that day was wonderful. The sky shone azure, and the sun generously gave its warmth. The guard asked the guest to present the invitation to ensure its authenticity. The girl handed him the treasured letter, and he began to look at it carefully. There was already a noise coming from the hall that could be heard even on the street, and Adriana continued to wait for the invitation to be verified. Finally, after checking the originality of the personalized invitation, the girl was allowed to enter the guest room. One of the guests, seeing her inside, suddenly doubted the veracity of the rumors about Adriana's poor health, seeing her confident gait. Sharon, seeing her sister, was confused and turned to her mother with excitement, asking how she ended up here and what to do with her now. Seized with anger, she began to demand that Bryson, the guest of the ball, do something with this girl. Adriana only watched as the fire of hatred towards her burned in her stepsister's eyes. For some time, Adriana could not decide what to do and was noticeably worried. Princess Celine, noticing her charge's excitement, approached her and greeted her politely. She thanked the girl for coming, noting that she would be glad to see her at the ball. Adriana, embarrassed by the princess's attention, awkwardly muttered something in response. She admitted that she was happy to receive an invitation to the ball and, of course, made every effort to be here. Selena expressed gratitude to the princess for the wonderful gift, admiring her taste. She had long dreamed of such a work of art, but for a long time could not find it. Princess Selena, having invited Adriana to a tea party, invited her to join her after the ball. She, feeling gifted with the attention of the princess, happily agreed. Bryson, approaching Adriana, introduced himself as a vassal of the county and reminded her of their childhood friendship. He praised her, saying that she has become a wonderful lady since then. Adriana, embarrassed, thanked him for the compliment, because she was not used to such confessions addressed to her. There was an atmosphere of celebration and fun in the hall. Everyone was loudly discussing today's reception in the palace. Once the three of them found themselves in a secluded place, Sharon angrily asked where the girl got her new dress. Adriana, fearing her stepmother's wrath, replied that this was the same dress that she had ordered for her. Having learned that Adriana had altered the dress, she was furious and was beside herself with such insolence. But most of all, she wondered how this girl could learn this art. Adriana replied that she read a lot of books in her room and learned to sew from them. Unexpectedly, she added that she had already mastered this skill in her past life. Marianne, not believing her daughter's stupid words, decided to punish her for 3 days. Sharon, outraged by the injustice of such a short sentence, began to demand a harsher punishment for her stepsister. Although this punishment was quite enough, because Princess Selena did not notice anything strange in her outfit or behavior, Sharon still believed that Adriana was not worthy of leniency, much less to be married to anyone. Her mother objected in response, telling her that 6 years had already passed since she became a duchess, and Adriana had changed during that time. However, she stated that the girl was still stupid and could not be trusted to run the Crescendo house. She would like Sharon to marry someone from a rich and influential family to strengthen their position in society. Marianne understood that she did not yet have enough power to make the necessary connections. She tried to assure her daughter that marriage with an advantageous party would help her become a queen. Sharon doubted whether they were doing the right thing because Adriana had only recently been ill. The Duchess assured that the girl was simply pretending to deceive everyone, but in fact, she was in a wonderful mood. The Duchess promised to make Sharon the most powerful woman in the country. The daughter, touched by her mother's concern, agreed to act according to her plan. Yes, this influential woman was easily able to convince her young daughter that she was right. The Duchess continued to reassure Sharon that everything was under her control and that things were going well, with a look of determination in her eyes. Adriana remained waiting outside the door and listened carefully to their conversation. At this time, one young gentleman was in his office, studying some information. Having heard rumors from his assistant about the recovery of Crescendo's eldest daughter, he immediately inquired about all the details. The assistant explained that Duchess Marianne was temporarily in charge of the affairs of their house, but she was not very experienced in business. He also noted that there is no need to worry about Adriana, as there are rumors that she is completely healthy. The assistant added that just recently she had even been to a banquet. The young master, upon hearing the news, said with a sly smile that this was a very interesting person. 5 years have passed since Adriana and Theodore parted, leaving in their hearts memories of their days together. Adriana decided to write a letter to her brother Theodore, with whom she had not corresponded for a long time. In her message, she expressed regret that she had not kept in touch with him for such a long time. The stepmother, knowing about their correspondence, burned the very first letter she received from her brother. But this time the girl managed to find a way to resume communication by borrowing clothes from Leia, and in this way taking Theodore's letters personally. Now she was looking forward to a letter from her brother and knew that she would definitely take it and read it. Adriana promised that as soon as she gets the opportunity, she will definitely answer his letter. She will write to him about everything that has happened in her life in recent years. At the end of the letter, the girl lovingly signed herself as a sister, saying goodbye to Theodore. Adriana, driven by her goals, stepped onto the threshold of a trading house called Magnolia. In addition to the main task, she had another reason for this visit. It was a huge and famous trading house, where you could find everything your heart desired, from the simplest items to the rarest artifacts. But its fame was due not only to its wide range of goods. A unique atmosphere reigned in Magnolia, filled with enchanting music that enveloped visitors with its magical sound. The seller, politely greeting Adriana, asked how he could help her. Adriana, hiding the true purpose of her visit, said that she was looking for something special. To meet with the head of the trading house, she uttered the code phrase "Elf Tears," known only to the initiated. This phrase served as a signal to organize a secret meeting with the head of Magnolia. The seller, understanding the meaning of Adriana's words, showed her the path to her cherished goal. The mysterious Mr. Mo, the head of the trading house, was behind a screen waiting for the meeting, hiding his presence from prying eyes. An atmosphere of business rigor reigned in his office, and he himself was the only person greeting visitors. Mr. Mo, who had long been unaccustomed to accepting girls as clients, watched Adriana with interest, trying to figure out the reason for her visit. Politely inviting Adriana to sit down, he began the conversation, wanting to find out what brought her to his abode. Adriana, having decided to open her cards, told Mr. Mo that she wanted to sell him valuable information about the magic stone. She described the stone as a vessel filled with the magical energy of hundreds, perhaps thousands of wizards. Due to its rarity and unique properties, the stone had an exorbitant value, making it a real treasure. The young master, realizing the value of the information the girl was about to provide, knew that the price of the stone would be high. Adriana, trying to conceal the true motives of her visit, asked Mr. Mo what she could get in exchange for information about the stone. Confidently stating that she knew the location of the stone, she invited him to tell him where to go to pick it up. Adriana assured that he would be able to personally pick up the stone, emphasizing its uniqueness and value. Intrigued by Adriana's proposal, Mr. Mo still expressed doubts about where she could have such secret information. Adriana responded by claiming that this information was a memory from her past life obtained from a book she had read. Mr. Mo, not fully believing Adriana's words, asked her a reasonable question about why the girl wouldn't take him for herself. Adriana immediately stated that an ordinary girl like her was unlikely to be able to get her hands on such a valuable artifact. The guy, playing along with Adriana, answered with irony in his voice that an ordinary girl like her shouldn't even know about such an artifact. Maybe she's hiding something. Adriana, slightly irritated by his ridicule, sharply stated that she had stumbled upon the stone by accident and did not intend to continue the conversation in such a tone. She will be forced to offer the deal to another trading house if the young man continues to express his mistrust. Adriana, internally worried that she had given away too much information, suspected something was wrong. Mr. Mo said that it would be more profitable for her to work with Magnolia than with the Marin trading house, especially since he did not refuse the deal. Suddenly, Mr. Mo suggested using the rabbit as collateral. Adriana's purse revealed the ears of a pink bunny, a toy she always carried with her. Adriana, stunned by his proposal, asked in confusion what he meant. Mr. Mo, clarifying his request, stated that he needed her rabbit as collateral. Adriana, outraged by his demand, exclaimed indignantly that this hair had no value other than her personal memories of the toy. However, the mysterious gentleman continued to insist on his own, wanting to keep the toy for himself, guaranteeing the reliability of the deal. He logically concluded that Adriana wanted to exchange information for money and asked whether he correctly understood the purpose of her visit. Adriana confirmed his words, but internal doubts continued to torment her, because the guy's proposal was extremely strange. Mr. Mo, trying to explain the reasons for such persistence, explained to the girl that if her information turned out to be false, then his money would be wasted. Although Adriana did not doubt for a second the reliability of her information that she had once read in that book. Lamona's squad should now be at the academy, which means the magic stone is still in that rock, and no one has found it yet. Our heroine had yet to find out the reason for the guy's sudden proposal, but the decision had to be made right now. Mr. Mo again repeated his demand that the rabbit be given to him as collateral and a symbol of mutual trust. Adriana, not understanding the true motives, wondered why he was asking her for this rabbit and what was special about it. Mr. Mo offered the guest a profitable option, namely 50 gold pieces for information about the stone, as well as 20% of its cost if it was found. The guy was ready to give her 50 gold right now and pay the rest of the cost of the stone later, and this was a really interesting offer. Adriana, having accepted this offer, handed Mr. Mo her stuffed rabbit with relief. She asked whether Mr. Mo would return the toy to her when she came to collect her share of the sale of the stone. Mr. Mo responded by noting that she was too old to play with dolls. Adriana explained that this rabbit was not just a toy, it was a childhood gift from her brother. The rabbit reminded her of a carefree time and became her only link to her forgotten past. She admitted that she carries the rabbit with her out of habit, as a symbol of connection with who she was in her past. Mr. Mo, touched by her story, respected her feelings and promised to take care of the rabbit. He asked about the name of the toy, to which Adriana, a little embarrassed, replied that she called him Goldie. Mr. Mo, while approving the choice of name, expressed impatience for their collaboration to begin. Adriana, feeling his support, enthusiastically shook his hand. As he said goodbye, Mr. Mo noted Adriana's fearlessness in deciding to come to such a dangerous place. Left alone, Mr. Mo admitted to himself that he had guessed Adriana's origins from the very beginning. Despite her attempts to seem like a simple girl, he had no doubt that she belonged to a noble family. His assistant Dale entered the office and immediately asked if he should keep an eye on Adriana. Mr. Mo, confident of her intentions, rejected the idea, saying that it did not pose any danger. His guesses were confirmed by her manners, the high quality of the dress that she hid under her cloak, and most importantly, the black color of her hair. He remembered that in the capital, this hair color was found only among members of the Crescendo family and assumed that Adriana was their eldest daughter. He still couldn't fully understand Adriana's true goals, but he was sure that she was a very interesting and mysterious lady. A few days later, Adriana received an invitation to the palace from Princess Celine. The princess, greeting Adriana, explained that she wanted to talk to her face to face. Adriana, admiring the unusual color of the tea after brewing, asked if it was magic. Princess Celine confirmed with a smile on her face that Arenthia is a country where magic is widely used, and the tea was brought from there. Adriana, a little embarrassed, asked if the first prince was a student at the academy in Arenthia. She knew that the first Prince Claudian was the son of the previous empress, and the second Prince Rudolph is the son of the current empress, and there was a power struggle between them. Since Princess Selina and Leopold have the same mother, it would be better not to mention the first prince in her presence. Adriana spoke enthusiastically about the second Prince Rudolph, emphasizing his kindness and care for her. At this moment, their conversation was interrupted by an unexpected visit. His Majesty the Emperor visited them. The emperor, recognizing Adrian as the eldest daughter of the Crescendo family, addressed her using her title. Adriana was slightly confused, but quickly replied that she remembered the emperor from her childhood in the palace. The emperor also inquired about Adriana's older brother Theodore and his well-being, as the rules of etiquette dictated. He then turned the conversation to another topic, mentioning the friendship he once had with Adriana's father. Unexpectedly, he invited Adriana to join him for dinner, and the girl, flattered by the invitation, happily agreed. The emperor explained that he would like to communicate more with her. Adriana, feeling increasingly excited, replied enthusiastically that she also wanted to talk to him. Dinner with members of the imperial family seemed like an incredible honor to her, and she could find no reason to refuse. There was little time left before dinner began, and the emperor invited Leopold to give Adriana a short tour of the palace. Leopold, a little embarrassed by the sudden order, nevertheless politely agreed. Adriana, shocked that Leopold had approached them, silently observed his graceful appearance for a while. Leopold invited her to start the excursion, which promised to be very interesting. The girl, of course, felt trepidation in her soul and could not believe that he invited her to take a walk together. She gratefully accepted his offer, considering it a great honor. Apologizing for distracting Leopold from his business, she assured that she understood his busy schedule. Leopold, with a smile, replied that there was nothing wrong with postponing things for another day. During the walk, Adriana admired the beauty of the roses growing in the garden. Leopold explained that these roses are used to make tea, but there are so few of them that such tea is only brewed in the palace. Adriana realized that only members of the imperial family could taste this tea, and it became a symbol of royal luxury for her. Leopold, wanting to treat Adriana to this tea, invited her to try it. She politely refused, did not want to deprive members of the imperial family of the opportunity to enjoy this rare drink. The prince was a little upset by her refusal, but subtly understanding the mood of the young girl, he accepted her decision. Adriana kept thanking him for his generous offer and his time for her. Leopold, unexpectedly for Adriana, suggested that she could soon become part of the imperial family, and Adriana has no reason to consider herself powerless, according to the prince. Adriana, confused, did not understand his hints, and for some reason the prince did not dare to say everything directly. Finally, Leopold, plucking up the courage, admitted that he would like to propose an engagement to her. Adriana, stunned by his proposal, screamed in surprise. She indignantly asked what he was up to, still not believing her ears. Adriana, realizing the seriousness of his intentions, objected that her mother would not approve of such a union. Leopold, not paying attention to her reaction, continued to insist on his proposal. Not wanting to back down, he asked why the opinions of her stepmother and younger sister were so important to her. Adriana, with resentment in her voice, replied that they were still family, and she did not want to hurt them by getting in Sharon's way. Leopold immediately, with indignation in his voice, accused her stepmother of not giving her peace. She thought that this time her stepmother would definitely want to poison her. Leopold directly asked Adriana if she wanted to get closer to him herself. Instead of answering, she decided to change the topic a little, recalling the day when she ran after him to the carriage to give a gift to his sister. Leopold noted that this behavior is unnatural and looks like persecution for some purpose. Adriana, feeling awkward, bitterly admitted that she was probably raised poorly. Leopold, softening his tone a little, noted that at the reception in the palace she behaved impeccably. Her manners and outfit were perfect, and this was noted by all the guests who were in the hall. It's strange why only at that moment did she forget about decency. Adriana was beginning to realize that Leopold was more insightful than she had previously thought. The prince assumed that she had deliberately become close to him and his sister, and directly told the girl about this. Adriana indignantly rejected his accusation, not expecting such words addressed to her. Leopold, not believing her, politely pretended that he simply misunderstood her. He then repeated his proposal of engagement again, considering it beneficial to both of them. He promised Adriana that if they married, he would support her brother as the future Duke of Crescendo. Adriana, stunned by his proposal, asked in surprise what he was talking about. The prince immediately explained that, in exchange for his support, her brother would only have to support him as crown prince. Leopold began to say that if Adriana married him, he would support her brother as the next Duke of Crescendo. In return, he demanded that Adriana's brother support him as crown prince. Adriana, reflecting on his words, expressed doubts, adding that it was worth taking into account some nuances. She admitted that Leopold's offer is tempting and may have prospects. She knew the outcome of the struggle for the title of emperor because she had read this story in that very novel. The next emperor should be the first Prince Claudian, and the second son of the empire, Leopold, will be defeated, and it seems this is already a foregone conclusion. She knew that if she took Leopold's side, she would become the enemy of Claudian and her own brother. Adriana decided to remain neutral until her brother returned. She worriedly thought about how to get out of this difficult situation as carefully as possible. The girl said that she needed to discuss this issue with her mother and older brother. Although they were not blood relatives, Mother now performed the duties of the head of the family. Adriana, feeling the need for support, admitted that she simply could not solve such important issues alone. Leopold, respecting her decision, nodded and said that it would be as she wished. However, he added that he had a request for her, and after these words, she prepared to hear it with a sinking heart. Suddenly, Leopold politely asked permission to call Adriana by name. He explained that he had heard her and his sister call each other by their first names, and he would like to be given the same honor. Leopold continued that Adriana could also just call him Leopold. The girl, not knowing how to react to his proposal, looked at him in complete bewilderment. Leopold motioned for Adriana to join the meal and suggested she proceed to the table. Adriana, outraged by Leopold's words, sharply replied that this was not a request, because he confronted her with a fact. A few days later, Adriana went to the Dark City. She was accompanied by the same assistant of the master named Dale. He felt that this decision to go to the city was not the best idea. Dale thought it was dangerous for a young lady like her to be in such a dark place. That is why the Magnolia Trading House assigned an escort to her. It is also strange that for some reason Adriana did not ask to take the duchy's soldiers with her as guards. The young man would like to ask this question, but could not due to the strict company policy. Mr. Mo told Dale to go with her to the Dark City because he was an elite guardsman. He believed that it would be safer if she had an experienced warrior like this guy with her. Dale, being a senior employee of the company, was initially reluctant to obey this order. Mr. Mo immediately asked in bewilderment why he didn't want to carry out this order. Is he truly unable to protect even one lady, and does this mission scare him so much? Dale, feeling insulted, replied that it was not a question of his self-confidence. Then the young master took the initiative in the conversation and said that it would be very bad if their new cooperation turned out to be a failure. Therefore, Dale simply had no choice because the master himself gave the order. However, how does the daughter of the Crescendo family know about the magic stone? The guy wanted to find out who Adriana really is and why they are heading to the Dark City. Finally, the carriage arrived at the appointed place, and then they had to walk. Adriana got out of the carriage and looked around in surprise. She saw the narrow, gloomy city streets, and she felt a little scared. Dale demanded that Adriana put on her hood as they arrived in the Dark City. He warned her against making rash decisions because it could be truly dangerous for them. There were suspicious characters scurrying around, apparently thieves and petty criminals. Adriana realized that being here alone would be extremely unpleasant. Fortunately, being accompanied by an elite guard gave him some confidence. Dale advised them to avoid eye contact with passers-by, as unnecessary arguments could only lead to hostility. Adriana noted that it is still daytime, and at night, apparently you can see something else here. Dale explained that they were in a place where people waved weapons for no reason, and strongly recommended not to appear here at night. According to the book, the magic stone should be located somewhere in the territory of the Dark City, and she expected to find it here. Dale reported that the Dark City is the most dangerous place outside the kingdom's control due to an agreement with demons. He explained that the relationship between humans and demons has always been tense. In the original story, a war broke out between demons and humans over a magic stone. Thus, people won that war, although the confrontation was difficult. In the second half of the story, a character appeared leading an army of demons. He was the future emperor of the demon realm. Not far from them, suspicious faces appeared, watching our heroes from around the corner. It seemed that an unpleasant situation was brewing, although one could not expect anything different from such a place. The next second, daggers thrown by those two unknown persons were aimed at them. Adriana immediately hid behind her bodyguard, not understanding what caused the aggression of these people. She didn't understand who these people were and why they were attacking them. Jen told Milia that they should have watched longer, but now they've been found out. These two were representatives of House Marin, so their attack was understandable given the house's conflicts of interest. Milia, grabbing the dagger, again continued to attack our heroes. Dale deftly repelled enemy attacks, demonstrating the skills of his combat skills. The battle became more and more fierce. It seems that the two attackers intended to finish what they started. They understood that they should expect no less from the elite guardsman, noting his defensive skills. Adriana decided that Kenneth was the very count who owned the elite trading house Magnolia, and Dale was his confidant. Dale usually doesn't leave Kenneth's side, and Jen asked why he was accompanying this girl this time. This was too uncharacteristic for him, but the guardsman replied that their company simply did not have enough workers. Guessing the reason for this change, Jen asked if this was the girl who offered information about the magic stone. Dale replied that he did not understand what kind of magic stone he was talking about. Jen made it clear that they are aware of everything related to the business of their house and there is no need to hide the obvious truth. The girl's bodyguard loudly shouted to the attackers that she would never let her companion be harmed for anything in the world. Taking advantage of the moment of general confusion, Adriana rushed to run, but Milia deftly threw daggers at her, not wanting to let go of the victim. There was only a second left before Adriana's certain death, because the daggers were precisely aimed in her direction. Suddenly, a young man appeared in that place and loudly ordered everyone to stop. The daggers, as if obeying an unknown force, froze right in the air. Everyone was amazed at what they saw right now. Was this man really a magician? The appearance of this man made Adriana wonder who he was and what role he would play in her future fate. Adriana saw a demon in front of her, but still could not believe that this creature could be real. She froze, not daring to move and not understanding what this new stranger was up to. The two attackers, in horror, asked the demon who he was and by whose orders he had come to this place. They never expected that a real magician would fight against them. He coldly ordered them to leave, threatening them with serious consequences if they disobeyed him. Milia tried to follow the order, but to her horror, she found that she could not move. She realized that the demon had used binding magic and had no idea how to counter this power. Adriana recognized the demon as Crown Prince Burgard, the ruler of the Dark City, but what is he doing here? She couldn't believe her eyes that the heir to the demon throne was standing in front of her. Burgard said that since they didn't need an introduction, the conversation would be short. He said that the Dark City was his territory and demanded to know the purpose of their arrival. Milia answered hesitantly that they had a slight misunderstanding with these people. Burgard saw the two try to justify themselves by saying they were simply misunderstood. Milia, pointing at Adriana, shouted that she had information about the magic stone. Burgard, doubting Milia's words, nevertheless looked carefully at Adriana. He asked what a noble lady like Adriana was doing in such a dangerous place. It was surprising how he was able to immediately guess that she was not a commoner. Finding herself in a difficult situation, Adriana was scared and did not know what to do. All those present froze in anticipation of Burgard's decision, because in this territory, it is he who has the final word. Burgard coldly said that his decision would be short and non-negotiable. He looked sternly at Jen and Milia, firmly informing them that he was driving the two scoundrels away from this earth. Fortunately, everything ended well for our heroes. Dale and Adriana were already rushing back in their carriage. If the demon prince had not appeared at that moment, what would have happened to them? The guard asked the girl if she was hurt, and she responded by assuring that she was fine. Feeling guilty, he asked for forgiveness for failing to protect his companion. He recalled with horror the attack by people from Maron, admitting that he could not even imagine that such a thing was possible. It was unclear how the employees of the Maron trading house could find out about the magic stone. Dale told her that they had secretly passed on information to the imperial family. He suspected that there might have been a leak at that moment and suggested that there was a spy in the palace. Dale considered the meeting with the demon a bad sign and suggested not to appear in the Dark City in the future. However, the demon helped them, and at that moment he did not seem to be an enemy, but rather an ally. Adriana listened to her companion's words that demons are arrogant and cruel by nature, and Burgard was only monitoring his territory. He warned the girl against getting close to demons, emphasizing that they are not people. If the demons find out about Adriana's knowledge about the magic stone, then it will be difficult to maintain good relations with them. There was a legend according to which demons want to get their hands on a magic stone. The book that the girl was reading spoke in detail about why they needed this stone and how much blood was shed in the war for its possession. In the second part of the book, demons attacked the palace. Only the main character, Lamona, her brother Theodore, and the first son of the Empire, Prince Claudian, managed to stop them. It was a terrible war between humans and demons, which ultimately ended with the victory of the Sword Saint. The commander of that demon army was Bearguard, and her brother fought him with the holy blade against the blade of chaos. As a result of this war, the demon prince was left completely alone, having suffered a crushing defeat. Unable to bear the shame, he went away from everyone and then committed suicide. There were rumors that his body still remained somewhere deep in the forest. Dale saw that the girl doubted Bearguard's cruelty because he could have easily killed them then, but did not. Adriana believed that deep down Bearguard was not bad and just needed help. She felt a strange connection with him, believing that they were somewhat similar. It was as if she mentally plunged into her memories and tried to imagine the development of the plot if the girl had acted somehow differently. For example, what if Adriana suggested that Bearguard team up and change their common future? What would he do if a girl offered him her helping hand and saved this demon from his loneliness? Finally, the long-awaited answer from Theodore arrived. Adriana's heart trembled with excitement when she opened the treasured envelope. In the letter, Theodore described in detail his busy life at the academy. He shared stories about interesting lectures and new friends. She looked forward to the day when Theodore would introduce her to his comrades. After being invited to a tea party with Princess Selena, Adriana's life changed dramatically. She found many new connections. Finding herself in the society of the nobility, Adriana increasingly realized how much she lacked knowledge of etiquette. The girl imagined a strict but wise mentor who would teach her all the intricacies of court life. But, unfortunately, Adriana did not have the means to hire a teacher, and there was no question of help from the stepmother, because she would never spend a penny on her stepdaughter's education. Suddenly, a saving thought came into Adriana's head about the proceeds from the sold magic stone, which could help her pay. Yes, this idea really came to her at just the right time, because it was simply impossible to get money in any other way. She wanted to resolve this issue quickly. Maybe she should hurry up Mr. Mo a little. She dreamed not only of being able to hire an etiquette teacher, but also of getting her furry friend back. Captivated by this thought, Adriana ran outside to take a short walk and get some fresh air. And imagine her surprise when, walking through a busy square, she saw a guy she knew holding a toy rabbit in his hands. Adriana couldn't believe her eyes. Could it be Mr. Mo? The guy, as if guessing her thoughts, smiled and said that he knew about the girl's intentions. He said that he hoped to make Adriana a little happy by taking her favorite rabbit with him. Mr. Mo cheerfully remarked that they had not seen each other for a long time, and now was the time to take a walk together in this wonderful weather. There was an atmosphere of bustle and fun on the busy, crowded street. Adriana was surprised to notice that her companion was not wearing a mask today. He, trying to remain calm, explained that he was afraid of attracting unnecessary attention to himself, which they did not need right now. Of course, the mask is just a convention, but the girl asked if he was scared without it. It turned out that the mask was a hallmark of their trading house, as was the pretense of not knowing anything. By the way, the girl still hasn't even asked him his full name. Is that fair? The companion, keeping his cool, stated that he knew her name and origin from the very beginning. However, it remains a mystery to her who he really is and what this gentleman's real name is. Unexpectedly, he asked to be called Ken, saying that Mo was just a pseudonym. Adriana was also surprised to learn that this young guy even knows her own pseudonym. After all, she specially opened an account under the pseudonym Rihanna, and it was to this account that Ken transferred her royalties. The companion, smiling gallantly, invited her to join him and treat the sweet girl to dinner. Adriana, filled with doubts, wondered what was on his mind. Judging by his manners, he is clearly an extraordinary person. So she decided to listen to what he had to say. Once at the restaurant, the companion inquired about her attitude towards seafood. She didn't mind, but the prices in this establishment turned out to be too high. Besides, being the daughter of a duke, she simply cannot afford to eat it all. Kem seemed to understand that selling information to make a living, given her noble origins, looked rather suspicious. With a polite smile, he said that thanks to the information he received from her, their company received great benefits. Being in a good mood, Adriana ordered sea lobster with a sauce of 8 types of pepper. She felt that since such an opportunity had arisen, it was not interesting to order something simple. Ken, in turn, ordered grilled abalone with olive oil and salmon steak with lemon sauce. The girl was surprised that Ken was ordering so much food. Was he going to have a feast here? He calmly explained that he made such an order just in case. With a warm smile on his face, he wished his companion bon appétit. The young people enjoyed delicious dishes prepared with real skill by the chefs. However, there was one thing that Adriana did not take into account when she made her order. With a grimace of despair, she hardly said that everything was fine, but the sauce was too spicy. She learned that the dish was popular among spicy food lovers, but it was much spicier than one might expect. Adriana turned to him with reproach, because he knew about the spiciness of the dish, but did not take any action to stop her. She couldn't tell whether he was simply inattentive, or whether there was something else behind his action. Perhaps he really was just slightly absent-minded, although selfish goals could not be ruled out. Ken enjoyed his dish. It was very tasty and just melted in his mouth. Smiling politely, the young master continued talking about the establishment and asked how she liked the rest of the dishes. At that moment, the girl was overcome with confusion, because today there was a much more serious topic for conversation. Gathering her courage, she said that she had been thinking about this situation for a long time. Adriana then stated that the deal should be based on equal terms. Emphasizing her background, she said that the guy knows who Adriana is, but she still does not know who he is. With doubt, she asked whether they would be able to maintain a good relationship in the future if they kept such a secretive relationship. Ken just smiled and then replied that she herself had probably already guessed who he was. He added that Adriana knew perfectly well who he was, hadn't it become obvious yet. In addition, the girl was attentive and smart, and this mysterious gentleman had already given enough clues. All that remains, according to him, is to put all the details together, like a puzzle, and the answer will appear on its own. Suddenly, Ken suggested moving on to dessert if they had already discussed the main issues. However, turning the conversation to another topic, Adriana asked if she could hire a teacher through his trading house. Some kind of understatement was visible on the girl's face, as if she did not yet fully trust her new friend and partner. She agreed with annoyance that it was better not to ask each other unnecessary questions. Unexpectedly, Ken introduced himself by his full real name, calling himself Earl Kenneth. The girl couldn't believe that the owner of the house, Marin, was sitting right in front of her at the same table. That same day, Adriana was in her house. The maid reported that the mistress had again received many invitations. Leia added that after the princess was invited to the ball, there were a lot of them. Suddenly, Adriana cheerfully invited Leia to go shopping with her for clothes, saying that she would buy her something. She explained that she had wanted to do this for a long time because Leia had been helping her a lot all her life. Adriana understood that she had to do everything in her power until her stepmother bribed Leia. Soon they found themselves in the very center of the city, where there were a lot of wonderful shops. At the store, Leia asked in surprise how her mistress knew about this store. She replied that a new acquaintance who knew everything told her about him. It was about Count Kenneth, who really told Adriana about the hottest places in the city. Adriana knew very well that not all people can give orders to the Count's associates. The Count initially introduced himself as Ken, and he had no intention of hiding his identity from the very beginning. I just wonder at what point he realized who she really was. During their communication, the Count honestly admitted that this happened on their first meeting. He added ironically that his camouflage skills seemed to leave much to be desired. Wanting to reassure Adriana, he assured her that client data was securely protected, and she should not worry. He then advised Adriana that if she wanted to disguise herself, it would be better to choose a simple, casual dress instead of a silk one. Kenneth recommended that she visit one of the stores managed by Magnolia. In addition, clothes in this chain of stores are much cheaper than in the capital. This place is popular, which is not surprising because everything there is of the highest quality and inexpensive. Kenneth shared all this information with her, including the fact that her stepmother was currently running the store. Distribution of cotton fabrics is Crescendo's main family business. However, Mariana, by raising prices, put ordinary people in a difficult situation. Then Magnolia took action and found a new way to supply cotton fabrics at a low price. The collapse of their huge business was just around the corner, and something urgently needed to be done. Suddenly, terrible monsters invaded the town in broad daylight, spreading chaos and fear among the residents. People fled in horror, not knowing where to hide from these nightmarish creatures. No one understood where the monsters came from and why they attacked a peaceful city. Leia looked for her mistress in a panic, but monsters blocked her path from all sides. Unfortunately, Adriana tripped and fell, still lying helpless on the ground. Some rude man pushed Adriana, running for his life and not caring about her at all. Trying to overcome the pain, Adriana wanted to get up, but it was clear that she needed urgent help. Suddenly, a terrible monster appeared right above her, ready to tear the young girl to pieces. His ugly appearance could instill fear in anyone, especially the defenseless Adriana. She froze in horror. not believing her eyes and not understanding how she could save her life. At that moment, that same brave warrior, Burgard, appeared, ready to protect the girl. With one blow of his sword, Burgard killed the monster, saving Adriana from death. Adriana looked at her savior with gratitude. He was her only hope. She saw in him a real hero at this difficult and dangerous moment for her, and not a demon as other people spoke of him. Burgard carefully asked Adriana if she was injured and if she needed help. He offered Adriana his hand, helping her to her feet. This guy looked at Adriana with confidence and determination. It was clear that he was not afraid of these terrible creatures. Burgard realized that Adriana could not stand on her foot, seeing her weakness at that moment. Without hesitation, he was ready to take Adriana into his arms to carry her to safety. Then the guy unexpectedly asked Adriana for forgiveness for his rudeness, which caused misunderstanding on the girl's part. The next second, he deftly lifted her into his arms, wanting to carry Adriana further into the depths of the city. Burgard's strength and endurance were amazing. He rushed without feeling tired, saving Adriana. It's incredible how deftly and quickly this guy moved, dodging obstacles and carrying Adriana in his arms. Once safe, he told Adriana not to leave the place until all the monsters were destroyed. Adriana, stunned by Burgard's strength and courage, watched with bated breath as he fought the monsters. There was clearly something inhuman in his movements that made Adriana feel both fear and admiration. Even after defeating the monsters, Burgard did not lose his vigilance and was ready for new battles, and she could only watch this. Adriana was relieved that it seemed like all the monsters had been destroyed. Burgard's assistant confirmed that all the monsters were killed and no humans were harmed. Burgard, despite his fatigue, resolutely declared that he still had business in this city. The assistant hinted that now they could safely return to more interesting issues. However, this new hero was more interested in the young lady's leg injury. He had to find out how serious it was. To Adriana's delight, the pain subsided and she was able to move her leg a little. Burgard warned the girl that her leg had not yet fully healed, and she should take care of herself. Adriana couldn't believe that a demon with such power would use it to help people. The young man, Burgard's assistant, looked with emotion at Adriana, who expressed gratitude to her savior. He said that Adriana should thank his boss because the assistant only carried out his order. He reluctantly admitted that without Burgard's orders, he would not have helped the man. Adriana thanked Burgard from the bottom of her heart for her help, having difficulty finding the right words. Burgard simply nodded in response to the words of gratitude, wanting to leave after completing the matter. Adriana could not let him go and decided to ask her savior an important question. With a trembling voice, she asked Burgard why monsters appeared in this territory. Burgard suggested that the reason for the appearance of the monsters could be the magic stone that Adriana found earlier. The girl thought with horror that it was because of her discovery that the monsters could really attack the city. But then, how can further attacks be prevented if Burgard turned out to be right? Adriana found the stone before the characters in the book because she had read this novel to the end a long time ago. This means that any action of the girl that contradicts the plot of the novel will have tragic consequences. Although Burgard did change his mind, quickly assuring Adriana that it wasn't because of the stone, she shouldn't worry. The girl had no reason not to trust this guy, especially since he saves her life again and again. Burgard told Adriana that her maid was somewhere nearby and told her to go meet her. Finally, Burgard's young assistant named Keel puzzled the girl with one important question. Keel noted that Adriana should have asked her boss why he saved her and what his goal was. Adriana understood that this question was really worth asking this demon, who was already beginning to seem human to her. Burgard loudly called his young assistant, and he cheerfully responded, saying that he was ready to hit the road. Adriana, realizing that now she needs to be close to Leia because she probably searched her everywhere. Adriana only complained that she did not know much and could not foresee everything. She realized that she needed to ask Burgard about other important things that were tormenting her soul. Thanks to the demons, all the monsters in the city were destroyed. The danger had already passed. Fortunately, no one was seriously injured, and the noise on the streets gradually began to subside. Leia also remained unharmed, to the great happiness of our heroine. But Adrian couldn't help but wonder why the monsters appeared so unexpectedly, and why did Burgard kill them? But at the same time, save the man. Why did Burgard, being a demon, help the people against whom he was waging an eternal war? Adriana remembered that in the original story, demons came to the human world along with monsters and never helped people. She knew that demons were arrogant and could not be trusted. The girl remembered that if you let a demon get close to you, then failure and grief will inevitably befall you. These ominous thoughts made her think hard about whether everything that was happening in her life was right. Kiel, having carefully examined the young girl's leg, informed Adriana that her wound had completely healed. Burgard, noticing that his assistant needed rest, sent him home. He said that was enough for today and they needed to sleep before the next tasks. After resting, they will need to go to the world of demons, and this task will require a lot of effort. He added that Kiel, being half demon and half angel, would be uncomfortable in the demon world. Today's condition once again reminded the young assistant of his demonic side, which manifested itself in battle. He was so excited during the battle that now he will not be able to sleep. Burgard listened carefully to his assistant without interrupting. It was important for him to know his well-being. Kiel remembered that the human girl they saw a few minutes ago was surprised that he used divine power. He asked the boss who this girl was to him and recalled that Burgard had already helped her out a couple of days ago in the Dark City. Yes, he really helped this girl twice already. What would that mean? Of course, the young assistant began to suspect that Burgard was not indifferent to her. Looking at Adriana's dark hair, they both seemed to remember an important fact, but their conversation was destined to end there. Burgard sternly cut off Kiel's words, forbidding him to speak nonsense. Kiel addressed Burgard with respect, reminding him that many years had passed since he first became his student. He learned that the world was divided into 3 large parts, where there was a world of people, a world of Elios, and a world of demons. In the human world, there are doors leading to both the realm of demons and the realm of the Elios. Many adventurers and adventurers risk their lives by passing through these doors. There is a legend according to which the entrance to the world of demons is guarded by the 3-headed dog Cerberus. Initially, Cerberus is a hero from Greek mythology, and it is from there that his story originates. At this time, Adriana had already finished her lesson with her new etiquette teacher and was grasping all the knowledge on the fly. The mission of the teacher was carried out by a woman named Pedia, who was hired by the Magnolia Company. Adriana thanked her for the lesson and hoped that next week they would discuss court etiquette. The girl noted with satisfaction that Count Ken had hired an excellent teacher for her. It was clear that Pedia was very conscientious about her work. However, Adriana thought that such a scrupulous attitude of the Count to his work could become a problem for her family's business, and therefore, for herself. One day, a girl heard her stepmother loudly screaming in anger about competition in her business. According to her, someone is importing cotton fabric, competing with their family business. Apparently, this was the Magnolia Trading House, rumored to be personally run by Earl Kenneth. Marianne was indignant at how the Count dared to interfere in the business of the duchy. She decided that the next time she was in the palace, she would need to ask the king to punish the Count for such impudence. Suddenly, Sharon appeared from behind, who had been watching our heroine all this time. She sternly asked Adriana where she was and who gave her the right to eavesdrop on someone else's conversation. Sharon sternly added that her stepsister probably has nothing better to do. She reminded Adriana of the invitation she had received from the palace and forbade her to go there. Adriana timidly protested that this time she was also invited, but Sharon rudely cut her off, calling her impudent and forbidding her to appear in the palace. People like Adriana, according to Sharon, have no place among noble people in the palace. Adriana looked after her with resentment, but could not do anything, at least for now. Adriana's feelings were understandable. Such an attitude greatly hurt her feminine pride. She threw the pillow in frustration as she ran into her room. The girl could hardly restrain herself so as not to do something stupid towards her family. Adriana mentally asked herself how much longer she would have to endure this. But still, she understood perfectly well that she needed to control herself. She would still have a chance to remember everything. Adriana set herself the goal of waiting for her chance, and only then expressing everything that was boiling. After all, the girl, no matter what, wanted to live this life with a golden spoon, and for this, she will have to try. The sky was blue and beautiful. The weather was wonderful, as if at the behest of our heroine. The flowers bloomed in full bloom, and their aroma spread throughout the area. Adriana sat down on the green lawn and began to relax. She felt calm, enjoying the silence. Yes, she was glad that her stepmother and Sharon left her alone for a little while. The girl knew that they were preparing with all their might for the trip to the palace, but now she could just relax. Adriana sadly recalled how much effort she spent to get closer to Princess Selena, and now she won't even be able to get to the reception at the palace. Suddenly, the figure of Burgard appeared above her, but what was he doing here? Adriana shuddered and asked him in surprise why he was here. because just a minute ago she was completely alone. Burgard smiled and calmly replied that he was just walking, just like her. Adriana looked at him incredulously and began to suspect that the guy had been watching her all this time. After some time, they decided to take a walk together, since they happened to see each other today. Burgard was carrying a bouquet in his hands, and Adriana was holding her woman's handbag, from which a toy rabbit was visible. Adriana enjoyed the walk and was in a great mood that day. She was surprised to find Burgard in this remote place from the city, still not understanding why he was here. Burgard asked how her ankle was doing, and was very pleased to learn that she had fully recovered. Adriana nevertheless asked again about how he got here, but Burgard only smiled without answering her right away. Then he nevertheless admitted to the girl that he had come here to one grave to lay flowers on it. But who was the person whose grave this man came to today? And besides, Adriana could not understand why the grave was in such a secluded place. Suddenly, the girl discovered a monument on the grave, but there was no name on this monument. It was really very strange, and our heroine wanted to find out who was buried in this unmarked grave. Adriana didn't understand what made him come here. Maybe it was his dead comrade. Meanwhile, Burgard silently laid a bouquet of flowers on the grave. His face showed deep sorrow, and it was difficult to have a conversation with him at such a moment. At some point, the guy sadly said that this grave belonged to a stupid girl. He added that she was unaware of her true identity and could not find her place in this world. Burgard called her a stupid and unhappy girl. But who exactly did he mean? Adriana could not understand his feelings. She believed that we were talking about the lost love of this young man. She saw that he was immersed in sadness, as if this was the main drama of his whole life. Suddenly an idea came to her mind. She wanted to somehow rid her savior of his dark feelings. She quietly asked Burgard to wait a little while Adriana did something. The next second, Adriana went to the lawn to pick a bouquet of flowers for the grave. Then she placed a small bouquet of daisies on it and immediately explained that she had always really liked these flowers. Adriana knew what daisies symbolized in the language of flowers and wanted to tell Burgard about it. But suddenly the girl heard words that the man himself knew perfectly well the meaning of these wonderful flowers. He thought, looking at Adriana, as if seeing painfully familiar facial features in her. Burgard understood something new for himself, and the questions that tormented his soul began to become clearer. However, he decided to keep his thoughts private, not wanting to jump to conclusions prematurely. Yes, Adriana was as kind as that child who was destined to die many years ago. In the language of flowers, daisies meant a symbol of reconciliation, and both knew this well. They carried a symbol of peace and tranquility, which was so lacking in these difficult times. Without a single cloud in the sky, the walk became even more pleasant, although a little gloomy due to the topic of their conversation. Fascinated by the picturesque view, Adriana and Burgard were in no hurry to leave this secluded place. Adriana looked around in admiration at the endless expanses and thought that there was still a beautiful view here. Burgard, lost in thought, muttered that his little sister was probably enjoying the scenery too. Adriana, not quite understanding who he was talking about, asked him about it. Burgard replied that it was indeed about his little sister, his voice trembling a little with emotion. The next moment, Burgard admitted that no one was actually buried in this grave. After these words, his gaze was directed into the distance, as if he was seeing the events of days long past. He told how once in the past he tried to save his sister from her crazy act. Once upon a time he looked straight ahead, and his sister stood on the edge of a cliff, ready to jump down. Burgard just looked after her and tried to shout out words that she was making a monstrous mistake. He said with bitterness that he could not stop her, and she carried out her terrible plan. A very young girl jumped off a cliff, and her brother watched in horror at the inevitable tragedy. Burgard hesitated, unable to find words to describe the pain he had to endure that day. Finally, Adriana heard his last words, that he had never been able to find the body of his little sister. Looking at the endless expanses, the guy said that during her life his sister loved this place very much. He added that this is why he decided that she would be calmer if her grave was here. Adriana continued to listen to his words in silence, her heart squeezing with sympathy. Wanting to support Burgard, she said that he had chosen a very good place. She also added that his sister was happy about this, hoping with these words to bring him at least a little comfort. Burgard smiled back at her. Hearing Adriana's words, they sounded very sweet. He said quietly that it would be good if this was true. Burgard admitted that he did not understand why he told her this story and asked her to forget about everything she had heard. Pulling away from Adriana, he firmly stated that she was a human and he was a demon. He then warned the girl against communicating with demons and advised her to pretend that she knew him if they suddenly met again. Adriana exclaimed that she did not understand his words and would not be able to do as he asked. She rightly objected that if he wanted to avoid people, then he should not have helped her on their first meeting. After all, instead of passing by, Burgard desperately saved her life several times. Moreover, he never asked for anything in return for his help, which means he helped her from the bottom of his heart. Adriana said that she was not going to pretend that she didn't know him, because she couldn't forget about what had already happened. And by the way, it was he who started this, which means there is no reason to insist on breaking off the relationship. With concern in her voice, she offered him a sandwich, which came as a big surprise to the man. The next second, she handed him a package with a sandwich, which she pulled out of her purse. Adriana felt a little uneasy and added that hunger clouded the mind. Burgard understood what Adriana was hinting at with her action, but still doubted her decision. He saw this girl in front of him, not understanding why she did not realize the seriousness of the situation. Holding the sandwich in his hand, Burgard continued to reflect on her words about the friendship between them. Has she still not realized that she is a human and he is not, and that means their friendship is simply dangerous for them? This girl, full of self-confidence, seems to have seriously decided to break all the rules and foundations. Burgard, overcome with doubts, asked himself whether it was possible for humans to coexist with demons. Once they told him something similar, but he refused to believe, regarding these words as pipe dreams. Clutching the sandwich in his hands, he realized what such dreams of reunion could lead to. Without saying a word, Burgard walked off into the distance, leaving the package with the sandwich lying on the green grass. Several days had passed since their last meeting, and today Adriana was depressed. Everyone around, except her, was preparing for the gala reception, and she had to stay at home alone. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and Adriana asked who was behind the door. The maid's voice said that the stepmother and Sharon were busy preparing for the ball, and what was Adriana going to do? Suddenly, some noise was heard in the living room. Everyone was running around the house at once. Had an important guest really arrived? The girl couldn't believe it, but the second Prince Leopold arrived at their house. And the most amazing thing is that the prince arrived especially for Adriana, having heard that she was not feeling well. Leopold and Adriana rode slowly together in the carriage. The mood of the young people was wonderful. Adriana was glad that everything turned out this way. One might say that fate smiled on her. She apologized to Leopold for having to come such a long way for her. Leopold assured that she should not worry, and if the girl gets worse, the royal doctor will take care of her. Adriana admitted that she did not expect a personal visit from Leopold, but of course she was glad to have the opportunity to get into the palace. The stepmother and Sharon rode separately in another carriage, and of course they were very angry about this fact. For some time the prince was silent. He had been tormented by the same question for a long time. Finally, after a short time, he asked Adriana if she had considered his proposal. Adriana immediately stated that he was too impatient, and the young man laughed at the girl's sweet answer. Of course, Leopold wanted to get closer to her for his political purposes, but his assurances sounded very convincing. Nevertheless, Adriana suggested that he wait until her debut, realizing that it would be extremely difficult to delay the moment of engagement. Adriana promised herself that she would try to do this until her brother returned. The prince simply had no choice and decided to wait patiently for the girl to agree to reciprocate. Finally, evening came. All the most distinguished guests gathered in the palace. The emperor and his family met long-awaited friends. Only the closest ones were invited. Everyone discussed the latest news from the kingdom with keen interest. Adriana tried to apply the etiquette lessons that she had already learned from her new teacher. The dinner seemed extremely uncomfortable to her, since Leopold stared at her all the time and did not leave her alone. At this very time, Burgard and his young student were talking about the fact that the emperor did not bother to have a normal conversation, having left under the pretext of another meeting. Burgard was sure that the emperor was connected to the magical catalyst, but now there was no evidence. Suddenly, a loud rustling sound and a female voice were heard next to them. Kiel and Burgard were suddenly surprised to see Adriana, who had been nearby all this time, right in front of them. Burgard was completely bewildered and immediately asked the girl what she was doing here. Adriana, although seriously frightened, was no less surprised by Burgard's appearance in the palace. Kiel immediately remembered that this was the girl his mentor had saved in Bronx. But what was she doing here? He could not understand why they met her in this particular place, because their stay was supposed to remain strictly secret. Keel coldly said that Adriana was simply unlucky, and he was very sorry that he had to take on this murder. The guy said they just couldn't let the witness live without getting into serious trouble. Adriana immediately begged for mercy, but at that very moment, Burgard stopped his charge. Yes, the girl saw them and it could be dangerous, but it's unlikely that Burgard could allow such an absurd death. Of course, he immediately stopped Keel, explaining that Adriana was the daughter of Duke Crescendo. He reminded that the imperial family would not leave her murder unpunished, and it could harm them. The girl took up his words, warning Keel that her murder would spell big trouble for them in the future. Adriana was ready to swear that she would not tell anyone about this, and no one would know that they wandered around in this place today. Keel asked in disbelief how they could be sure that she wouldn't run to report everything to the guards right now. Adriana once again promised that she would not tell anyone that she happened to see them here. You can rely on her. Burgard and Keel clearly saw that the girl really had no agenda against them and could be trusted. Realizing that they believed her, Adriana asked not to call her Lady Crescendo. She wanted to be open with them. The girl preferred that her friends call her simply Adriana, without mentioning her official title. Burgard seemed to understand something new in our heroine. She reminded him more and more of that close person who is not around now. Keel, surprised by Burgard's decision, asked why they were turning a blind eye to the fact that they had been declassified. He couldn't believe that his teacher would let Adriana go so easily and thereby jeopardize their cause. Keel tried to reason with Burgard, but he was adamant and insisted on his decision. Can they trust this person, and what grounds do they have for such decisions? Burgard reiterated that he did not want to make a fuss and therefore decided to let Adriana go. Be that as it may, there was some kind of spark between them, and this was clearly visible in Burgard's behavior. Adriana looked at her savior with bated breath, realizing that she was incredibly lucky. In the evening, Adriana had a very unpleasant scene in the house. Sharon burst into the room, attacked her screaming, and hit her in the face. She accused Adriana of daring to get close to the prince in secret from all her loved ones. Adriana, holding her face with her hand, could hardly restrain herself from answering her offender. Marianne, who witnessed this scene, reproachfully remarked to our heroine that she should be ashamed of her behavior. She told her to silently accept the punishment so as not to incur even greater troubles. Sharon, not wanting to stop there, ordered Adriana to clean the entire house alone. Adriana, realizing that it was useless to argue, meekly agreed with her stepsister. Marianne, fearing for Adriana's health and various further rumors, tried to dissuade Sharon from this idea, but it was all in vain. Adriana, left alone, quietly whispered that she needed to be patient, and the time for retaliatory action had not yet come. Despite all the humiliation, she proudly accepted the challenge and decided that she could handle the cleaning on her own. Without wasting time on empty talk and reasoning, Adriana got to work. To everyone's surprise, she cleaned the house with enthusiasm and dexterity, bringing it into immaculate order. After some time, all the dirty corners of the house turned into clean rooms. She coped with everything perfectly. In her past life, Adriana, as a simple peasant woman, was forced to do any housework, from cleaning to sewing and cooking. This allowed her to develop many skills that would now be useful to her in this new life. Sharon, seeing the result of Adriana's work, did not want to admit that she did a great job. She mockingly said that cleaning was Adriana's real calling. Of course, such words would offend any girl, but our heroine knew very well who she was dealing with and did not show offense. Without losing her cool, she simply answered Sharon with a smile that she was grateful for the compliment. Sharon was surprised and dismayed by her unloved sister's calm reaction. She noticed with irritation that recently, Adriana began to behave completely differently than before. Sharon remembered that Adriana had been depressed and intimidated all her life, but now she was more confident and sassy. Dissatisfied with Adriana's behavior, Sharon rudely ordered her to finish cleaning, although she had already washed the entire house long ago. The next second, Sharon, in a fit of anger, kicked over the bucket, flooding everything around with dirty water. Adriana, gritting her teeth, thought bitterly about what a disgusting creature this Sharon was. Adriana, barely holding back tears, had to start cleaning again and do all the work again. Leia, unable to bear watching, offered her help and began cleaning the floors with her. She felt sorry for her mistress, because she perfectly understood what humiliation the poor girl had to endure. Adriana remembered how recently everyone around only laughed when her stepmother scolded her, but what now? It was as if something had suddenly changed, and everyone's attitude towards Adriana was no longer the same as it had been a couple of years ago. Adriana felt that the atmosphere in the mansion had become somehow different. Maybe she would have a chance to change her destiny. The stepmother didn't even bother to feed her, as if she was taking out her naked anger on the girl. Suddenly, Rudolph entered the room, taking with him food for his sister. Adriana, surprised by his appearance, asked why he came so late and why he was still not in bed. Rudolph quickly handed her a loaf of fresh bread. He was the only one who remembered and took care of her. This kind little boy didn't want his sister to go hungry. This instantly reminded her that she and the boy were blood relatives, and that there was still a person in this house who was at one with her. Adriana, touched by her brother's care, thanked him and finally realized that she was not alone. Suddenly, Adriana heard a knock on the door. Someone asked permission to enter. Opening the door, she suddenly learned from the maid that everyone was already waiting for her for dinner. It turned out that the servants wanted to surprise the young hostess, and they specially set this table for her. Leia explained that a lot of delicious food had been prepared in honor of the day off, and invited Adriana to quickly sit down at the table. Adriana was very happy about this unexpected surprise, although she was a little discouraged. There were indeed various delicious dishes on the table. The table was decorated as at a real social reception. She was very happy with this attitude towards herself. She rarely saw anything other than humiliation from her family. Previously, she was always immersed in her thoughts and did not pay attention to others. But recently, everything began to change. Adriana felt more open and free every day. She looked into the future much more confidently. Hope settled in her soul that everything would be different. The next day, the young princesses gathered together to discuss the upcoming national holiday and a banquet in honor of this event. One of them shared rumors that the beloved Count, one of the richest and most influential people on the continent, would be at the reception. The girl asked Adriana what she thought about this tall, handsome man of royal blood. Adriana, having forgotten herself a little, said that the Count probably liked stuffed bunnies. The friends looked at Adriana with kind smiles and said that the Count would appreciate her sense of humor. The girl decided to switch the topic of conversation to another important event, turning to Selena. She asked what she had prepared for the masquerade ball, which was to take place as part of the holiday. Selena admitted that she herself had not yet decided what costume she would wear to this masquerade, but she invited all her friends to choose any mask from her collection with the condition that they would definitely come to the ball. Without hesitation, she agreed to this condition, looking forward to an exciting event. Selena also suggested that Adriana change her looks for the whole day using magic paint that disappears the next day. Adriana happily agreed, and they looked forward to trying on the new look. Finally, the day of the national holiday arrived, and everything was ready for it to begin. There were especially many guests in the royal palace who belonged to different classes. The celebration began with the usual banquet, where everyone enjoyed delicious food and drinks. Suddenly, Lady Charant entered the hall and, seeing Adriana, exclaimed that she had been searched everywhere. She called Adriana with her to look at Count Kenneth, the same count whose person the company of princesses had been discussing the other day. Despite everyone's curiosity, Adriana did not want to attract unnecessary attention to herself. She would have preferred to spend this evening quietly, but still the Count noticed her in the crowd of guests. She failed to pretend that she did not know the Count, and a minute later he came up to greet our heroine. The Count greeted Adriana politely and was surprised that she had not told him about her acquaintance with Lady Charant. Kenneth noticed that she had not appeared for a long time and asked if anything bad had happened to her. Adriana, trying to hide her emotions, replied that she did not quite understand his behavior. After all, he himself spoke about the confidentiality of information about his clients. Then why reveal his acquaintance to everyone? Kenneth replied that he only wanted to greet his client, but advised Adriana to be careful with her words in front of strangers. Adriana, feeling backed into a corner, did not know how to respond to this. At that moment, Kenneth unexpectedly invited Adriana to dance with him and extended his hand to the girl. This was truly an unexpected gesture from the young man, but why did he do it? After a short time, they were already spinning in a dance, and the guests watched the dancing couple with interest. They really looked harmonious together, and their dance mesmerized everyone present. Adriana, feeling the gaze on her, quietly admitted to Kenneth that she did not like such attention. Kenneth gallantly replied that it was all because of her beauty, which captivates everyone around her. During the waltz, the Count deftly waltzed with Adriana, and she gracefully twirled in his arms. But despite the outward carefreeness, Adriana could not get rid of an anxious feeling. She understood that Kenneth clearly had sympathy for her, and it seems that some of the guests did not like it. The young man looked at their dance and wondered how long ago these two became so close to each other. The guy was irritated by the attention that the Count quite openly showed to Adriana. Having finished dancing, Adriana apologized to Kenneth and hurried to hide from prying eyes. Later, in a secluded area, Kenneth found Adriana and asked if she was okay. She admitted that after the dance, her friends surrounded her with their questions, and she wanted to retire from this fuss. Suddenly, Kenneth said that he had heard about an attack by monsters in the store that she visited on his recommendation. He was glad that everything turned out well, because such attacks always promise the most dire consequences for people. Adriana asked, interrupting Kenneth, how he knew about the attack, because it was not written about in the newspapers, and why, according to his data, was the monster attack caused not by a magic stone, as many thought, but by a demon. Kenneth recalled that he is the owner of the Empire's Information Center and had information that is not always available to the public. Adriana admitted that the man who saved her during the attack also spoke about demons. The Count also noted that many people still do not know the truth about the events of that day. There are rumors around the city that the monsters were called by demons to attack the city, but no one officially confirms this information. The girls knew better than anyone else about the enmity between people and demons, but decided to keep their information secret. For Kenneth, it was unclear who exactly might benefit from stirring up hostility between the two races. There may be some kind of selfish purpose behind this, and most likely it was about someone's political benefits. The young man felt guilty for putting Adriana in danger by sending her to that store. Trust is the basis of any business relationship, and it turns out that the girl's trust in him was undermined. Adriana was a little surprised by his words, considering him to be too practical a person, ready to take advantage of any situation. Suddenly, changing the topic of conversation, Ken invited Adriana to treat him next time. After all, he has already treated the girl to expensive seafood, and now he doesn't mind receiving a return compliment from her. Kenneth, without even being embarrassed, told Adriana that he would look forward to their next meeting. At the same time, the second prince, who was present at the banquet, watched the couple's communication with indignation. He peered closely at the Count, considering him a cunning and dangerous person. It is not known why the prince felt personal hostility towards the Count, but it was clear that the reason was his warm relationship with the girl. One of the second prince's guests, noticing his gloomy mood, hastened to find out what was bothering him so much. The prince replied that the rose, which he had been caring for so carefully, was being bothered by a small bug. He decided to use insect poison and quickly get rid of this problem. Adriana, in his opinion, was too naive and did not understand the seriousness of the situation. The next morning came. The streets of the city were filled with a lively fair atmosphere. Adriana and Kenneth went to a shop with delicious pastries, and the girl bought 2 hot sausages. Then she paid the seller 10 coins and handed her companion the promised return compliment for that dinner at the restaurant. Kenneth remarked out loud that the sausages looked very appetizing, but he doubted that he could eat enough of them. Adriana said honestly that even if she bought all the food at the market, it would not compare to the seafood feast that he treated her to. Kenneth jokingly agreed with Adriana, but immediately assured her that 1 sausage would be enough for him. On this day, Adriana and Kenneth seemed completely carefree and happy. They had a fun time enjoying the wonderful weather and festive atmosphere. Ken behaved very gallantly. Suddenly, not far from them, they noticed a shooting gallery and decided to try their hand at throwing darts. Adriana, taking the dart in her hands, carefully aimed at the target she was playing with them for the first time in her life. Kenneth, not wanting to be left behind, also expressed a desire to shoot and show off his skills in front of the lady. He turned out to be a very accurate shooter and hit all the targets the first time, winning the coveted prize. The day came to an end. Adriana and Kenneth were a little tired after a long walk around the fair. Kenneth handed Adriana a bottle of cool drink and offered to quench her thirst. Adriana, smiling at the guy, said that she could not constantly accept gifts from him because free things are always more valuable. Kenneth replied that he had already received the most valuable gift, which was the time spent with her. Adriana, touched by his words, admitted that this day was also wonderful for her. No amount of money can compare with the feelings she experienced today. At that moment, Adriana suddenly asked if he would come to the masked ball, which was to take place that same night. She was a little upset to learn that Kenneth had urgent business to attend to immediately after their friendly date. Adriana thanked Kenneth because this was the first time in her life when she truly enjoyed the holiday. Locked at home, she could not even imagine that she would ever be able to walk the streets freely and feel true happiness. Adriana brought up the topic of governing the Duchy of Crescendo, which was currently temporarily in the hands of her stepmother. The girl's older brother is still studying abroad, and the younger one, Rudolph, was too young. Understanding her youth and the absence of a guardian, Adriana bitterly complained that she was now in a defenseless position. The Magnolia Trading House, having started the production of cotton fabric, could become a serious competitor for their family business. However, a person who could poison the tea in her own home poses a much greater danger than any competitor. Kenneth, trying to calm Adriana, assured her that he would always be there and not to worry so much. In addition, he offered the girl his help if she really needed it. There was determination in his eyes, but Adriana politely refused, wary of his proposals. She explained that the price of his help would be too high for her modest budget. Now she simply does not have the funds and cannot afford expensive purchases. Suddenly, Kenneth suggested that they just take a walk and look at the goods presented at the holiday. He noted that the selection here is not as good as in the Ducal Palace, but you can still find something interesting. Adriana happily agreed. She still had some time left, and the young people went for a walk. Looking at the goods, Adriana couldn't help comparing them with the luxurious items she had seen in the palace. Suddenly, her gaze caught a display of jewelry that struck the young lady with its brilliance. For the first time in her life, she saw such luxury and was mesmerized by the beauty of this jewelry. Exclaiming with delight, Adriana admitted that she had never seen anything like this before. She continued to gaze with admiration at the beautiful bracelet that Kenneth showed her. It seemed that this bracelet had an unknown magical power, and that is why it shone so brightly. Kenneth, without hesitation, decided to buy a bracelet for Adriana right now. Adriana, surprised by such a sudden decision, tried to stop him, but Kenneth firmly insisted on his own. He put the bracelet on her wrist. Adriana was touched by his action but did not understand the main goal. Kenneth explained that he wanted to apologize for his inappropriate conversations and that this was the only way to treat his gift. In addition, he noted that this decoration suits the girl very well, and our heroine understood the same thing. Indeed, the bracelet perfectly complemented her image and, in a sense, brought her closer to a noble family in the eyes of others. Adriana could not find words of gratitude, but it was clear that for the first time in her life, the girl received such a valuable gift from her gentleman. However, remembering the upcoming masquerade ball, she hurried to say goodbye, otherwise the girl might not have time to prepare for the reception. Kenneth sadly said goodbye to her, looking after Adriana. Looking after her, he began to think that he shouldn't have gotten involved in this fabric business. At this time, the second prince's faithful servant reported that he had already sent all the gifts to the Crescendo estate. In addition, he asked if he was worried about Adriana, or was he still worried about her. The prince only replied that wildflowers, which are not afraid of either rain or wind, seemed to him more attractive than decorative flowers in greenhouses. Evening came. The guests had already gathered in the palace for the masquerade ball. There was an atmosphere of excitement and fun in the hall. People whispered among themselves, discussing the latest news and gossip. The guests' special attention was drawn to a girl with silver hair and golden eyes. Some assumed that it was Princess Celine, but others were not sure. Suddenly, one of the guests loudly called Selina by name, and our heroine appeared in the distance. Adriana noted that dark hair suits the princess very well, looking at her friend. At this moment, two young gentlemen immediately approached them and invited them to dance. Selina, citing pain in her leg, could not accept their invitation, and the girls politely refused. Adriana realized, observing the princess's behavior, that Selina was in a great mood and happy with everything that was happening. More gossip swept through the hall. The guests discussed that the youngest daughter of the Crescendo family had her eye on the second prince. Some expressed doubts, because Lady Sharon is not the Duke's own daughter, but only the daughter of his second wife. Adriana, being the eldest daughter, is more suitable for the second prince, and those rumors about her mental retardation have long been debunked. Adriana and Selina, not paying attention to the gossip, cheerfully discussed the number of dances in which they had already taken part. It seemed that this general fun was supposed to last until the very end of the masquerade, but an unexpected event happened. Suddenly, the lights in the hall went out, everything around was plunged into darkness, and Adriana screamed loudly in fear. Taking advantage of this, an unknown man in a hood quietly crept up to her. He grabbed her roughly and whispered that she would be in a little pain. Adriana, without having time to come to her senses, lost consciousness and fell into his arms. Who was this unknown man, and why did he attack our heroine? In the confusion caused by the sudden blackout, Adriana's party mask fell from her face to the floor. After some time, the lights in the hall came back on, and the guests gradually began to come to their senses. Selena, with excitement in her voice, told the prince about what happened at the ball. The prince was furious. He demanded an explanation from the guards as to how this could happen at a reception in the imperial palace. One of the servants explained that because of the fancy dress, it was impossible to identify Lady Adriana, and the attacker apparently wanted to kidnap the princess. Hearing these words, the prince asked Selena if she advised Adriana to change her hair color, and she immediately admitted everything. Leopold realized that the kidnapper's target was the girl with silver hair. All the facts came together, which means that instead of Princess Selena, Lady Adriana was accidentally kidnapped. At this time, Kiel, beside himself with anger, reproached his subordinate for making such an unforgivable mistake. He tried to justify himself, saying that during the banquet Adriana had silver hair, but now she has dark hair. At that moment, Adriana, recognizing her captor, called Kiel by name in a tired voice. He immediately admitted to her that her abduction was a mistake, because she was not the target of the attack. However, Kiel added that he couldn't just let her go, so now he won't let Adriana go. The next second, he pointed his sword directly at the defenseless girl. Adriana could not believe that this young man was threatening her with violence for his own mistake. At this very time, Burgard suddenly appeared in the room and demanded that Kiel immediately put down his sword. He didn't even want to listen to Kiel's arguments that Adriana knew too much about them and needed to be eliminated. Of course, he did not want to lose a valuable subordinate, so it would be better not to take the matter to extreme measures. Kiel, with despair in his voice, exclaimed that Adriana knew who they were. Burgard interrupted Kiel and reminded him what he had done by bringing a stranger and revealing his identity. He then sternly warned that killing the girl would not help them get out of this situation. A second later, Burgard ignited a fire magic ball in his hand and stated that he did not want to compete to see who was the fastest. Yes, such power could instill fear in anyone, and Kiel would hardly want to compete with him. Burgard understood that the student kidnapped the princess for good purposes, doing it for the sake of the demons. He only wanted to influence the emperor by trying to use the princess for this purpose. He was too young and did not understand that not all monarchs are the same, because some of them do not care at all about their children. Burgard said that the demon lord was willing to risk everything to save the princess. Regardless of Kiel's intentions, kidnapping the princess could lead to dire consequences. Having finished the conversation, Burgard ordered his student to immediately open the door and let the girl go. Adriana looked at him with gratitude, realizing that he had once again come to her aid. Finally, the girl was freed, and Burgard asked if she was injured. After making sure that she was not seriously injured, he apologized for the fact that the girl was dragged into this dangerous story against her will. Finally, dawn came and all danger was left behind. Adriana and Burgard found themselves together again, but now in a different world, where their own laws and orders reigned. Adriana, not realizing how much time had passed, asked Burgard how long she had been unconscious. Burgard explained that it was morning, but due to the nature of this world, where the sun barely penetrates the dense atmosphere, the sky remains red even during the day. Adriana, having learned that dawn reigns in this world around the clock, asked why this happens. Burgard told her that due to the lack of sunlight, it is difficult to grow crops here, which is why demons are so eager to get into the human world. It turns out that they wanted to kidnap the princess in order to blackmail the emperor and get new lands. Adriana understood their plan to kidnap the princess. Were they really going to blackmail the emperor in this way? She wanted to know if his people really wanted new lands in exchange for the life of the princess. Burgard, not expecting such direct accusations from Adriana, did not know what to answer her. He hastened to assure her that their original purpose was not to carry out blackmail against the royal family. However, it was the emperor who first violated their general agreement. Burgard told the girl that the emperor was obliged to warn them about his plans. Adriana, not understanding the essence of their agreement, asked in surprise what kind of promise they were talking about. Burgard told her about the cruel reality of the world of monarchs, where children are just pawns in a political game. He explained that for a ruler, power always comes first, and he will not risk it to save his own children. Adriana, who did not understand the reasons for his sudden sadness, tried to unravel his thoughts. Now his look was especially mysterious, as if he knew in advance about some important event. Suddenly he told the girl that they would soon reach the human world, and she would be safe. Adriana should follow him so that she can see the sun again in the human world. It seemed that he did not want to part with her, but he understood that the girl had already been searched by her friends and relatives. Soon the magic powder that dyed her hair wore off and it returned to its natural dark color. Burgard, seeing Adriana with dark hair, complimented her, saying that this color suits her better. Adriana, surprised by this recognition, politely thanked her companion. There was a secret between them, which they were both aware of, but no one dared to reveal. Of course, Adriana was grateful to him for yet another rescue, but there was also something that made her experience other feelings. After all, it was his people who put her in such a dangerous situation, and it could have cost her her life without Burgard being there. The demon repented of what he had done and promised that something like this would never happen again. Adriana immediately asked if this meant they would never kidnap her again. Burgard, getting down on one knee, swore to the girl that as long as he lived, Adriana would be safe. Adriana, stunned by his action, immediately asked him to get up from his knees, because she trusted him even without these scenes. He then took her fragile hand and swore an oath to protect her no matter what happened in the future. Yes, she was shocked by such an act, which previously the girl could only read on the pages of her novel. Burgard, down on one knee, firmly repeated his oath and was determined to keep his promise. It was known that demons always fulfilled those oaths that were made once. She couldn't find words to express everything she felt at that moment. Despite the cool evening, the weather was still pleasant and it was time to return home. Thanks to Burgard, Adriana returned safely to the human world. Everyone was looking forward to her return. Selena, seeing her friend, rushed into her arms with tears of joy. She no longer hoped to meet again. Adriana was happy to feel so needed by these kind people. Answering the prince's questions about the kidnapper, she said that she did not remember anything since she was unconscious. She did not talk about Burgard, not wanting to stir up hostility between the two worlds. As a result, only a few guards and knights from the palace were punished for the kidnapping of Adriana. The emperor may have suspected something, but did not do anything to try to find out the truth. Prince Leopold and Princess Celine had no idea about anything, although they could hide their guesses. Adriana, feeling relieved and grateful, was glad that everything ended well. A few days after this terrible evening, Adriana's life gradually returned to normal. After the abduction, Adriana did not leave the house, preferring to spend time in peace and quiet. One day she went out into the yard where beautiful flowers were blooming, but behind her she heard some noise. Sharon suddenly appeared next to her, who was hardly happy about her return. Marin said disdainfully that it would be better if Adriana was kidnapped forever. Adriana listened to offensive statements addressed to her that no one in the house was happy to see her. Adriana's brother, having learned about what happened, may even quit his studies to return back. Adriana continued to listen to nasty things addressed to her, but all her thoughts were occupied only with her own brother. Suddenly she said that he would soon become the head of the family, to which Sharon flared up even more than before. She exclaimed angrily that all this was nonsense, because her mother would not give him this place so easily. The next moment, Sharon angrily stepped on the flower and trampled it on the ground. Adriana couldn't believe her belief that her brother would never return to their home. The girl said in a firm voice that as long as she was alive, her brother would remember her, which only caused her stepsister to laugh evilly. Sharon, not believing Adriana's words, continued to shower her with hurtful words about her brother. At that moment, the maid informed Madame Sharon of the arrival of a messenger who had come to them with a delivery. The messenger, politely addressing Adriana, handed her a bouquet of flowers from an unknown gentleman. Sharon, seeing the flowers, immediately decided that they were intended for her, but Adriana already guessed who the bouquet was from. The messenger, politely objecting, explained to the restless girl that the flowers were intended specifically for Adriana. Sharon was sure that the messenger was mistaken and, despite his words, tried to defend the gift. The messenger once again repeated that the flowers were intended specifically for Adriana, and added that the recipient should have dark hair. Sharon, with anger in her voice, demanded to immediately tell her the name of the sender of this bouquet. The young man, citing instructions, refused to tell her this information. It was not easy for him to convince the angry girl that his internal regulations really did not allow him to report data. He also added that his boss would immediately hold her accountable if anything happened to him. Adriana was terribly embarrassed for her sister, but she could only silently watch her antics. Taking the moment, she reminded Sharon not to be rude, as it could get her into trouble. The girl understood that Sharon barely managed to avoid serious problems, but everything could have ended completely differently. At that moment, Adriana heard that the flowers were sent by the owner of the Magnolia Trading House, Mr. Ken. This slightly amused the girl. The bouquet was accompanied by a ticket to a theater performance, which was also a gift for her. Adriana wondered why Count Kenneth sent her this ticket. Could he really be at the performance? The maid, entering the room, told Adriana that they had brought her a whole bunch of letters from different people. Delighted by this news, the girl thanked the maid and told her to put the letters on the table. Taking one of the letters in her hands, she excitedly opened it and began to read. It was a letter from her older brother, Theodore, in which he expressed deep concern about rumors of her abduction. He wrote that he learned about what had happened too late, but as soon as he found out, he immediately wanted to return to the capital. Theodore bitterly admitted that if he had been there, this would never have happened. In the letter, he also asked for forgiveness for not being able to be with her now, but explained that he needed to remain in the world of angels. Together with Lamona and Claudian, he is engaged in suppressing the rebellion, and without him, this mission may not be completed. To Adriana's surprise, the letter also included an antique pendant, which she began to look at with interest. I wonder if this amulet was sent by her brother. Then what was inside it? To her amazement, she saw that inside the locket on the necklace was a portrait of her mother. Adriana couldn't believe her eyes. She thought that after her mother's death, all her things were destroyed on the orders of her stepmother. Adriana held the necklace tightly in her hands, feeling the warmth and love emanating from it. It turns out that Theodore managed to save this precious pendant, and now he returned it to her along with a message about a quick meeting. A few days later, Adriana followed that invitation from Kenneth, hoping to see an interesting show. Not knowing what to expect and feeling some anxiety, she came to the indicated address. Approaching the meeting place, she heard an announcement about the imminent start of the performance and hurried to the entrance. Fortunately, she made it on time. The performance was supposed to start any minute. Many people gathered in the hall, eagerly awaiting the start of the performance. Suddenly, a loud voice was heard from behind the scenes, casting a magic spell, and the audience's gazes rushed towards the stage. The curtain rose, and Adriana was amazed to see the familiar face of Kenneth on the stage. It turns out that he not only invited her to the performance, but was also a participant in it, acting as an actor. Magician Ken, entering the stage, greeted the audience and announced the start of the show. Adriana, holding her breath, watched him from the auditorium with admiration. Joyful screams and applause from the excited audience came to her from all sides. Finally, the performance ended and Adriana was able to see the performer face to face. Kenneth thanked Adriana for not refusing to accept his invitation to her performance. The girl, without hiding her delight, replied that his performance was simply excellent and that he could easily make a career on the big stage. Ken admitted that magic tricks were always just a hobby for him that helped him cope with stress. Adriana asked if he liked performing in front of her, or did her presence, on the contrary, distract the guy from the game. In fact, Kenneth did not expect to see her in the hall, which he honestly admitted to the girl. Adriana replied that she did not see anything wrong with this, and thanked her again for the invitation. The young man again expressed his sympathy for Adriana regarding the recent abduction. If only he had known about the impending kidnapping, he would never have missed that masquerade ball. Of course, this could happen even in the most guarded place, but the royal palace seemed impregnable until that day. Since that evening, Adriana tried not to lose her vigilance, which she told her friend about. He urgently asked Adriana to always be on the alert, since trouble could come from anywhere. He seemed to have a presentiment that the attack on Adriana by the Marin organization was not accidental. They must have been planning another provocation for a long time, since they are ready to resort to such meanness. For this reason, even in her home, Adriana should not let down her vigilance, and in extreme cases, the Count is always ready to come to her aid. Adriana, touched by the Count's concern, thanked him for his concern. Meanwhile, evening had already come, and Adriana, a little tired after her walk, returned home. Suddenly, Leia ran out to meet her, barely catching her breath, and said that she was in danger. Adriana, not having time to really understand what was going on, began asking the maid what made her so excited. Suddenly, like an enraged fury, Sharon burst into the room and immediately attacked her, delivering a sharp blow to her face. The poor girl looked in horror at Sharon, who in a hoarse voice called her a rat and accused her of betrayal. At that moment, Marianne appeared in the hall, clutching a letter in her hand and looking at her reproachfully. She directly asked whether Adriana had been conducting secret correspondence with her brother. At this moment, Leia tried to apologize to her young mistress for failing to protect her. The stepmother reminded Adriana that her brother was abroad studying at the university, and the letters she sent him distracted him from his studies. Adriana immediately objected that her brother never said that she was bothering him in any way. In response, Marianne stated that her brother simply did not want to upset her and categorically ordered her to stop correspondence. With these words, she mercilessly tore the letter into small pieces. The letter, filled with love and support for his brother, was irretrievably destroyed. Helpless to do anything, the girl realized that she should have been more careful. After this, Marianne, in an icy tone, ordered her to hand over the pendant that was attached to the letter. Adriana began to beg her stepmother to leave her the pendant, because it was a priceless relic for her, keeping memories of her mother. Marianne, unmoved by her stepdaughter's pleas, responded by declaring that she would lock her in the room again if she did not comply. Memories of her past life gave strength to our heroine, and she could not part with her brother's gift. Seized with fear and despair, the girl could barely restrain her hands from trembling. The injuries received in childhood still haunted the poor girl. Her nerves were on edge. Marianne mercilessly ordered Sharon to rip the necklace off her stepsister. She gladly fulfilled her mother's instructions. This scoundrel was pleased to see Adriana suffer. However, the next moment, our heroine forcefully pushed away her rival, who was completely unaccustomed to such a reaction from her sister. At this moment, Leia intervened in the fight, begging the mistresses not to torment her young mistress. She screamed loudly, trying to escape the grip, and then told Adriana to run out of the house immediately. Adriana had never seen such a reaction from Leia. She was touched by her courage and determination. The next second, Adriana took advantage of the moment and ran out of the house. She took one last look at her faithful maid and rushed out the door as fast as she could. Adriana was forced to seek refuge in a dark and gloomy city full of dangers. Loneliness and fear tormented her soul as she wandered along unfamiliar streets, arousing suspicion among random passers-by. Memories of the hatred of her loved ones forced her to relive again and again the pain that she had endured for so long. A passer-by, whom the girl accidentally touched, shouted in anger that she should look ahead. Finally, she arrived at a place she had heard about before, and now she was ready to visit this place in person. There was dead silence inside the house. Only the creaking of the floorboards from the steps of our heroine could be heard. Yes, she went to an unknown destination to find a remedy that could change her life, and here she is. Gathering her courage, the girl stepped forward, her body trembling with excitement. A creaky voice came from the house and greeted her, causing her to flinch in surprise. Slowly and carefully she entered the strange house. There was the smell of some kind of medicine everywhere. Many burning candles cast light on the walls. She had never seen such strange rooms. Suddenly her gaze fell on what she had come to this terrible place for. Right in front of her, Adriana saw a potion that was called the Tears of Belladonna. It really existed. It was a poisonous drug, a drop of which could kill a person instantly. The girl decided that if she had it, then her plan for revenge could be carried out immediately. The next second, Adriana looked down sharply, her eyes widening in fear. She got to see the fruits of her revenge on those who hurt her. Her stepmother and her daughter were dead. Yes, it was a terrible thing to do, but she was willing to do anything to get back at them. Not believing her eyes, she looked at the dead bodies of her enemies. Her heart sank, as if she was experiencing joy and horror at the same time. But her celebration was interrupted by the sudden appearance of the gendarme, who called the girl by name. They immediately detained Adriana, suspecting her of committing murder. Once behind bars, Adriana began to scream that she was bullied and had to go through too much in her life. She only wanted to gain the freedom that was unjustly taken from her. Suddenly, Theodore appeared behind her. He knew what sin his young friend had taken on her soul. Burgard did not understand how she dared to commit such a terrible crime and condemned her act. Suddenly, a voice was heard asking her if she was looking for something specific in this house. Returning to reality from her dream world, Adriana hastily replied that she would not dare to do such an act. She was truly frightened by the thought that just recently the girl was determined to kill people. The poison she held in her hands was too radical a solution to her problems. A little more, and she would definitely have made a purchase of poison. But the voice of reason told her not to do this. It's good that the girl's common sense still prevailed over her emotions at that moment. After all, if she poisoned Sharon and Marianne, then nothing would really change, and the ending of her fate would be the same as in the original plot of the novel. Adriana was determined that she must avoid this at all costs and keep her intentions under control. However, she admitted that she could no longer tolerate humiliation. She wanted them to disappear forever. At that moment, 2 guys from the street called out to her, offering to join them. Of course, Adriana immediately refused their advances, saying that she did not need it at all. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind, which did not bode well for these guys. They didn't even have time to ask who it was and why he was talking so rudely, as Burgard had already approached them. Adriana joyfully recognized her friend in this gentleman. He again and again comes to the aid of our heroine. Adriana asked Mr. Burgard how he ended up here, and how she knew that she needed help. Burgard strictly ordered the scoundrels not to touch Adriana, warning that he was not responsible for the consequences if they did not listen. He ordered the guys to leave immediately, and in their place, no one would have objected. Not even a few seconds had passed before the 2 scoundrels disappeared. They knew that they were dealing with a serious opponent. The guys promised that this would not happen again and hastily ran deep into the city. It was dangerous for Adriana to be here so late without security, and Burgard strictly warned her against such walks. He said that he was in charge of the demons of the Dark City and promised to be on guard. Burgard assured the girl that he would not let her get hurt, as he promised. Adriana just listened to him in silence. Her feminine heart was filled with excitement from his words. She understood that this demon saved her life again, but she was a human. Then why did he care so much about Adrian? Soon they entered a night establishment, where the owner of the night bar was already waiting for them. The barmaid greeted Burgard. It was clear that he was a regular guest of this cozy place. Adriana saw her for the first time, but Burgard had known her for many years, and this girl was also a person. The establishment was a tavern, where among the visitors there were both people and demons. Burgard found a free place for them, and they quickly settled down to have a little dinner. Adriana was served tea and a sandwich, which was very welcome, because she had not eaten anything for a long time. The barmaid seemed to Adriana to be a very welcoming girl. She generously treated the newly arrived guests. After a short pause, she asked if the visitors liked her treats. Adriana couldn't believe that she was actually seeing a person in front of her, right in the middle of demons. She directly asked why the girl decided to work in the Dark City, and on the night shift at that. She explained that the tavern is a neutral zone where people and demons are forbidden to start scandals and fights. But suddenly, just at that time, a quarrel broke out between 2 men at the next table. Drunk patrons insulted each other despite warnings that such behavior would not be tolerated in the tavern. Burgard immediately went to that table to stop the quarrel and remind him that this was a neutral zone. The hostess assured that such clashes happen from time to time, and you also gradually get used to them. In gratitude for his help, Burgard was immediately offered free mulled wine. During the conversation, Adriana learned that everyone calls this tavern the Elixir, and that safety is guaranteed here for both people and demons. Burgard called the tavern owner too frivolous, although a brave girl. Gradually, the conversation became livelier. Adriana was glad that Burgard had brought her here. Under Burgard's protection, she felt completely safe, especially after all the grief she had experienced. Adriana suddenly asked if Burgard wanted to know why she was here so late. Burgard replied that he would not mind if, of course, the girl was ready to talk about it. Adriana admitted that she allowed her anger to take over and almost did something terrible. Of course, she understood perfectly well that her actions would only worsen her situation. However, the girl hoped that her action would make people at least see the injustice towards her. Burgard listened carefully to her confessions. It was strange to see a fragile girl talking about murder. For some reason, it seemed to her that no one would understand her, and that she shouldn't even try to explain her feelings. Adriana even decided that her brother was unable to understand her intentions. Burgard, suddenly interrupting the lady, warned her against rash actions that are carried out on emotions. He felt his truth and maturity in the words of this girl, but he understood that she was mistaken in many ways. Burgard patted her on the head like an older brother and decided to praise her for her wisdom. He also added that she behaved very well all this time and was worthy of respect. Such words, of course, touched the girl because she completely trusted him. She was very pleased to hear Burgard's praise, and it did her honor in view of his position among the demons. In the end, Adriana decided not to give up and go to the end, despite all the difficulties. Finally, a general decision was made that it was time to finish dinner and disperse. Besides, Adriana was already falling asleep. She had experienced too much today. The girl was very tired. She could barely sit in a chair without falling over without memory. Burgard should have picked her up and carried her to some spare room for the night. Having learned that there was a free room on the second floor, Burgard decided not to delay it. Burgard would give the impression of a kind, caring person if he were not a demon, in which case, does it make much of a difference? He carried Adriana as carefully as he could so as not to wake the girl. He understood that after the stress she had experienced today, Adriana needed deep sleep. He laid her on a soft bed and covered her with a warm blanket. Burgard admitted that he had been thinking a lot about Adriana lately. There was something mysterious about her. He suddenly remembered her words that now the girl realized a complete misunderstanding of her feelings on the part of her loved ones. But still there was someone who was able to understand not only her feelings, but also the motives of all her intentions. Now Adriana can sleep peacefully because Burgard would never leave her here alone. If necessary, he will protect her from anyone, even from people, even from demons and monsters. Finally, Adriana fell into a deep sleep and it was safe to leave her for a while. The owner of the establishment asked Burgard if he was going to stand there all night. He replied that he had to make sure that a suspicious guy didn't get to Adriana. She jokingly remarked that he himself sometimes reminded her of a suspicious type from whom the girl should be protected. Burgard understood her hint and immediately explained that Adriana was like a younger sister to him. The girl didn't want to stop and said that they usually don't look at sisters with that look. The next morning, when Adriana woke up, she immediately announced that she would work off food and lodging for the night. Burgard tried to dissuade her, but she insisted and argued that she had to thank everyone for their help. The barmaid said that Burgard could pay for everything himself, and she had absolutely no need to put any effort into it. Adriana strongly objected that one could not constantly rely on Burgard's help. Without hesitation, Adriana set to work, which was familiar to her. She was confident in herself and her ability to quickly clean up the mess and prepare breakfast. After a short time, she had already finished all the planned tasks, which she cheerfully announced to her friends. In addition to cleaning the establishment, she managed to prepare tea and sandwiches for her friends, serving them on the common table. Burgard looked at her in complete bewilderment. He still could not believe that the girl was really feeling well. Her behavior impressed him, although it was a little strange for her high title. Adriana's culinary skills were truly amazing, as if she were a professional chef. Adriana thanked everyone for the fact that her friends spoke so well of her success. Everyone liked the food and the girl was the center of attention. After hesitating a little, Adriana directly asked Burgard if he liked the food he had prepared. The owner of the establishment explained that Burgard usually does not speak directly, but it was obvious that he really liked everything. Adriana watched in awe as her savior ate the breakfast he had prepared for her. To prove that everything was very tasty, Burgard asked for more. These words became the best gift for her, and the surest confirmation that the mistress was right. Adriana happily replied that she would immediately give him another portion. At that moment, the last thing in the world she wanted was to return home. She was already used to being here. The girl only dreamed of her freedom from her unloved family and palace intrigues. She wanted to feel like a normal, happy girl, and not a cornered animal. It would be great to stay here and work in the tavern, making use of your skills. She immediately imagined how Burgard and Ken could visit her, and she would cook for them. She would instantly forget about both Marianne and Sharon with her eternal obscenities, like a bad dream. And she would also like to forget about the war that is being waged between people and demons forever. The girl dreamed of a calm and serene life. She did not crave anything special. Burgard unexpectedly announced that he could help her fulfill her dream. He seriously invited the girl to stay if she so desired. Having heard Burgard's words, the girl did not know what to answer so as not to offend him. Burgard repeated his offer, emphasizing that she could live in the room at the top of the tavern. He understood well her desire not to leave this secluded corner, but was this possible now? Adriana was grateful and honestly admitted that she would be glad to stay, but today this is impossible. Very soon Theodore must return from training and she must wait for his return at home. Before his arrival, Adriana had to protect the Duchy of Crescendo from the impending threat. This means that, despite her desire, the girl could not agree to Burgard's proposal. She explained that a war between humans and demons would inevitably break out in the near future. According to her knowledge, the demons will be defeated in this bloody battle. At the same time, our heroine foresaw the tragic fate of Burgard awaiting him in the future. Knowledge of the plot of the novel has long served as her support. She always knew future events in advance. She clearly understood that the events described in the book were predetermined. If she had not interfered in what was happening, as the heroine from the original story did, then she would not have to worry about the fate of the duchy. But now Adriana was determined to find a way to avoid the inevitable death that awaited her heroes in the plot of the novel. She firmly stated that she would not allow herself to fall victim to fate and would do everything to change it. In the meantime, having expressed gratitude for Burgard's offer, it was time for Adriana to continue her journey. Having accepted her decision, Burgard assured the girl that she could always go back whenever she wanted. After this, the demon Burgard again put his hand on Adriana's head, carefully speaking words of instruction to her. Together with the tavern owner, they will always be glad to see her here, and let this serve as moral support for her in the most difficult moments of her life. Adriana thanked Burgard and was already preparing to head out, when suddenly the unexpected happened. Milja and Jen, faces familiar to us for a long time, were looking for Adriana again and finally found her here. It's strange, what are these two scoundrels from the Marin organization doing in this establishment again? The tavern owner tried to politely ask them to wait since the tavern had not yet opened. Milja rudely pointed the weapon in her direction, declaring that she should leave immediately and not disturb them. According to her, they are not going to stay here, but came here on important business with Adriana. Burgard reminded them that the tavern was a neutral zone where violence and weapons were prohibited. If they try to cause trouble here, they must be immediately prepared for the consequences. Representatives of Marin tried to smooth out the conflict and announced that they were not going to start a fight. Adriana recognized them as the same people from the House of Marin who attacked her last time. Of course, they immediately began to make excuses, saying that they had a serious reason for that attack. Finally, they revealed all their cards and said that it was Marianne who asked them to bring the girl home. Adriana could have expected anything, but not this news, since when did her stepmother start taking care of her? At this time, an atmosphere of anticipation reigned in Adriana's house today. There was a special guest in it. The second prince of the empire, Leopold, was noticeably worried about Lady Crescendo's delay. Those present agreed that the reason for her long absence was completely unclear. Leopold said that he invited Lady Crescendo, but received a message about her poor health. Marianne assured the prince that she had already sent her people for her daughter, and she was about to return. Meanwhile, our heroine was already rushing at full speed towards the house. She was very close. At this time, everyone was ready to meet Adriana due to recent events. The situation was a little tense. Prince Leopold also expected the girl's arrival along with all her relatives. Maid Leia politely asked if the prince would like another cup of tea. Finally, the doors of the house opened, and our heroine appeared on the threshold, apologizing for her lateness. She officially greeted Prince Leopold, not forgetting to mention his high status. Leopold was incredibly happy about Adriana's return, but tried to behave with restraint. He immediately inquired about Adriana's well-being, and was noticeably concerned about her recent illness. Adriana replied that she was fine and that was not the reason for her absence. At that moment, the prince asked about the invitations that he sent to Adriana, but this was the first time the girl had heard about it, which she confessed to the prince. Apparently, Duchess Marianne did not tell her anything about this. Deliberately concealing the letters, it was in her style. Leopold carefully, but very clearly explained to Marianne that this act was a concealment of information. He warned Marianne against such tricks because they could be regarded as a criminal offense. Sharon was outraged by Leopold's statement. It seemed to her that this was complete nonsense and that they would not be held accountable for it. Of course, our heroine already understood everything. The personal letters that the prince had been sending to her all this time were simply stolen from her. Marianne, understanding the seriousness of the situation, promised to take Leopold's words into account and promised not to repeat this in the future. Leopold, changing the subject, turned to Adriana with an invitation to ride horses in the coming days. The trouble is that she still didn't know how to ride a horse, so it would be strange to accept such an invitation. However, after hearing that Sharon would also be participating in the horseback ride, Adriana agreed to attend. This gave her the opportunity to answer for all the past actions of her half-sister and at least restore some justice. A few days later, the young people met at the appointed time at the hippodrome. Everyone admired Lady Elvint's horsemanship that she demonstrated. Leopold praised the girl for her next magnificent jump. He was generous with compliments. Elvint, in turn, thanked Leopold for the pleasant compliment. Leopold then asked permission to leave for a while, leaving the girls alone for a short time. Sharon at that moment tried to force her horse to move, but it stubbornly stood still. The horse did not pay attention to Sharon's commands and thereby put the girl in an awkward position. Elvent approached her with an offer to try jumping on a horse. Sharon, although with some hesitation, agreed to this invitation, wanting to show off her skills in front of the prince. It was clear how she hid her real emotions behind a mask of politeness, but Lady Elvent was always considered very perceptive and was able to see through it. Adriana did not take part in the horse riding, but only watched the others from the side. She was impressed by Lady Elvent's courage and skill, and her admiration was hard to miss. Lady Elvent was confident in her abilities, and this was reflected in her gaze. Leopold, returning back, asked Adriana if she was going to join them. Lady Elvent, hearing that the girl did not know how to ride, was surprised at the acceptance of this invitation. Leopold was also surprised when he learned that Adriana did not have the slightest experience in this craft. He offered to personally teach Adriana how to ride if she so desired. However, the girl knew that everyone would just stare at them and did not really want to attract women's envy. The day promised to be eventful, and Adriana felt growing excitement. Leopold recommended straightening the shoulders and loosening the bridle slightly, so the horse will behave more calmly. The prince praised her for her success, noting that for the first time it was a very good result. Adriana understood that her success largely depended on the support of His Highness and was grateful to him for this. An unexpected noise behind her made Adriana flinch. It seemed that the girls were seriously jealous of our heroine. Following this, she unexpectedly told Leopold that she could now handle it herself. Was she really learning that quickly? Lady Elvent asked if Sharon would like to join her and ride around a bit. It was clear that Sharon was only interested in Leopold right now, but couldn't she just stare at him all day? Elvent once again suggested taking a walk while His Highness was busy teaching Adriana. She wanted to arrange a race in which they would start at the same time, and the winner would be the one who came to the finish line first. In addition, the girl will ask His Highness to become a judge in these races. Sharon, of course, agreed to this tempting offer, because this way the prince's attention would be focused only on them. Adriana was relieved that she could now be alone for a while. The competition between the two girls could distract Prince Leopold from his annoying courtship. And our heroine will finally be able to simply enjoy today and the wonderful weather. Yes, no matter how strange it may sound, competitions were to Adriana's advantage because horse racing itself did not interest her. Adriana saw that the prince stuck to her like a bath leaf, and this obsessive courtship slightly tired her. Suddenly, her gaze rushed towards Lady Sharon. Was she really hiding something in her clenched palm? Adriana had an alarming thought that her stepsister was planning to commit some kind of vile act. Adriana's premonition did not deceive her. The girl really wanted to take revenge on that arrogant rider. Meanwhile, Leopold announced the start of the competition by loudly giving the girls the command to start. Lady Elvent immediately spurred her horse and took the lead, leaving her rival behind. Sharon just shouted after her that she couldn't win with such weak skills. While trying to overtake Elvent on a bend, Sharon noticed how arrogantly this rider was carrying herself. The next second, the horse under Lady Elvent suddenly reared up, throwing the rider to the ground. Leopold jumped up in horror and loudly shouted to Elvent if she was alive, trying to comprehend what had happened. Everyone around was screaming and calling for help. The ambulance was on its way to the hippodrome. Adriana knew for sure that it was all her stepsister's fault. It was Sharon who was to blame for what happened. The girl decided to eliminate her rival in the most insidious way. The thought flashed through Adriana's mind that Sharon might have pricked Lady Elvent's horse with a hairpin. This was precisely the reason for the unexpected fright of the horse, which threw off its rider. Without a doubt, this was a very vile act on her part, but such vileness was already familiar to her. Adriana decided that she could wait no longer and it was time to act. Sharon will soon get to her if she doesn't take decisive action. Once home, Sharon told her mother that Lady Elwent had broken her leg and would not be able to leave the house for several months. Marianne responded by asking why there was such a risk, because someone could have seen her, including Prince Leopold. But the girl was not new to this matter and believed that she would certainly go unpunished. However, her main concern was still the elimination of Adriana, whom she hated all her life. Sharon admitted that she could no longer tolerate Adriana's insolence and intended to put an end to it. Every day, Adriana became more and more disobedient, which caused her serious anxiety. Previously, they wanted to portray Adriana as a fool and then marry her to a rich man, but she is unlikely to accept such a fate. Sharon came to the conclusion that it was necessary to get rid of Adriana once and for all. Marianne immediately objected that she was Adriana's stepmother, not her mother, and that getting rid of the Duke's daughter would raise suspicions. She feared that such a situation could damage the family's reputation and jeopardize the future of their son Rudolph. Sharon was offended by her mother because she refused to intervene in the situation despite all her daughter's suffering. Marianne tried to calm the angry girl, but she was already determined to act. Without paying any attention to her mother, Sharon headed to the place where she intended to find a means to carry out her plan. At this time, Adriana was lying on her bed. She was resting after all the recent events. Leia, entering her room, asked with interest how her meeting with Leopold went. The girl replied that the prince was the first to show kindness to her, but their relationship could become dangerous for both of them. Leopold's interest in Adriana could lead to her becoming the crown princess, but our heroine knows what this will lead to. Seeing Leia's abrasions, Adriana became furious and was once again convinced that her stepmother was cruel and heartless. Yes, Leia was indeed punished for interceding and helping her owner escape. Adriana asked Leia if she was in pain at that moment, but she replied that it was all nothing. Adriana firmly promised Leia that she would never let anyone hurt her again. Leia was touched by these words and thanked the young mistress for her support. Later that evening, Sharon went alone to the dark city. The streets of the city were swarming with bandits and thieves. They scurried in all the nooks and crannies of the dark streets. The men watched intently as Sharon walked past, standing out from the crowd. Of course, the girl felt uncomfortable in this place, but she understood that it was ideal for finding what she needed. One of the bandits tried to talk to her, although the girl was unlikely to like it. She sharply declared that she was a real aristocrat, but the guy did not immediately believe her. Marin behaved boldly. In her eyes, there was that same contempt for commoners that cannot be hidden. One of the guys whispered to his comrades that this was the same girl that Mr. Burgard had forbidden them to touch. The girl said that in a normal situation she would punish them, but she would turn a blind eye to this case if they helped her. She then said that she was looking for poison and asked the guys if they knew where to get it. Sharon did not have to wait too long, and soon the coveted bottle of poison was delivered to her. The guy immediately warned that even one drop of this poison could kill an adult man. Frightened, the guys even said that they didn't need money. They just wanted to forget about the conflict that had happened. These guys confused her with Adriana, and they probably wouldn't want to get involved with Burgard again. At that moment, Maron remembered her childhood, when she was the daughter of a poor baron and no one even noticed her. But now, everything will change. Sharon thought with gloating that this poison would help her get rid of Adriana. She imagined how she would soon become the only lady in the entire duchy. Then Prince Leopold will appreciate her importance. This is what she wanted most of all. Burgard was shocked when he heard the news of what Adriana had acquired in the Dark City. The thought that the girl had acquired poison made him think twice about who Adriana really was. I would like to find out what that aristocrat looked like, and most importantly, whether she had dark hair. The guys who told this news immediately shook their heads, answering that the aristocrat had red hair, and her eyes were like foxes. After these words, Burgard became wary, because Adriana had dark hair, which means it was not her. Tears of belladonna were the deadliest poison in their city, and were usually used only by murderers. Why did that aristocrat need it? And why did she decide to go for this drug alone? He suddenly remembered the girl's words that she hoped to force the people around her to reconsider their unfair attitude towards her person. Whatever one may say, Burgard was still seized with a bad feeling he had to find out this question personally. Without wasting a minute, he headed to Adriana's house, hoping to find her at his place. Waking up from the noise, Adriana looked around. What was it? At the first moment, she decided that a heavy branch had fallen from the tree. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to explain the knock outside the windows. Suddenly, Burgard appeared before her eyes, and the girl asked in amazement what this gentleman was doing here. Burgard was quick to reply that he didn't want to wake Adriana, but he had an obligation to check if she was okay. The girl lived quite high up, but this was not a problem for demons, especially since demons see well in the dark. At that moment, Adriana heard a story from him that some red-haired aristocrat had acquired a strong poison in the city. He suggested that it could be Adriana because the girl was really going to buy poison not so long ago. She easily admitted that she wanted to buy it some time ago, but at the last moment she decidedly changed her mind. The strange thing is how he knows about the poison, and why he came to her with this question at such a late hour. Burgard understood the seriousness of the situation and wanted to find out more information. Adriana immediately told him that she knew who could have acquired this poison for themselves. Burgard immediately asked Adriana to tell him the name, and then he would deal with this aristocrat. Adriana asked if she told him his name, then whether the demon could secretly help her in one dangerous matter. The poison was indeed very dangerous and should not be used thoughtlessly. Such treatment could cost lives. Burgard exclaimed that one mistake could lead to irreversible consequences because such a poison simply does not have an antidote. However, if our heroine does not take advantage of this situation now, then it is unknown when another such opportunity will present itself. She again turned to Burgard with a request for help. Would he really refuse her this? He understood well that refusal would not change anything, and this girl would not back down, and it would be better to keep an eye on her personally. He agreed to help, and this answer made the young girl rejoice with joy. True, Burgard agreed to help Adriana on one condition: she must promise that she will not expose herself to danger. Adriana assured Mr. Burgard that she would fulfill his promise and would be on alert every minute. A few days later, many guests gathered in the house. Small talk was going on everywhere. As usual, everyone was dressed in luxurious outfits. No one wanted to seem worse than the rest. Marianne expressed her concern to the guests about Adriana's approaching marriageable age. Then someone mentioned that Adriana was seen in the Dark City the other day, and everyone was puzzled as to why she went to such a dangerous place. After all, a well-mannered girl should never have appeared in such places. Yes, Marianne used this situation only as an excuse, and for this she directed people from Marin's house to search for the girl. But if she expected that our heroine would get away with it, then she was very mistaken. All the guests were shocked to learn that Adriana went alone to the Dark City. For some reason, Marianne continued to assure everyone that the girl acted very frivolously. At that moment, our heroine decided that she would never allow her stepmother to judge her in front of everyone. Princess Celine, noticing that Adriana was crying, asked if she was okay. Suddenly, Adriana, turning to all the guests, admitted that she had really been in the Dark City. The guests were even more surprised by Adriana's confession, although they did not understand what this act was about. The girl hastened to explain that she had a really important reason for this. Everyone around was perplexed as to what reason could have made Adriana risk her life. Our heroine told about the same pendant that once belonged to her mother. She explained that she lost the pendant during a kidnapping a few days ago in the Dark City. She also added that this is the only thing that remains to her as a memory of her mother. Of course, her words aroused sympathy among the guests and Princess Selina, who was sitting next to her. The girl openly admitted that she went to the Dark City to find the pendant, despite all the danger. Selina was shocked by Adriana's courage. She had never met such brave girls before. Suddenly, someone present asked if the pendant was the only thing left in memory of the former Duchess. This was a very pertinent question, because after the death of her mother, Marianne got rid of all the things that rightfully belonged to her. These words caused heated discussions among the guests. They could not believe that the stepmother could do such a thing. The guests began to whisper, suggesting that the stepmother was behaving somehow strangely towards Adriana. Many knew that Marianne had previously been the wife of a poor baron, and that her daughter Lady Sharon was not the Duke's own daughter. However, together with her daughter Sharon, she enjoyed all the privileges, introducing herself to the nobility as the lady of the House of Crescendo. Watching her stepmother and her daughter, Adriana realized that she had managed to hurt their pride. Sharon, overcome with anger, was indignant at herself after such a daring step from her stepsister. She was annoyed that Adriana dared to humiliate them in front of people and discredit the honor of the family. She promised that she would take revenge on Adriana, and one proven remedy would help her with this. A few days after the reception, the house was in full swing with activity. The servants were busy cleaning and preparing for the holiday. Everything had to be perfect by the time the reception began. Sharon, commanding the servants, demanded perfect work from them and behaved like a mistress. Suddenly, Marianne approached her, asking if she had forgotten to review the guest list. Sharon confidently told her mother that she had already checked everything and added that Prince Leopold would also be present, so everything had to be perfect. At that moment, her younger brother Rudolph appeared from behind the door and asked his sister to feed him. Sharon quickly told her little brother that she was too busy right now. In her place, Adriana would never have done this because a child is much more important than everyday trifles. Meanwhile, Sharon continued to consult with her mother as if nothing had happened, asking which ribbon was best to choose for decoration. Rudolph realized that no one would study with him and wandered into another room in disappointment. Passing by one of the offices, he saw that the door to it was not locked. Curiosity got the better of him, and he looked inside to find out for himself. To his surprise, he saw Adriana there, all alone reading a book. Rudolph exclaimed what she was doing here and why she was left out, because everyone in the house was preparing for the event. In addition, he also complained to the girl that he was very hungry, and Sharon and all the maids forgot about him because of preparations for the holiday. Suddenly, Adriana replied that she was forbidden to leave her room before the guests arrived, but it was clear that she did not like to carry out someone's stupid orders. And since there was no one else to look after her brother, she suggested that Rudolph secretly leave the house and buy him something tasty. For little Rudolph, such a trip would be the first in his life, and of course, he would really like to go to the city now with his sister. The boy, delighted at Adriana's offer, immediately agreed, without fear that they might be noticed. After some time, they were already sitting in a cozy establishment where Rudolph happily ate delicious food, forgetting about his sorrows. At that moment, Bergard entered the cafe and, seeing Adriana with Rudolph, was very surprised. Despite Adriana's carefree appearance, he directly told her that she had lost her mind for bringing a child to the dangerous dark city. Adriana reminded Bergard of his recent words that she was in no danger in the dark city. Bergard, without changing his opinion, said that children have no place in such dubious establishments. Amanda, the owner of the cafe, jokingly stood up for her guests, scolding Bergard for his shamelessness and demanding that he not interfere with her business. Rudolph, having had his fill of the treats, said that it was the most delicious dish he had ever tasted. Amanda immediately responded by praising Adriana for her ability to choose good establishments. She offered more, but Adriana refused, explaining that she did not want to abuse her hospitality. Almost immediately after lunch, Rudolph began to feel sleepy and quickly fell asleep right at the table. Adriana explained that today had been very busy and the boy was just a little tired. Suddenly, the girl remembered why else she came to this establishment today, and the matter was extremely serious. She asked Bergard if the antidote they had previously agreed on was ready. Besides, she wanted to know the truth, whether Bergard supported her plan or still had doubts. Bergard responded by looking into the young girl's eyes, trying to find out whether she fully understood the seriousness of her intentions. He already guessed that it was too late to convince the girl, and leaving Adriana alone with danger would be wrong on his part. At the last moment, Bergard nevertheless offered her his help. He could personally destroy this poison, and then it would be impossible to find it in the Dark City. Adriana, rejecting his proposal, calmly replied that she was capable of defending herself and her good name, although in fact Bergard's proposal was much safer and would not have caused any shocks. Realizing that persuasion was useless, he kept his word and took out what he promised to bring to the girl. Adriana looked at the bag of potion with bated breath, realizing the inevitability of her decision. She understood that she was risking her life, but she was ready to do it in order to finally deal with what was preventing her from living in peace. Bergard, foreseeing the noise and unrest in society that her action would cause, warned our heroine about this. She silently took the bag containing the antidote from Bergard's hands and assured that she had already taken care of everything. Bergard warned that he would certainly intervene if she suddenly did not wake up, even against her will. He couldn't let her die and was willing to do whatever it took to save her. His main priority was still Adriana's safety, not anyone else's opinion. Suddenly, Adriana turned to Bergard, saying that she was most worried about Rudolph's future now. She understood that she could not leave Rudolph to his fate, because he was also part of her family. Bergard, seeing Adriana's concern for her brother, asked if she was going to abandon her plan because of this. But Adriana, having already made her choice, stated that she was ready to take responsibility for her actions and therefore once again asked for support. She looked at Rudolph with love. He was the dearest person in the whole world to her, and she would do everything possible to protect him. Soon they went for a walk around the fair. Rudolph was completely happy and ran merrily along the shopping arcades. Seeing the bright balls, he was eager to buy them and enthusiastically called his sister. The next second, the boy immediately ran up to the balloon seller and bought himself a funny, inflatable toy, which he liked so much. And then he suddenly approached Bergard and handed him the purchased toy, saying that it was a gift for him. The little boy smiled widely and sincerely thanked Bergard for bringing them to the fair. Then he accidentally let slip that it was his sister Adriana who asked Uncle Bergard to say so. But one way or another, the boy sincerely did not want Bergard to give up this little surprise. Bergard, touched by Rudolph's care and Adriana's openness, could not refuse and accepted the gift. After this, Rudolph suddenly announced that he wanted to buy another ball, and having received approval, he cheerfully ran to the same seller. Bergard saw how joyfully this boy was spending his time, but Adriana said that it was time for them to return. She said that her stepmother places great hopes on Rudolph, and that is why he spends most of his time in the house. Adriana also told Burgard that she wanted to show Rudolph the world, or at least a small part of it, and she was glad that she was able to do this today. Burgard noted that he and Rudolph have something in common. They are both good at escaping from home. Soon, the day of the reception arrived, and Lady Sharon's house was full of guests. Everyone around congratulated the happy owner and wished her the very best in life with all their hearts. The servants were ordered to escort Prince Leopold to the second floor, where he would meet Lady Sharon. After pleasantries with the guests, Sharon went upstairs, where she saw the prince sitting alone. Lady Sharon, with a slight curtsy, greeted Prince Leopold and expressed her gratitude to him for honoring her home with his presence. She politely asked how he liked the food and struck up a casual conversation with him. But suddenly, Prince Leopold unexpectedly asked where Lady Adriana was, because he came here, among other things, for her sake. Lady Sharon, a little confused, replied that Adriana was not participating in the celebration. Prince Leopold, surprised by this answer, asked if Lady Adriana had not come to her sister's birthday party. Lady Sharon, trying to justify herself, explained that she and Adriana were just half-sisters. She also added that Adriana has not liked her since childhood. Prince Leopold, not expecting such an answer, was noticeably surprised by this news, because such an attitude was not typical of Adriana. He carefully hinted to the girl that everything could be completely the opposite, and most likely, it was Lady Sharon who did not have warm feelings for her stepsister. Leopold recalled that Countess Crescendo always appears in society accompanied by her own daughter, and not Adriana. The prince then asked ironically if Lady Sharon was the true lady in this house. Lady Sharon, unable to contain her emotions, exclaimed that Adriana simply did not want to be near her mother. She explained that her sister constantly remembers her late mother and believes that only she was the real Duchess. In addition to this, Lady Sharon noted with bitterness that Adriana openly ignored her mother. Here, Prince Leopold revealed all his cards and said that he knew how Lady Sharon had withheld invitations from the prince to various events from Adriana. Previously, he had only some doubts about this, but now everything became clear to him. He sadly concluded that there were serious problems in Lady Sharon's family. After this, disappointed that he did not meet Adriana, the prince decided to leave the house, and there was no need for him to stay here. Sharon, not wanting to let him go so easily, began to loudly convince the young prince of the opposite. But Leopold, in response, only politely thanked her for her hospitality and quickly said goodbye. Sharon, unable to contain her offense, suddenly exclaimed that she had not told him everything yet. Of course, such a cold attitude from the prince hurt her feelings, and she urgently needed to come up with something. In a fit of anger, Sharon blurted out accusations at our heroine, accusing her of deceit and self-interest. The girl quickly came to her senses, but it was too late, and besides, Leopold immediately noticed that Sharon stopped calling Adriana sister. The guest tried to slightly diffuse this situation, saying that he understood her feelings because he himself did not have a warm relationship with his older brother. However, the prince honestly said that not a drop of ducal blood flows into Sharon because she is not the natural daughter of the late Duke of Crescendo. Yes, this phrase completely broke the young girl's heart. It was difficult for her to listen to these words. Leopold, in turn, not wanting to continue the tense conversation any longer, said goodbye and left. Left alone, Sharon recalled the prince's words with bitterness. She felt betrayed and deceived. In a fit of anger, she decided to herself that she would destroy Adriana for all the suffering she had caused. At that moment, Leopold had already left the house, and the servant was very surprised to see the prince returning so soon. Leopold, trying to hide his true feelings, briefly explained that he could not meet with Adriana and only encountered narrow-minded people. The carriage with Prince Leopold left Crescendo's domain and headed back to the castle. All the way, Leopold was haunted by Sharon's words regarding her half-sister Adriana. He was tormented by bitter resentment for the injustice and cruelty with which Adriana was treated in the castle. At this moment of memory, one episode from his deep childhood surfaced. When he was very young, the prince asked his older brother to read a book to him. Young Leopold, clutching a heavy volume in his hands, ran up to his brother and handed it to Claudian. He still clearly remembered the look his older brother gave him. There was something unkind in this look, something incomprehensible to little Leopold. Then the elder brother, patting him on the head, suddenly offered to read to him in the room. There was some kind of understatement or even a hidden threat in his words and tone, but due to his age, Leopold could not understand it. It turned out that Claudian's mother had already told Claudian more than once not to approach the first prince. Returning home, this scene was repeated again, but Leopold tried to object, saying that Claudian was his brother. The Empress suddenly began to convince her son that in the future, Claudian could become an obstacle that needed to be gotten rid of. She forbade Leopold to become attached to his brother and stay away from him, without hiding her hostile attitude towards Claudian. The little prince, unable to understand the cruelty and injustice of his mother, wondered why he could not communicate with his brother. The Empress reminded him that he must protect and take care of Selena, because he is her older brother. In response, Leopold, with sadness in his eyes, whispered that he also wanted to have an older brother. Until now, the prince could not understand why his mother called him and Claudian different and forbade them to communicate. In addition, the prince also remembered the words of his father, who said that in this world you must always strike first, otherwise you yourself will become a victim. At that moment, the prince wondered what Lady Adriana would do in this situation, because she would have to make a difficult choice. Prince Leopold never managed to find out the answers to many of the questions that haunted him. At this time, Adriana, Burgard, and Rudolph were already completing their walk. Adriana shouted to her brother that it was time for them to return home, otherwise Mariana would start to worry. Suddenly, Rudolph heard loud screams of children, as if a fight had broken out in the distance. He saw with horror how a group of children surrounded the little demon and threw stones at him. The next second, Rudolph, without hesitation, intervened in the fight and asked what these children were doing. One of the bullies asked him who he was and why he decided to stand up for the demon. The children explained to Rudolph that the demon was an evil creature and that it needed to be driven away. But Rudolph, who met the demon at the fair, did not believe them and said that he had not done anything bad to anyone. Angry, the children suddenly attacked Rudolph and one of them prepared to throw a stone. Adriana, seeing this, immediately intervened in the fight and tried to separate the children. At that moment, one of them threw a stone at Adriana and it hit our heroine in the head. Burgard, who was nearby, did not have time to react to this in time and save the girl. Despite the pain, Adriana tried to remain calm and not show her feelings. Then she said that it was just a scratch and it didn't hurt her at all, wanting to smooth things over. Alarmed by Burgard's behavior, she asked him not to scare the children or look for reasons for conflict. But Rudolph, seeing how the scoundrel threw a stone at his sister, became angry and threatened that he would not leave this unpunished. He loudly shouted to the evil children that they were real aristocrats and had the right to protection. The little demon was surprised by such protection from people because he was only used to bad treatment of himself. Adriana once again reassured everyone, saying that her wound would heal and further proceedings could bring many problems. She turned to Burgard with a request to shelter a little demon who also suffered at the hands of children. Burgard, touched by Adriana's concern for the demon, happily agreed to do everything possible. He promised that he would take the boy home and asked Adriana to be careful on the way home. It was painful for Adriana to look at this little demon who, despite his essence, was the same child as people. She remembered how she herself had once experienced similar treatment because of her origin, and now sympathized with these creatures even more. After that, Adriana approached Burgard and apologized for the behavior of those children. She said that it is unacceptable to bully a child even if he is a demon because origin does not matter. Burgard, understanding her condition, said that she had nothing to ask for forgiveness for, since hostility between people and demons had long become the norm. He added that demons are also not known for their friendliness towards people. These words were bitter, but there was some truth in them, and Adriana could not but agree with it. Left alone, the girl thought about Burgard's words about his hatred of people. However, she was tormented by the question of why he was always so kind to her and Rudolph, because people have always been and remain enemies to people. She remembered how many times Burgard had come to their aid, risking his life. Did these memories contradict his words about hating people? Or was he missing something? Adriana began to realize that Burgard actually had different feelings for her. How else can we explain such a warm attitude towards our heroine on the part of the demon? But, of course, she was very afraid to ask him about it, for fear of hearing the truth. Burgard, meanwhile, went into his own world, where he was much more familiar than in the world of people. After some time, Adriana and Rudolph arrived safely at their home. The maid Leia immediately offered them tea. She was always very welcoming to Adriana. But suddenly, the girl in response asked to simply put the cup on the table, saying that she was not in the mood for sincere conversations right now. Leia was surprised by this behavior because usually she was not used to seeing her mistress in such a gloomy mood. Not wanting to intrude, Leia politely said goodbye and left, leaving a cup of fresh tea in the room. Adriana was left alone. She really didn't look like herself. The girl knew that in the future she would have a difficult conversation with Burgard, but she was determined to find out the truth. The aroma of fresh tea filled the entire room, evoking an atmosphere of comfort and tranquility. Having taken a small sip, our heroine enjoyed the taste of the drink, unaware of what would happen next. Suddenly, there was a loud sound from her room, like something falling on the floor. Frightened, Leia's maid, who was nearby, hurried to find out if everything was all right. At that moment, Leia saw in horror what happened to Adriana when she opened the door to her room. The girl lay unconscious on the floor, and a broken cup of tea lay next to her. Panicked, Leia screamed for help and reported Adriana's unconsciousness. Mariana, hearing Leia's screams, at first did not understand what was happening and what was happening there. She looked at her daughter, who continued drinking her tea, seemingly unperturbed. At that moment, Marianne had a terrible realization that Sharon, her own daughter, was involved in this incident. Sharon, who had been calmly waiting for this moment, responded to her mother's suspicions with a smirk on her face. She, without hiding her satisfaction, invited Marianne to leave the room. Sharon was ready for this development of events and was looking forward to this moment when she could finally get rid of her rival. With eerie joy in her voice, she said that her sister had finally lost consciousness. Count Kenneth, having learned about the imminent death of Lady Adriana, could not believe his ears. His assistant confirmed that Lady Adriana had indeed suddenly collapsed and died. Kenneth could believe in anything, but not in this ridiculous death. How is this even possible? After all, just recently he saw Lady Adriana alive and well, and now she is no longer there. The young man remembered their last meeting when the girl offered him cooperation. Her words and smile were so sincere that he couldn't even think about anything bad. The death of Lady Adriana was the most terrible news for him in his entire life. He could not leave this tragedy without an investigation, and Dale completely agreed with his opinion. Earl Kenneth ordered his assistant to immediately begin a secret investigation into Lady Adriana's death. He understood that it was a murder, but who could order it and carry it out? Count Kenneth was sure that Lady Adriana's death would benefit someone, and he intended to find these people. He could not calm down until he found out the truth about the death of this young and talented girl. The news of Lady Adriana's death quickly spread throughout the kingdom. On the day of the funeral, many people came to see her off on her last journey. A grave silence reigned in the hall, which was occasionally broken only by the quiet crying of Adriana's friends. The relatives present whispered among themselves, not understanding how this could happen to a young girl. In the center of the hall stood a heavy coffin in which Adriana's lifeless body lay. Everyone around was perplexed how such a beautiful and smart woman could die at such a young age. Lady Crescendo, surrounded by condolences, tried to hold back her tears and thanked her for their support. At this time, Sharon noticed that Prince Leopold and Princess Selena entered the house. Selena, having learned about the death of her friend, was in despair and could not hold back her tears. Prince Leopold, barely able to contain his emotions, came closer to Adriana's coffin. He saw the face of the deceased young girl right in front of him, and pain sank in his heart. Suddenly, Lady Sharon called out to him, acting unusually cheerful for such a mournful atmosphere. She greeted the prince with joy, as if completely forgetting about her bitter loss. Leopold, outraged by her behavior, reminded her that her sister had died and asked how she could behave like that. He also asked a direct question about how she would behave if her own sister died. Lady Sharon, embarrassed, began to stutter and say that she was actually very sad too. At that moment, Selena, unable to hold back her tears, sobbed over the coffin of her best friend. She had a hard time saying that she couldn't believe Adriana's death and that it was a huge loss for her. Prince Leopold, like everyone else, could not believe Adriana's death. He looked at her lying in the coffin, and it seemed to him that she was just sleeping and was about to wake up. A young girl in the prime of her life suddenly passed away, and it was incomprehensible. Leopold wanted to touch her cold, lifeless face with his hand for the last time. At that very moment, Marianne sharply shouted to him that he should not touch the deceased. She explained that Rihanna died from an unknown illness, and there was a risk of infection. Leopold, not understanding why measures were not taken to determine the cause of death, asked why not invite the court physician to perform an autopsy. In response to this, Marianne only said that the girl was not yet married, and therefore an autopsy was not allowed. Prince Leopold, hearing these words, realized that they were hiding something and he should find out what it was. But he couldn't change anything, because Adriana was dead, and he needed to act much earlier. Heavy thoughts and feelings immediately surged into the heart of the young prince, realizing that there were conspirators in this story. However, he clearly understood that nothing would bring her back, and this made it even harder for him. Looking at the girl again, Prince Leopold seemed to see the ghost of Adriana in front of him. She asked him not to grieve and not to burden her soul with his experiences. In his thoughts, Leopold turned to Adriana, regretting that he was not aware of her plight. He assured that if she shared her experiences with him, the prince would definitely come to the rescue. In response to his mental appeals, Adriana's vision asked if he could really help her. Next, she reminded Leopold of his hesitation between her and Sharon, because of which the girl could not fully trust him. Leopold, stricken with panic, desperately tried to assure her that he never wanted to use her in his games. He swore that he actually had the most sincere and warm feelings for her. Leopold wanted to say those very cherished words, but these words seemed to be stuck in his throat. He couldn't bring himself to say them while Adriana was closely watching his every move. Something invisible seemed to prevent him from opening his heart to Adriana. But why was he so timid? In a state of confusion, Prince Leopold continued to talk to the ghost of Adriana. Suddenly, she uttered her last words that it was too late to change anything. Leopold, fully realizing his mistake, began to loudly ask Lady Adriana for forgiveness. But at that moment, the vision disappeared, and the prince found himself alone in an empty room. He was in despair and could not believe that Adriana was no more. She had gone forever into oblivion. In fact, Lady Adriana was still lying lifeless in the coffin, and everything that happened was just a figment of Prince Leopold's imagination. At this time, Lady Sharon and Marianne noticed him from afar and watched him closely. Sharon, visibly worried, asked her mother if the prince suspected something was wrong. Marianne reassured her daughter, saying that Lady Adriana was already dead, and now Sharon became the only heir to the dukedom. She added that Prince Claudian would most likely wish to marry her, as it would be beneficial for his kingdom. Marianne was sure that Sharon would certainly marry the prince, which means that their goal would be achieved. She promised her daughter that their life after this marriage would be the happiest in the world. She also continued to reassure Sharon that no one would look down on her anymore. Sharon was sure that she would now become the leading lady of the Duchy of Crescendo, because Lady Adriana was no more. At this time, Burgard outside the window was waiting for an opportune moment to act. Although he knew how to proceed, he still did not want to rush and risk Adriana's life. The antidote should really help, but if it fails, Burgard will do everything possible to save her. Time is running out and soon he will have to take decisive action. At that moment, he heard Marianne announce the start of the funeral ceremony. The stepmother believed that it was necessary to hold the funeral as soon as possible, before Adriana's body cooled down. She was good at putting on a tragic appearance, and at first glance seemed to be the most unhappy woman in the world. At that moment, a strange figure appeared on the threshold of the house, attracting the attention of everyone present when she was about to begin the funeral. Marianne, stunned by the stranger's sudden visit, shouted after him who he was and why the guards did not stop him at the entrance. The stranger, without answering questions, intended to immediately make his way to the coffin with the girl's body. The stepmother did not stop trying to understand what the hell this unknown person was doing in her house, and on such a day, recognizing the stranger as Count Kenneth Relampago, she asked why he came to her stepdaughter's funeral. She did not understand the Count's motive for such an act, and of course began to ask him these questions. Count Relampago, as if not hearing her reproaches, walked even closer to the coffin and looked at Adriana's pale face, without taking his eyes off him. He could not believe that this beautiful and cheerful girl would never smile at him again. Kenneth, having difficulty holding back tears, could not believe what had happened, but the reality was such, and it was impossible to argue with it. Suddenly, he noticed a strange smell in the room, which seemed familiar to him. A poison came to mind in his memory, which was called the Tears of Belladonna. It was considered deadly, and its recipe was known only to demons. Kenneth thought that Adriana was poisoned with this poison, and his guesses turned out to be true. He remembered how Dale had recently talked about a girl who had recently appeared in the Dark City according to her external description. She looked suspiciously like Sharon. Kenneth, gripped by a premonition that something was wrong, suddenly shouted loudly that Adriana's body could not be buried. Marianne, indignant at his words, exclaimed with rage that he was allowing himself too much. She reminded him that they had just lost a loved one, and they had no time for his dubious theories, but suddenly Leopold stopped her with a confident gesture. The prince listened carefully, as Kenneth insisted that there was something suspicious about Adriana's death. He demanded an investigation because he did not believe she died of natural causes. Marianne could not understand why Kenneth was arranging this farce, and called his demands senseless. At this time, Lady Sharon entered the conversation, who was extremely annoyed by Kenneth's proposal. She screamed that her half-sister was dead, and no investigation would bring her back to life. It seems that the opinions of the people present changed dramatically, and the Count's words no longer seemed so absurd. Unable to contain her anger, Sharon gave the order to immediately bury Adriana. But suddenly, to everyone's horror, a woman's voice was heard from the coffin where Adriana lay. Waking up, Adriana asked in a weak voice if Sharon was really going to bury her alive. Unexpectedly for everyone, the next second Adriana rose from the coffin, making it clear that she was alive and did not intend to give up. Adriana, having recovered from the poisoning, turned to her half-sister Sharon and asked what she would do if she came back to life. Everyone present was shocked that Adriana had come to life. Count Kenneth could not believe his eyes. Just recently she was lying dead in a coffin, but now they have witnessed a real miracle. Lady Sharon, frightened, covered her face with her hands and sobbed loudly, still not believing what had happened. Mariana also couldn't believe her eyes. Was this really possible? Adriana gradually came to her senses and realized that she had managed to survive. Lady Sharon, unable to cope with her emotions, was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Her mother looked at our heroine and was unable to understand how this could happen, because she was sure that Adriana was dead. The girl, realizing her sister's villainous plan, loudly said that she would not forgive her for the attempted poisoning. She was determined to get revenge on Sharon for everything she had done. Adriana reminded Sharon that she had been poisoned by the tea she had prepared for her. Lady Sharon desperately wanted it all to be just a terrible dream, but the reality was cruel. Adriana was sure that her plan to expose her sister had been successfully implemented, and now she could only watch further events. Adriana, overcoming her weakness, extended her hand to Sharon and invited her to drink the tea that she had specially prepared for her. She assured her sister that the tea was very tasty and she would definitely like it. Sharon screamingly refused the offer and forbade anyone to approach her at all. Her behavior suggested that she had lost her mind, and Burgard, who had been watching outside the window all this time, understood that the plan had worked. Adriana, despite her sister's protests, continued to argue that she must answer for her crime. She, looking like a ghost, frightened Sharon with her pale appearance and persistence. Sharon, gripped by fear, could not move and only silently looked at her revived sister. At this time, Adriana approached her from behind. She was determined to restore justice. Sharon, not understanding how this was possible, realized with horror that her plan to kill her sister had failed. In despair, she began to shout that she had personally poisoned Adriana and did not understand how she managed to survive. This confession, heard by all those present, left no doubt about who exactly attempted on Adriana's life. It became clear that it was Sharon who poisoned her sister, because she herself had just admitted everything. She could not believe that the poison, which promised to be a surefire means of killing, did not work. Marianne, stunned by her daughter's words, tried to bring her to her senses and not expose herself. But Lady Sharon, gripped by panic, suddenly reported that there was poison left in her room and asked Marianne to give it to her stepdaughter so that she could not wake up again. These words became the final proof of her guilt, and the last doubts were dispelled. Adriana, listening to Lady Sharon's confession, realized that she had achieved her goal. Lady Sharon realized that she had made a mistake by saying too much, but it was too late. Addressing those present, the girl cheerfully announced that Lady Sharon had confessed to attempting to kill her. She asked all her friends to witness this loud revelation. Prince Leopold, along with everyone else, confirmed that he had heard Lady Sharon's confession. He was then joined by Count Relampago and Celine, who also witnessed the event. Burgard also heard well how Lady Sharon herself admitted everything, although she was in a panic at that moment. Watching all this from afar, he clearly understood that Adriana's plan had indeed succeeded. Princess Celine happily hugged her friend and praised her for her courage and determination. Burgard, with mixed feelings, realized that Adriana risked her life but achieved justice. To everyone's relief, Adriana woke up and could now prove the fact of attempted murder on the part of her half-sister. The next day, our heroine met with Count Kenneth. They had one important matter to discuss. It's amazing because just yesterday there was a coffin with Adriana's body standing here, and now everyone looked with joy and relief at the living and healthy girl. The Count exclaimed in surprise that Adriana faked her death in order to catch the criminal, and did it surprisingly competently. He wanted to know how she managed to pull off such a difficult task alone. The prince also asked why Adriana did not warn him about her plan in advance. Adriana, always confident in herself, knew how to answer the prince's questions. She uttered a phrase that if you want to deceive the enemy, then first you should deceive your friends, which later became famous. She then admitted that she wasn't actually alone all this time. Adriana said that she was helped by a person, without whom she would not have been able to carry out such a complex operation. However, she did not reveal the identity of her assistant, maintaining the intrigue. The girl told Kenneth that her mysterious assistant promised to save her in any case, even if she did not wake up in time. It became clear that it was he who organized the reenactment of her funeral from start to finish. Intrigued by such information, the Count wanted to find out who this mysterious man was, but she refused to reveal his name, citing confidentiality. Kenneth objected that Adriana was no longer his client, and therefore was not divulging any secret information. But the girl was adamant, and it became clear that this fact would remain a secret for a long time. The Count recalled that this well-known poison was fatal, and even the antidote could not guarantee success. This means that our heroine's plan was indeed very dangerous. He expressed his opinion that Adriana could solve her problem in other ways without risking her life. But Adriana knew exactly what she wanted and was ready to take any risk to achieve freedom. She explained to Kenneth that she had long ago lost all rights in the Crescendo house due to her passive behavior. In addition, Adriana understood that even if she had declared a threat from her loved ones, no one would have believed her. In fact, she had long suspected that her stepmother and her daughter wanted to kill her. The only strange thing is why Adriana did not immediately turn to the Magnolia Trading House for help, back when Lady Sharon and Marianne were plotting against her and trying to get rid of her. Adriana herself explained this by saying that faking her own death was the only way to protect herself. She told the Count that otherwise no one would listen to her, not even Kenneth himself. The Count, after thinking a little about the girl's words, still agreed with her. He said that even Magnolia, who could fulfill any client's wish, could not help her in this situation. However, Kenneth stated that Adriana could at least try to seek help in secret from her stepmother. The girl did not doubt Magnolia's power, but continued to assert that in her case they would not have been able to help. Magnolia simply would not risk her reputation by helping a girl who everyone thinks is crazy. After all, this is exactly the light in which Marianne and Sharon have been portraying her all this time. On the other hand, if our heroine had not appeared in Magnolia in person, she and the Count would never have met. Earl Kenneth was saddened that he could do nothing to save her. And it was strange, because so many friends gathered for Adriana's funeral, but none of them were with her in difficult times. The Count, cheering up a little, added that he had been investigating all the time and helped prove the crime. Of course, this is the least he could do for the girl, but this act on his part is also very important. He played an important role in exposing the killer and modestly noted that he was glad to help Adriana. He wanted to tell her more, but Kenneth held back, knowing that now was not the right time. In his thoughts, he admitted to himself that he experienced extreme fear when he saw her lifeless body. This event made him rethink his attitude towards Adriana and figure out his true feelings for her. Kenneth realized that his interest in her went far beyond mere curiosity. The Count was grateful to fate for giving him a second chance, and now he did not want to miss it. By the way, at this time it became known that a trial initiated by all the nobility would soon begin over Miss Sharon. The Count also took part in the investigation, and the criminal had already confessed to committing the crime, and the evidence of her guilt was undeniable. The court increased the punishment for Sharon, given that she used objects associated with the demonic race for her criminal purposes. Adriana, reflecting on the incident, understood that Marianne could not stop her daughter from committing a crime, but it was not possible to prove her direct involvement in the attempt on Adriana's life. Although it was clear that Lady Sharon knew about the poison added to Adriana's tea, Lady Sharon herself, having survived, was pleased that she managed to avoid punishment. As a result of the scandal, Marianne was temporarily deprived of her status, and by order of the imperial family, she was banned from appearing in society. Adriana believed that such a punishment was completely justified and fair. She was glad that she was able to defend her family's honor and save her life. Count Relampago nevertheless expressed his bewilderment at Adriana's kindness to her stepmother. He reminded her that Marianne was involved in the murder attempt and knew everything perfectly well. Adriana responded by explaining that Lady Sharon was the mother of her brother Rudolph, and she did not want to separate them. She promised not to take any action against Lady Sharon if she behaved calmly. Abruptly changing the topic, Adriana turned to Count Relampago with a proposal to discuss important issues. She reminded him that she was now a representative of the House of Crescendo, and their conversation could have great implications for the future of his business. The Count, intrigued by her proposal, asked to clarify what exactly was being discussed. Adriana explained that she needed supplies of cotton fabric to restore production in her family manufactory. In exchange for Count Relampago's help, Adriana offered to turn a blind eye to the fact that he had taken advantage of her mother's inexperience in a previous transaction. This unexpected proposal took Count Kenneth by surprise. He clearly did not expect such a pragmatic approach from the young girl. Count Kenneth could not help but admit that Adriana is an extraordinary and confident girl. Just recently, she was on the brink of death, but now she is ready to fight for her future and for the future of her family. Realizing that Adriana's offer could be beneficial for his business, Count Kenneth agreed to negotiate. The next day, the weather was beautiful, just right for relaxing outdoors. Prince Leopold, sitting on a bench near the house, reflected on what had happened the day before. He recalled all the events that led Adriana to her eventual death. The image of the coffin with the body of a young girl, which he had seen in her house, resurfaced in his memory. Leopold felt anger and a thirst for revenge towards those who were guilty of this. At that very moment, his mother, the Empress, approached him and confused his thoughts with her visit. Leopold did not notice her approach as he was immersed in deep thoughts. The Empress asked her son what he had been doing all this time while he was here. It was clear that she also wanted to tell him something, but did not yet dare to start a conversation. Leopold, seeing his mother, was a little embarrassed by her unexpected appearance. The Empress snapped her fingers and ordered the servant to immediately bring fresh tea. The girl bowed and replied that his order would be carried out this minute. The Empress again asked her son why he was here alone and did not warn anyone about his absence. Leopold, trying to hide his feelings, muttered that he was just reading a book. But the Empress did not believe him because she saw that all the time he had not turned a single page. Leopold, realizing that his mother was watching him, felt uneasy. The mother, noticing her son's excitement, assumed that he was still experiencing the events that took place in the Duchy of Crescendo. She could not believe that Lady Sharon Crescendo was capable of such a base act. The Empress believed that after such a scandal, the marriage of their son to a representative of this family was impossible. Leopold, disagreeing with his mother's opinion, objected that an alliance with the Duchy of Crescendo could be beneficial for the empire. He recalled that there was another unmarried lady in the duchy who could become his wife. Leopold believed that Lady Adriana, unlike Lady Sharon, who was not directly related to the deceased duke, was a more suitable match. The Empress, thinking about her son's words, said that she had heard about this girl. She remembered that Lady Adriana spent many years in seclusion due to illness, and could not imagine that this fragile girl could be involved in the tragic events. Leopold argued that Lady Adriana was not guilty. She was a victim of circumstances, because it was Lady Sharon who committed the murder of the Duke. Leopold saw in his marriage to Lady Adriana not only an opportunity to strengthen the alliance between the Empire and the Duchy, but also to help this unfortunate girl. The Empress, still doubtful, tried to convince her son that a marriage with Lady Adriana would not bring any benefit to the Empire. Leopold, still disagreeing with his mother's opinion, insisted on his opinion. The Empress, turning reproachfully to her son, suddenly declared that he should not draw conclusions about which he knew nothing. She openly reported that Leopold might be in cahoots with Lady Adriana and was deliberately misleading her mother. Leopold was shocked by such accusations. He could not believe that she could think of him in this way. At this time, the Empress turned the conversation to another topic. She talked about how Claudian had recently gained access to the Elian treasures. In this, he was helped by a certain Lamona Agta, a girl from a humble family, but possessing a rare gift. She understood that in order to maintain control over Theodore, she needed to maintain a relationship with Marianne and her daughter Sharon. By the way, it was thanks to their help that she managed to prevent the title of Duke of Crescendo from passing to Theodore, Adriana's brother. Now that Lady Sharon and Marianne had been defeated, Theodore became the new Duke of Crescendo, and Lamona Agta could take the place of First Lady. The Empress realized with despair that now she had no chance of winning the Crescendo family to her side. Prince Leopold also realized that the mistakes of the past could not be corrected, and now he would have to marry an unloved woman. He bitterly complained that he did not take decisive action earlier when he could still change his fate. The mother, not losing hope for a better life for her son, decided to look for another candidate for a wife for her son. She understood that now there was no point in maintaining relations with the Crescendo family. Therefore, she ordered Leopold to stop all communication with Adriana and asked him to convey this to his sister Selina. Leopold, saddened by this decision, asked his mother to postpone his marriage as he needed time to figure everything out. But the Empress was adamant in her decision, and it was hardly possible to argue with her. She suddenly reminded her son that Prince Claudian would return soon, and they simply did not have time to think. The marriage to Lady Sharon was chosen solely for political reasons, and it was supposed to strengthen their position. However, now marrying Lady Sharon after exposing her insidious plans is completely ruled out. In any case, it was too late to retreat, and now the next decision must be made. The mother noticed that Leopold was badly damaged by the incident and needed time to recover. Wanting to reassure her son a little, she noted that Adriana is not devoid of beauty and is somewhat reminiscent of her own mother. Realizing that Leopold did not intend to retreat so easily, the Empress gave him time to think. Only he must remember that Claudian may consider Adriana as a candidate for his wife. Imagining Claudian and Adriana together, Prince Leopold felt deep despondency. He clenched his fist in frustration, realizing that he could lose Adriana forever. The prince watched his mother leave and frantically looked for a way out of this situation. Only now did he clearly understand what feelings he had for Adriana and how difficult it would be to accept defeat. Leopold finally admitted that Adriana was a wonderful girl, but he realized it too late. Yes, the prince realized his feelings for her only when he lost the chance to be with her. However, he was tormented by doubts could he seriously change something if he were more decisive. Lady Adriana became the new mistress of the house and informed Leia that she had fired half of the servants. Leia was shocked by this decision and asked why Adriana did it so suddenly. Adriana explained that she now runs the mansion herself and needs people who will be loyal to her and not to the former owner, Marianne. She recalled that the girl was always on her side and helped her in difficult times. Appreciating Leia's loyalty, Adriana happily announced that she would be getting a promotion. Leia, excited by this turn of events, asked if they needed to hire new servants. Adriana happily agreed and asked Leia to help her select candidates. Trying to please the new owner, Leia enthusiastically took up this task. She not only helped Adriana hire new servants, but also returned to the mansion things that once belonged to the late owner of the house. During her reign, Marianne removed these things from the interior because she did not like them. Adriana, having examined the renovated mansion, ordered the servants to thoroughly clean it. She also said that the room previously used by Mr. Crescendo would now be occupied by Theodore when he returned home. At that moment, Marianne crept up behind them and overheard the entire conversation. Marianne had great difficulty getting used to her new role because she is no longer the mistress here. She told Adriana that she wanted to give Rudolph's room to him when he grew up a little. Adriana, surprised by the appearance of her stepmother, asked when she managed to leave her chambers, because she had not appeared for a long time. Throughout the history of the house, rooms have been passed from duke to duke, and now Adriana, as the new mistress, can dispose of them as she pleases. However, the girl assured Marianne that another, no less good room would be prepared for Rudolph. Angered by the imprisonment of her daughter, Marianne accused our heroine of now wanting to ruin the life of her son. The girl, trying to remain calm, asked Marianne to behave appropriately. At this time, a young man approached them, who was hired by Adriana for her protection. Adriana, not knowing him, sharply asked who he was and what he had to do with the house. Adriana replied that this man also cares about Rudolph's safety. In addition, she emphasized that it would be better for the boy to be with his duke brother than with his criminal sister. Marianne, no longer able to withstand these words, completely flew into a rage. She ordered the young man to let her go so she could deal with Adriana on her own. Unable to contain her emotions, she angrily turned to her stepdaughter, reminding her of her high position. Marianne accused her of leaving the girl alive, but instead of gratitude, she continues to plot. In a fit of rage, she declared that she should have dealt with Adriana immediately when she had the opportunity. Adriana, remaining calm, listened carefully to the woman's threats and insults. Not wanting to escalate the situation, she asked her assistants to take her to her room. She desperately resisted and continued to shout curses at Adriana. At that moment, the frightened boy Rudolph, Mariana's son, came running to the noise. He looked at what was happening with caution, not understanding what had caused such a quarrel. Adriana, wanting to calm the boy, called him to come closer to her. She understood that Rudolph probably hated her because she was hurting his mother and sister. Of course, these thoughts haunted her, because she sincerely loved this kind boy. More than anything, she wished that Rudolph would not treat her with hostility. Unable to hold back his tears, Rudolph suddenly rushed to Adriana and shouted that he didn't want her to hate him. Adriana, hearing Rudolph's words about hatred, asked in surprise what he meant because everything is fine. She didn't understand what kind of hatred he was talking about and what Marianne had managed to drive into his head. Rudolph hesitatingly admitted that he was the brother of Sharon, who tried to kill the girl. In addition, the boy added that his mother also offended Adriana all her life. Adriana, realizing that Rudolph knew about Sharon's punishment for her crime, tried to calm him down. She explained that although Sharon had committed a crime, Rudolph was innocent and remained a good boy to her. She assured Rudolph that he should not be afraid of her or anyone else's hatred. Rudolph, wanting to be sure of Adriana's words, timidly asked if she was angry with him. The girl, smiling sincerely, replied that she was not at all angry, but rather, on the contrary, she really liked him. Rudolph, delighted with Adriana's answer, exclaimed enthusiastically that he wanted to hang out with her and that tall uncle again. He also looked forward to the delicious treats they ate together. Rudolph suggested that Adriana go to the same cafe again. He would be very happy to repeat the walk. He also wanted them to walk around the square with tall Uncle Burgard. Having learned that his sister was not against it, he happily announced that he was ready to hit the road. Adriana, remembering the incidents of past years, realized that she needed to meet with Burgard. She wanted to thank him from the bottom of her heart for the help he gave her in difficult times. Soon they arrived at their favorite establishment, but Burgard did not expect such a sudden visit. Adriana, wanting to show her gratitude, immediately invited him to take money, jewelry, or any other gifts he desired. But Burgard, without hesitation, refused all the offers that the girl listed. He suddenly said that he did not need money, jewelry, or other gifts for his help. The girl could not understand why a person who risked his life did not want any reward. I must say, she was very surprised and a little disappointed by Burgard's answer, although she understood that his values were different from her values, and that he did not value expensive gifts. Looking at him, Adriana wondered what could be important to Burgard. She sincerely wanted to thank him for his help, but did not know how exactly. At this moment, Burgard suddenly said that he had one unusual request for her. Adriana, who had already decided that Burgard wanted to stop all communication with her, gladly listened to his request. She immediately asked what his request was and promised that she would do her best to fulfill it. Burgard suddenly asked Adriana to be his partner at the upcoming reception. The girl was stunned by such an offer. She could not believe that Burgard wanted to go with her to the reception in the dark castle. After talking with Burgard, Adriana returned home today. She had something to think about. At this time, a maid ran into her and said that the girl had been sent flowers and a dress. Adriana was surprised, because this was already the 5th package with gifts from an unknown sender. The lady, having received another luxurious gift from Burgard, admired its beauty and sophistication. She noted with a smile that in fact it was not she who gave him gifts, but he who gave her gifts, although it was Burgard who was worthy of all kinds of gifts. Leia looked with delight at the beauty of the dress. The shine of the precious stones on it was like a scattering of stars in the night sky. The dress was stunning in its beauty, although Burgard recently sent another pink dress, which was also very beautiful. Adriana, unable to choose, admitted that all his gifts were wonderful, and it would be difficult for her to make a choice. She suggested that this luxurious dress, embroidered with precious stones, could have been custom-made especially for her. Now it became clear why the demon prince, who gave her this expensive dress, is not interested in either money or jewelry. At that very moment, when Burgard unexpectedly proposed to Adriana to become his companion at the ball, she was pleasantly surprised. Burgard, a little embarrassed, apologized for the suddenness of his request. He explained that the underworld hosts an annual ball, but this year he was having trouble finding a date. Offering her a luxurious dress, a carriage, and his company, he timidly said that he would be glad to see her as a couple at this event. Of course, stunned by such a proposal, the girl was not immediately able to answer. She remembered that Burgard always preferred solitude, and it was strange for her to see him so active and persistent. The entire royal family was expected to arrive at the reception, and the guests would be very surprised to see our heroine there, which Burgard honestly warned about. However, despite this, if Adriana agrees, then Burgard will not give up his intention. Amanda was surprised at the risks Burgard was willing to take, but why did he suddenly make such a decision? Adriana, having listened carefully to Burgard, only smiled and shook her head as a sign of her agreement. Yes, the appearance of a person at the reception will cause a lot of controversy among the demons, but who cares? Aware of the possible consequences, they experienced mixed feelings, but the choice had already been made. Soon a carriage was already approaching our heroine's house to escort her to the palace. Adriana was already completely ready and went out to meet Burgard's student who had arrived after her. He was already waiting for her near the house and cheerfully announced that everything was ready to leave. Kiel, smiling, explained that he took responsibility for accompanying her, since this was a very important event. It was clear how much Leia worried about her mistress, but she promised that she would soon return home. Turning around, she wished Leia a good time while she was away and asked her not to worry. A few hours later, they arrived in the demon world for the gala ball. Kiel announced that they had arrived and asked how Adriana was feeling before today's reception. Of course, finding herself in this place for the first time, she experienced noticeable excitement. Burgard, looking out of the castle at that moment, greeted Adriana and was glad of her arrival. He immediately apologized for not being able to meet her in person due to urgent matters and explained that he had sent Kiel to fetch her. Then he extended his hand to the girl, inviting her to follow him. Trying to hide her awkwardness, Adriana politely replied that they got there well and Kiel was an excellent escort. The reception had already started, which meant they had to hurry a little so as not to keep anyone waiting. A minute later, Burgard and his companion headed to the entrance to the banquet hall. Adriana tried to behave freely and openly so as not to give away her excitement. Kiel, in turn, walked a little behind and encouraged the couple that everything would go well. On this day, a festive atmosphere reigned in the castle. Everything around was decorated with bright lights. Many guests were invited to the reception, all of them dressed in beautiful outfits. Burgard, taking Adriana by the hand, led her to the very center of the hall where the guests were gathering. They looked great together. Their images harmoniously complemented each other. Adriana's appearance at the reception immediately attracted the attention of everyone present, as promised. The guests whispered, wondering who this human girl was who came to the demon ball. Many of them had never seen people, and their presence at the reception caused mixed feelings. Burgard, seeing the excitement in Adriana's eyes, quietly whispered to her the words necessary for such cases. He told me not to leave him even a step, and then everything would go without any surprises. Adriana, trying to contain her fear, nodded in response. At this time, solemn music began to play. The invited orchestra was considered one of the best in the kingdom. Burgard, succumbing to the general mood, unexpectedly invited Adriana to dance. But Adriana, having gathered her courage, honestly admitted in response that she could not dance at all. She added with slight irony that she would not make the best dance partner. The girl added that she might even trample his feet if the dance was too fast. For example, last year Adriana once danced with Count Kenneth, and throughout the dance she was constantly afraid of slipping. And now she has to dance with the Crown Prince of Demons, and if she accidentally steps on his foot, she will never dare to go to the ball again. Yes, it's hard to just let go of your thoughts when it's your first time at the ball in the demon world. Burgard, having heard her words, admitted that he himself also did not know how to dance well. He said that in his youth he often skipped dance lessons to practice fencing. He liked these lessons much more. He suggested that Adriana help each other since they both honestly admitted it. The self-confidence that Burgard showed left the girl no choice, and she agreed to try to dance. Adriana only hoped that this ordeal would not last too long. A minute later, they walked into the center of the dance hall and stood opposite each other. The orchestra began to play a new, modern melody, and Adriana once again warned Burgard that his legs might suffer. Burgard calmly replied that he had an excellent reaction and was ready for anything. Admiring his fearlessness, the girl anxiously awaited the start of the dance. The music became louder, and they, holding hands, began to move to the beat of the melody. Burgard suddenly said that dodging legs was no more difficult than fending off attacks in battle. The girl responded with caution and asked if he considered her his enemy. Burgard explained to her that this is a special type of confrontation where he does not want to win. Adriana, intrigued by his answer, continued the dance, trying to guess his thoughts. She wondered what impression she was making on Burgard now. Burgard, as if completely immersed in the atmosphere of the dance, did not notice anything around him. It was clear that our heroine enjoyed this dance and was confident in her partner. She was only a little frightened by the unknown and how her boyfriend's parents would react to her visit. At this time, one of the guests, seeing the dancing couple, spoke about Burgard's late sister. Adriana was surprised, but did not dare ask about it right now. Having finished their dance, Burgard and Adriana finally sat down to catch their breath. After apologizing to his companion, Burgard said that he did not want to impose his company on her. He only reminded that as a prince, he was obliged to open the ball with the first dance. But all the girl could think about was that she stepped on Burgard's foot several times and asked if he was okay. Burgard, wanting to calm the worried girl, hastened to assure her that everything was fine with him. At that very moment, Burgard, much to Adriana's surprise, suddenly sat down next to her. Not expecting such a turn, she quickly took a sip of the drink Burgard offered and expressed admiration for its taste. Burgard explained that this drink is special to demons and is made from rare fruits. At this time, someone's quick, heavy steps rushed towards them. Who could it be? Adriana, not yet having time to notice anything, took a bite of the canapé and noted that it was also very tasty. Suddenly, Burgard saw his father right in front of him and froze for a moment. Burgard's father, appearing as if out of nowhere, silently looked at him and Adriana. At this moment, Adriana involuntarily wondered what goals Burgard had in coming to the banquet with her. After all, right now, standing in front of her, was none other than the ruler of the underworld. The ruler reproachfully said that he did not expect Burgard to appear at these events, much less together with the man. He was extremely unhappy that his son brought a simple girl to the banquet. Adriana, wanting to diffuse the tense situation, politely greeted the ruler. The ruler, not holding back his anger, reminded Burgard that he had broken off his engagement to a girl from a noble family and came to the banquet with a man. He couldn't understand why his son was acting so frivolously. Burgard tried to justify himself, but his father did not want to listen to anything. Adriana, realizing that this was a family conversation, decided not to interfere and simply stood aside. The ruler reminded everyone present that Burgard is the heir to the throne of the underworld and cannot be with a human girl. He believed that Adriana was not suitable for him either by origin or status. Burgard, wanting to introduce Adrian to his father, wanted to start a conversation, but at that moment she stopped him with a gesture. Adriana politely introduced herself, calling herself the eldest daughter of the Crescendo family. She explained that she accidentally met the crown prince and received an invitation from him to a ball, but besides this, the girl admitted that perhaps an ordinary duchess had no place at a reception intended for demons. After listening to her words, the ruler silently noted the pride and courage of this girl. He suddenly praised her for not being at a loss and introducing herself to him with dignity. Yes, not every person was able to behave so calmly and confidently in his presence. He learned with interest that Adriana was a duchess, and this was good news. And then he came up with the idea of taking this noble person hostage, because the emperor would immediately react to this. Burgard immediately reminded that Adriana was his guest, and he did not want her honor to be tarnished. Adriana, supporting Burgard, added that she did not want to participate in any dubious plans. Without holding back his laughter, the ruler expressed doubts about the value of honor, believing that people still treat demons badly. He said that one should not stoop to their level and imitate the base actions of the human race. It seemed to the emperor that the duchess was simply using the girl for her own selfish purposes to find out the secrets of the underworld. Adriana, outraged by this accusation, hastened to assure the ruler that he was mistaken. She stated that there is no romantic relationship between her and Burgard. Burgard simply helped her, and she accepted his invitation to the ball, wanting to express her gratitude. At that moment, Burgard noticed with what dignity and respect his companion behaved towards the emperor. The emperor, after listening to Adriana's explanations, still did not change his opinion. He reminded her that Burgard was the crown prince of the underworld and should not interact closely with people. Adriana, realizing the truth of the emperor's words, thought about the complexity of her situation. She understood that she needed to make an important decision that would determine her future. She repeated once again that there could be nothing but friendship between her and Burgard. In fact, she felt embarrassed in front of Burgard for putting him in an awkward position because of her. Burgard, noticing his companion's concern, hastened to assure her that this situation was not her fault. Then he decisively declared that it was time for them to leave, and they headed towards the exit of the palace. The girl saw the way the ruler watched them go and tried to object, but Burgard did not listen to her. He quietly told her that Adriana had no need to listen to all this, because he did not invite her for these scenes. His father sternly warned his son that he should not repeat Cecilia's mistake and trust people. He reminded him of the sad fate of his sister, who suffered for her gullibility. Emphasizing his position, he loudly declared that he was the ruler of the underworld. This means that his responsibilities include caring for the future of his people. He demanded the same from Burgard, who was to marry a demon girl with a high level of magical power, but he, without listening to his father, left the castle. Once in the courtyard, our heroes sat in complete silence for some time. Burgard then apologized to Adriana for the words she had to hear there. Adriana, wanting to reassure Mr. Burgard, said that everything went much better than she expected. She said that if a demon had come to a reception in the human world, then everything would have turned out much worse. Adriana suggested that in this case a war could even begin. At this time, she suddenly remembered Cecilia, Mr. Burgard's younger sister. Adriana asked him if this was the girl Burgard had mentioned earlier. Mr. Burgard confirmed that Cecilia was his younger sister, who was in love with a man. This confession came as a surprise to Adriana. Some questions immediately became clearer. Mr. Burgard's younger sister was in a relationship with a man, and in the end, it ruined her. Many years ago, Cecilia, unable to hold back her tears, begged her father to allow her to be with her lover. The ruler, angry at his daughter's choice, reminded her that she was a princess of the underworld and could not tie her fate with a common man. He demanded that Cecilia immediately end all relations with him. The ruler believed that the children of demons should be strong and healthy, and for this, they need to marry worthy representatives of their kind. He could not allow his daughter to marry a man and discredit the honor of the family. Unwilling to obey her father's will, Cecilia escaped from the underworld with the young man. Angered by his daughter's act, the ruler sent in pursuit of her. Then a terrible event happened, because right before Cecilia's eyes, demons killed her fiancé. Cecilia was horrified by what had happened. She could not believe that her father was capable of such cruelty. Listening to this story, Adriana did not understand how it was possible to kill a young man in front of his fiancé. The ruler probably believed that his death would force Cecilia to submit to her father's will, and she would return to the underworld. But instead, Cecilia, unable to survive the death of her loved one, decided to take a desperate step. Burgard, having learned about his sister's plans, rushed to the cliff, but it was too late. He saw with horror his sister, who was standing on the edge of the abyss, and began to beg her to move away from the dangerous place. Full of bitterness and resentment, Cecilia reproached him for not coming earlier and saving her lover at this difficult moment. She sobbed, saying that she believed in him. She hoped so much for his help and protection. Cecilia, feeling betrayed and lonely, saw no point in further life without her lover. Burgard, tormented by guilt, tried to persuade his sister not to do something stupid, but his words could not stop her. Screaming that without her beloved her life was meaningless in despair, Cecilia jumped off the cliff. Then Burgard realized his mistake and realized that he should have believed her, supported her, and protected her. He admitted that, sharing the opinion of his father, he condemned Cecilia's connection with a person from another world, considering it unacceptable. But now, when the irreparable had already happened, Burgard realized that it was he and his father, with their prejudices and callousness, who became the cause of her death. Adriana, looking at Burgard, tried to console him and convince him that he was not to blame for what happened. After all, he really did his best and could not foresee all the consequences. Adriana was sincerely sorry for Burgard, understanding the pain and grief he was experiencing. Burgard, feeling truly supported by Adriana, was grateful to her for this. Imagining herself in Cecilia's place, the girl wondered what she would do in the same situation. How would she feel if Theodore was against her relationship with Burgard? But it was not easy for her to answer this question, so she drove away these gloomy thoughts. The only thing she could say with certainty was that she would experience unspeakable pain. Adriana could not even imagine how difficult it was for Burgard to see his sister die at that moment. She said with sympathy that he had witnessed the most terrible tragedy. At that moment, Burgard suddenly turned to Adriana and looked at her in surprise. Noticing the tears in Adriana's eyes, he worriedly asked why she was crying. Embarrassed, our heroine apologized to him and explained that she simply imagined how difficult it was for him now. Burgard responded by admitting that when he first met Adriana, she reminded him of his sister because of her dark hair, which is a rarity in their world. Adriana, surprised by the resemblance to Burgard's sister, asked if she really looked that much like her. Continuing to look at Adriana, he added that he had never seen such a resemblance in his life. However, over time, he realized that this was not entirely true, and Adriana was still different from Cecilia in many ways. Burgard emphasized that she, unlike her sister, is not afraid to risk her life, and is always ready to take on heroic deeds. It seemed to him that Cecilia would never have acted as Adriana did. At that moment, he suddenly gently touched Adriana's face with his hand. This made the girl think about his feelings. Burgard directly asked if the girl was angry with him for bringing her to the reception. This look, fixed on Adriana, was full of warmth and sincere tenderness. Adriana, sensing a change in his attitude, realized that a new feeling had arisen in her heart. Realizing that his behavior could have embarrassed Adriana, Burgard apologized for his excessive courage. She timidly replied that nothing bad had happened, and there was nothing to even apologize for. Still not fully understanding what was happening to him, Burgard decided not to rush things and give himself and Adriana time to sort out their feelings. He understood that Adriana needed to be alone after everything she had experienced and advised her to return home. Then, after a short silence, he offered to escort the girl to the carriage. In addition, Burgard apologized for the fact that our heroine had to listen to insults from his father. He assured Adriana that he didn't want to inconvenience her or ruin her evening. Adriana, touched by his words, replied that he was not to blame for anything, and she did not even think of blaming him for it. Although she agreed with the proposal to postpone all difficult questions until later, when they both could calm down. Stopping at the carriage, Adriana looked around the square, where there were many people and carriages ready to take her home. Soon she was already entering the carriage. Kiel was ready to help her with this. Adriana said goodbye to her today's beau, and with a slight smile reminded him that she did not hold a grudge against him. Quite the contrary, she sincerely thanked him for the invitation to the ball, which became an unforgettable event for her. Burgard was amazed at her simplicity. He did not expect that after everything that had happened, she would talk to him so calmly and friendly. Despite everything that happened, Adriana did not harbor a grudge against Burgard and retained her kindness. Wanting to cheer up Burgard, she finally cheerfully invited him to invite her to the next reception. Burgard was touched by her words. He had never met such wonderful people before. Finally, the carriage rushed off, taking the slightly tired Adriana home. Burgard, watching her go, was left alone with his thoughts and doubts. He understood that he needed to comprehend everything that happened at the reception and its possible consequences. Adriana remembered how kind Burgard had been to her all evening. Could her guesses be justified? But then she remembered that her external resemblance reminded him of his late younger sister Cecilia, and this thought gave her mixed feelings. On the one hand, she was pleased that Burgard treated her with care and warmth. On the other hand, she understood that she did not want to be just a younger sister for him. Adriana already guessed what she felt for Burgard, but she did not yet dare admit it even to herself. Reflecting on the unusual connection between man and demon, she admitted that this had never happened before in history. It is strange that even after the tragic fate of Burgard's sister, he managed to maintain his kindness. Yes, the situation was very difficult, but this is what our life consists of, and we must overcome them. Will our heroine have enough strength and patience to overcome all these adversities and ultimately live a calm life? While she was thinking, the carriage was already approaching the house, and soon she found herself in a cozy, familiar environment. Meanwhile, Burgard, being in an establishment on neutral territory, decided to share the truth with Amanda. He told her about his meeting with Adriana and that he confessed to her that he was similar to Cecilia. The owner of the establishment was shocked by such a confession. She didn't understand why Burgard decided to share this information with Adriana. After all, no girl will be happy to be compared to her lover's sister, instead of seeing her as an independent person. Burgard, trying to justify himself, claimed that he never looked at Rian as a girl. Amanda, of course, doubted the truth of these words and offered Burgard to pour more wine. In fact, having studied Mr. Burgard well, she understood what feelings he had for Adriana. She, as a woman, easily guessed such things, and Burgard understood this in the depths of his soul. However, wanting to hide his feelings, he persistently continued to deny them. Burgard insisted that he and Adriana had simply met by chance a few times, but Amanda knew that these meetings were enough for love to arise between them. She reminded Mr. Burgard that the first meeting is always accidental, but this does not mean that nothing can grow from it. The owner of the cafe cited the example of the story of her brother and Princess Cecilia, whose first meeting was also accidental, but deep feelings followed. She hintedly asked if he thought that in his case everything could develop in the same way. After this, Mr. Burgard suddenly asked Amanda if she held a grudge against him. Amanda did not immediately understand what he was asking about and what kind of wine he was talking about. Next, Burgard openly admitted that he was involved in the death of Amanda's younger brother, and she knows about it very well. Amanda, waiting for these words, calmly replied that this tragedy was not his fault. She emphasized that he did everything possible to save her brother, but unfortunately it was too late. Burgard listened carefully to Amanda's words and was afraid to interrupt her. It seems she finally managed to convince him to stop blaming himself for her brother's death. At this time, Amanda, recalling her first meeting with Burgard, realized that they had a lot in common. However, the girl sadly understood that even the most powerful prince of the underworld could not resurrect the dead. The main thing to remember is that her brother was happy with Princess Cecilia when they were together. Besides, he chose his own path and lived the way he wanted, regardless of other people's opinions. In a conversation, Amanda admitted that after the death of her brother, she was overcome by rage. The girl wanted to avenge her brother, and for this at that moment she was ready to do anything. It was this desire for revenge that led her to the underworld, where she met Burgard. Without holding back her emotions, Amanda exclaimed that an ordinary person like her could not compete with the powerful demon prince. Burgard could have easily killed her, but instead he spared her life and even helped her by opening a tavern in the underground city and ensuring her safety. Amanda gratefully acknowledged that Burgard was not her enemy but her benefactor. She jokingly called him a bore and reproached him for constantly dividing everyone into people and demons, not wanting to see them as just living beings. But Burgard, not sharing her point of view, stubbornly insisted that her brother's connection with the demon led to the tragedy. The truth was that they had both lost loved ones, and this grief should unite them, not divide them. The cafe owner firmly believed that they were not enemies, destined to hate each other because they belong to different races. Rather, on the contrary, they are comrades in misfortune, bound by a common pain. And perhaps her brother, despite all the condemnation, was happy because until the very end he remained true to himself and his love for Cecilia. These words from Amanda made Burgard think. He realized that his anger and resentment were preventing him from seeing the truth. Perhaps he should reconsider his attitude towards demons and towards people who are capable of love despite any prohibitions. And finally, you should stop reproaching yourself for what happened, because what happened still cannot be changed. Amanda reminded him that life is not eternal and should not be wasted on sadness. The girl carefully asked Burgard if he regretted wasting so much time in empty melancholy. Burgard, still immersed in his pain, replied that he had no right to happiness. He is unable to forgive himself for not being able to protect and save his beloved sister. At that moment, he remembered the words Cecilia said to him before her death. She accused him that he would live happily only if he erased her from his memory forever. Yes, Cecilia did not forgive him for her death and cursed him forever. These words are forever imprinted in Burgard's memory and torment his soul to this day. Meanwhile, life went on as usual in Adriana's house. She sat at the table and drank tea, trying to escape from disturbing thoughts. Sitting next to her at the table was Rudolph, who was in a good mood. Suddenly, the maid Leia, being in the room, heard a loud cry from her mistress Adriana. She ran into the room and saw tea spilled on Adriana's dress. The girl, trying to calm Leia down, assured her that everything was fine, and the tea had already cooled down. Rudolph also caringly asked his sister if she was okay, and she replied that everything was fine. She just dozed off a little. The maid Leah, noticing her mistress's sleepiness, assumed that she was overtired from running the family business. At this time, the stepmother unexpectedly entered the room. She turned to Adriana reproachfully and noted that she looked very tired. In her opinion, the girl spends too much time at home and does not participate in the affairs of the company. Mariana asked her stepdaughter if her lack of experience affected her business. Adriana, agreeing with her, admitted that her knowledge was really not enough. However, she hastened to reassure Marianne and said that she should not worry. After all, her brother Theodore is expected to return soon, who will help her in everything. Upon learning of what had happened, Theodore decided to finish his studies early and return to officially accept the title of Duke. She added that now Marianne does not need to worry about the family business, since Theodore will take care of it all. It was noticeable that Adriana had long since become accustomed to her new role as mistress of the house. At this time, Rudolph's voice was heard. He asked his sister who Theodore was. Adriana explained that Rudolph was still very young when Theodore left, and therefore may not remember him. Rudolph was surprised to learn that he had an older brother and would return soon. Adriana saw that her brother was delighted with this news, because every child wants to have an older brother. Adriana thought about how the relationship between Theodore and Marianne would develop. At this time, Kenneth was going to an important meeting for him. He carefully selected a tie from the many options in his wardrobe. Finally, he turned to his assistant Dale for help, asking which tie would be best. Dale politely replied that all ties are good, but Kenneth has been choosing a tie for an hour, and there is very little time left before the meeting. Realizing that Kenneth was already late, he exclaimed in horror why Dale didn't warn him earlier. Dale replied that he constantly reminded the Count of the need to prepare the mansion in advance for the arrival of his bride and free a room for her. Kenneth interrupted Dale, saying that this was not necessary, since everything was much more complicated than he expected. In his opinion, it would be much more profitable for the lady to become the Countess of Relampago than the wife of the second prince, who would be drawn into political intrigue. And they are already planning to drag the Prince of the Underworld into an intertribal conflict. This information became known to him only recently. Knowing such information was in the order of things for Kenneth, because he has been working in this business for a long time. The Count concluded that he was not in such a losing position. However, winning Adriana's heart with just her status and wealth will not be easy. He understood that she was not the kind of girl who was attracted to relationships based on profit and self-interest. Dale carefully reminded the Count that in the presence of Adriana, he loses all his confidence. Kenneth, having listened to his remark, noted with a grin that he himself was thinking about the same thing. But feeling sincere sympathy for Adriana, he could not change his approach. Next to her, he lost all his self-confidence and could not behave calmly and prudently. At this time, preparations for the Count's visit were in full swing in Adriana's house. The table was set with exquisite dishes, and an atmosphere of anticipation and excitement reigned in the air. Kenneth was greeted with cordiality and treated to delicious tea. The atmosphere was conducive to a sincere conversation. Finally, the Count, gathering his courage, announced the purpose of his visit. He said he wanted to continue the conversation they had started earlier and finally make his decision known. At that moment, an unexpected event occurred. Our heroine's cup of tea fell out of her hands. Count Kenneth noticed that something was wrong with Adriana and loudly asked if she was okay. He immediately called the servants into the room to help Adriana come to her senses. To his horror, Adriana, as if losing her mind, grabbed a piece of porcelain from the table, and it was unclear why she needed it. The next second, Adriana swung the fragment, bringing it to her throat. Kenneth, having time to react instantly, grabbed Adriana's hand to prevent the worst from happening. Adriana herself was in a state of shock and did not understand what she was doing. The young man, trying to calm Adriana, loudly called her name. He asked what was happening to her and why she wanted to hurt herself. Adriana, waking up from her stupor, muttered that she did not want to do anything and asked for forgiveness for her behavior. Count Kenneth, still worried, said that he would remove the fragment himself and asked Adriana not to scare him like that again. Adriana was confused and did not understand why she committed this dangerous act. She only remembered that she was holding a fragment of a broken cup in her hand, and besides, the girl almost fell asleep in front of Count Relampago. Apart from these flashes of memory, she did not remember anything, including the motive for her action. At this time, Count Relampago informed Leia, who had come running, that he had already removed the large fragments, but he would also need to remove the small ones. The maid, Leia, anxiously asking if her mistress was hurt, received a calming answer from the Count. Realizing that this had already happened to Adriana, she asked the Count in surprise if she had really broken the cup again. Count Relampago confirmed her guesses and noted that recently, Adriana often falls asleep on the go and looks very tired. Leia, agreeing with the Count's observations, expressed her concerns about the young girl's condition. Adriana asked the Count in horror what she wanted to do with the fragment of the cup. Kenneth assumed that she wanted to commit suicide, as crazy as that may sound. He had never experienced anything like this, and couldn't believe what was happening. Was she really going to plunge the shrapnel into her throat, but why? Kenneth was shocked by Adriana's words about the recent strange incidents that had happened to her. He asked the girl to tell her a little more about this. Adriana, lost in thought, began to remember the events of the last few days. She described to Kenneth that she was constantly sleepy during the day, both during work and during lunch. And at night, when she goes to bed in her bedroom, for some unknown reason, she wakes up already sitting in the guest room. She went to the doctor, but he could not help her and only shrugged his shoulders. At first, Adriana thought it was all due to fatigue, but now she began to doubt it. Remembering those terrible seconds when she almost committed suicide, Adriana realized that if it weren't for the Count, she would no longer be alive now. Yes, if Count Relampago had not stopped her then, it would have been scary to imagine the consequences of the incident with the fragment. Kenneth suddenly asked Adriana if it was true that she had recently fired most of the servants and hired new people. Adriana confirmed this information and added that she was present during the selection of new servants. However, not wanting to appear suspicious, she did not carefully check each candidate for the role of servant. The girl simply trusted their IDs, hoping that there would be no traitors among them. The Count immediately invited her to check all the new arrivals, not excluding the servants. He recalled how she almost died at the hands of an attacker and admitted that he could not survive her death. Remembering that terrible day, he said with a trembling voice that he would never want to see her lifeless body again. Now Kenneth was determined not to let anyone harm this girl. Adriana assured that Sharon, who attempted to kill her, is now behind bars and does not pose a threat. She explained that the girl would not be able to contact anyone or meet in person. But the Count, without letting up, expressed his concerns about the Duchess, Adriana's stepmother. He recalled that Marianne, by order of the Emperor, was serving her sentence in prison. However, the Count was not sure that this would prevent her from finding a way to contact someone and organize an assassination attempt on her stepdaughter. Adriana responded by suggesting that if she died, suspicion would in any case fall on Duchess Mariana. She recalled that after the incident in the palace, everyone was closely monitoring the Crescendo family. As a result, the girl decided that it was not worth risking Rudolph's future, since his mother's notoriety would certainly affect his future life. At that moment, Kenneth realized why Duchess Marianne was still in their house. Yes, Adriana really only took in the Duchess because of her little brother. After all, she was well acquainted with the pain of losing loved ones, since in childhood, she herself lost her mother. Count Kenneth, after listening to Adriana, said that he understood the motives for her actions, but he suggested that someone else might be behind Duchess Marianne's actions. Kenneth feared that the real culprit might go unpunished. He carefully asked if there were other suspects in the attempt on her life, maybe someone close to her. Adriana did not understand Count Kenneth's hint and asked him to explain. Count Relampago put forward a new theory and suggested that one of her close relatives could be behind the assassination attempt. He insisted on investigating this case to the end and finding the true culprit. After all, her brother Theodore is one of the closest associates of the first prince of the empire, Claudian. At the same time, Adriana, as he noted, became close to the second prince of the empire, Leopold. The girl listened carefully to the Count's reasoning, trying to understand what he was driving at. She asked in surprise whether the current emperor had not yet appointed an heir to the throne. The Count confirmed her guesses and explained that the emperor still had not decided who exactly to give the crown to, the first or second prince. Some people may not benefit from Theodore returning to the city, which is an ally of the first prince. The Count recalled that Theodore should soon take the title of Duke of Crescendo. Thus, according to the Count, the assassination attempt could have been carried out due to the fact that her brother supports the first prince in the fight for the throne. Adriana, although she found the Count's assumption rather strange, could not exclude such a possibility. The young people continued the investigation, trying to find out as many details as possible about what was happening. During the conversation, it became clear that family quarrels, the cause of which was inheritance, were not limited to simple curses. The Count warned our heroine that by interfering in the affairs of her brothers, she could become an innocent victim in this story. He said that the person who is threatening her life may be much more dangerous than she thinks. Adriana was shocked by this warning and found it difficult to understand how to get on the trail of the customer. She suddenly admitted that she had naively hoped that all problems would be solved as soon as her brother returned. But instead, the situation only worsened and the clouds only got darker every day. She realized that what was happening did not correspond to the plot of the original story, and it seems that it was her direct intervention in the storyline that changed the course of events. The girl realized with alarm that the story went beyond what was prescribed by the author. In this regard, she turned to Count Kenneth with a request to provide her with a favor as the owner of the Magnolia Trading House. She asked him to conduct a thorough investigation and find out as much information as possible about all the servants working in the castle. And by the way, she was ready to pay any money just to ensure her safety. Kenneth, with a grin on his face, said that these were the requests he expected. That same night, Adriana carefully prepared to carry out her plan. She knew they had a lot of work to do and needed to be very careful. Turning to her maid Leia, Adriana asked her to carefully monitor what was served on the table. Leia, determined to help, assured Adriana that she could rely on her completely. After wishing the maid good night, Adriana went to bed, feeling a little calmer. At that very moment, a strange figure flashed in the dark corridor of the castle. It became clear to Adriana that all the warnings that the Count expressed to her were coming true. Prince Leopold, who had been experiencing incomprehensible anxiety since the morning, could not shake off bad forebodings. Even while talking with his mother over a cup of hot tea, he could not hide his anxiety. The mother, wanting to reassure her son, started a conversation about his future. She said that Claudian would be returning to the palace very soon. In this regard, the emperor will definitely resume the conversation about conferring the title of Crown Prince. This means that it is important to carefully prepare for his arrival and make every effort to do so. Turning to her son, she asked if he was listening to her carefully. However, Leopold, lost in his thoughts, was far from the topic of conversation. Suddenly coming to his senses, he belatedly replied that he was listening to her carefully. At this moment, the Empress, having learned that Leopold had rejected the invitation of a high-ranking duke, reproached him for cowardice. She recalled how important it is to enlist the support of allies in anticipation of the arrival of the first prince. Ignoring her son's absent-mindedness, the Empress continued to eagerly share her plans. Leopold, feeling tired, interrupted her and admitted that he was very tired. He timidly suggested that this important conversation be postponed to another time. Then, without waiting for his mother's answer, he hastily got up from the table and went to his chambers. The Empress, despite all her severity, was never able to stop Leopold. She just irritably asked the maid how the agreed-upon business was going. In response to this, the maid timidly replied that everything was going according to the prepared plan. The Empress angrily demanded to hurry as Leopold continued to move away from his mother. She said with cold cruelty that the rotten shoots needed to be uprooted. Yes, she was seriously concerned about the fate of her state and did not want to waste time on children's games. At this very time, Count Kenneth reported important information. One of the new maids bought a charmed item on the black market. It was found that with the help of this thing, you can curse a person and even kill him. It was about a charmed doll, but to carry out such a conspiracy, the participation of a medium was required. Adriana suggested that the enchanted toy itself was probably hidden somewhere in the house. In response, the Count proposed to announce a general cleaning of the mansion in order to conduct a search. According to their plan, the criminal, having heard about the prepared trap, will try to hide the stolen item. The Count was sure that in this case, his people would be able to catch the criminal red-handed. Adriana, approving Kenneth's plan, emphasized that she needed reliable people to implement it. Agreeing with Adriana's request, Kenneth promised to send his man to her. Dale was their best agent. However, the Count realized the danger of the plan. He suggested that in a critical situation, the criminal might attack the girl. Kenneth advised Adriana to be careful because no one knows what is in his mind. Adriana, who already had experience in similar situations, assured the Count that she was ready for anything. She said with confidence that she had nothing to fear because she was in her own home. That evening, Leia entered Adriana's room and quietly announced that the criminal had appeared. Adriana, without wasting any time, went out into the dark corridor and saw the criminal with her own eyes. She was finally able to see the one who dared to encroach on the Crescendo family. Adriana had long suspected who had given her the doll, but now she saw Belle and was finally convinced of it. With reproach, she turned to the new maid and asked if she had given her this enchanted toy. In addition, she wanted to find out whether this doll was the same enchanted object that Kenneth told her about. At this time, Leia, fearing for Adriana's life, exclaimed that touching the doll was dangerous, but Adriana still took it, telling Leia that as long as she was of her right mind, Belle would not harm her. Suddenly, Adriana made a shocking discovery that the Count had told her about. She discovered that a strand of her own hair was tangled in the doll's hair. With anger, she turned to the maid Belle, asking when she managed to do this. Adriana couldn't understand why Belle still wanted her dead, because she didn't harm her in any way. Belle, gripped by horror, realized that her insidious plan had been revealed. Adriana, without hiding her anger, continued the interrogation, demanding an explanation from Belle. Belle, trying to justify herself, muttered confusedly that she only bought the materials to create the doll and hid it. She also added that she was only following her mistress's orders. Adriana asked if this was really an order from her stepmother, and the girl shouted out that it was true. It turns out that it was the lady who ordered the doll to be made, spilling her own blood on it and speaking to it. Adriana continued to listen to confessions that Belle only hid the doll next to Adriana's room on the orders of her mistress. At this moment, our heroine remembered that this maid arrived here on the recommendation of the palace. Not wanting to hesitate any longer, Adriana decisively gave the order to bring her mother immediately. A minute later, the Countess, awakened in the middle of the night, was taken for questioning to Adriana, and her angry screams were heard throughout the house. Adriana was determined to demand an explanation from her. Approaching Adriana's room, she immediately began accusing her stepdaughter of recklessness and incompetence. She suddenly announced that now the family would be oppressed in front of the whole society, having learned that it was Adriana who became the head of the family. Marianne still could not come to terms with the idea that she would no longer be able to shine in the world and enjoy her high position. Adriana, remaining calm, assured her mother that she would no longer have to worry about social events. With cold determination, she added that Marianne would never set foot on the threshold of their house again. Marianne, stunned by this turn of events, could not believe what was happening, and the girl continued to reproach her stepmother for her recklessness, reminding her that her attempt to poison her father did not go unnoticed. She also noticed that Marianne had too high an opinion of her mental abilities if she hoped that her crime would go unpunished. However, the main problem is that Adriana could not even imagine that her mother would be capable of such meanness. Demanding an answer, she asked Marianne who helped her in carrying out this insidious plan. Mariana, trying to get out of the current situation, continued to pretend that she did not understand what was going on. Unable to contain her indignation, the girl said that she wanted to know who exactly was behind Belle's actions. Only she advised not to pretend that the stepmother was not to blame for anything. There was one oddity in this story, because Marianne was under house arrest and the servants had not obeyed her for a long time. Immediately after this, she reminded the new maid that her stepmother instructed her to do the enchanted thing. The girl asked what connects Belle with her stepmother since Belle took such a risky step. After all, the maid simply could not help but realize the consequences of her actions. Suddenly, Belle, trying to calm Adriana down, asked her to listen to her. She honestly admitted that the former owner of the house constantly threatened her. The maid said that she promised to deal with her family if she did not help her in the conspiracy. In response, Adriana stated that her stepmother was under house arrest and had no opportunity to threaten anyone. In this case, how can a person in such a helpless position pose a threat to the Belle family? Filled with rage, the girl demanded that Belle confess who sent her to the Crescendo mansion. Belle continued to claim that the mistress had planned all this, and she knew nothing more. It was difficult for our heroine to come to terms with the idea that her stepmother could be involved in the attempt on her life. I wonder how she will be able to comment on Belle's words, and whether she will be able to say something in her defense. Marianne, horrified by what she heard, could not utter a word. Feeling bitter and disappointed, the girl asked her if she thought everything that was happening was fair. In addition, because of her insidious plans, Rudolph may also suffer, because his honor will be tarnished. Adriana wanted to know if Marianne was tormented by her conscience because she could be separated from her son forever. She warned that if she did not confess everything, then Adriana would have to go to court, and after her arrest, she would be deprived of her title. Adriana asked her mother again if she was satisfied with this outcome of events. With pain in her heart, she asked if Marianne wanted Rudolph to lose not only his sister, but also his mother. Marianne had never encountered such hostility from her stepdaughter. In a fit of anger, she shouted threats, accusing her daughter of wanting to send her to jail. In response, the girl said bitterly that she did not think to hear such a thing from the person who tried to kill her. Yes, our heroine let out all the grievances that had accumulated over her entire past life. She continued to tell Marianne about Rudolph, who was close to both of them. Adriana reproachfully asked her if the stepmother really did not care about the future of this boy. Suddenly, the girl heard confessions that the woman committed the assassination attempt only for the benefit of Rudolph. She stated that she was promised Rudolph's support in exchange for eliminating Adriana. Marianne, unable to contain her emotions, began to reveal her entire insidious plan, but suddenly stopped mid-sentence. At that second, something happened that could not have been expected from a new maid. After all, Belle, in a fit of despair, attacked Marianne, trying to silence her. She suddenly began to beg Marianne not to say the name, which she promised not to disclose. Belle warned with horror that if Marianne named this name, then those who threatened her would not forgive the betrayal. She exclaimed with despair in her voice that her entire family would die if Marianne revealed the secret. The woman, unable to withstand such an onslaught, collapsed unconscious on the floor she had already experienced a lot lately, and Belle, overcome by madness, pulled out a knife and rushed at Marianne, shouting words that traitors must die. The young man, trying to stop the tragedy, took a step forward, but it was too late. Belle, without hesitation, stabbed her with a knife and both women fell dead. Adriana, realizing the seriousness of the situation, realized that the maid was in a deranged state. The smell of blood and despair hung in the air, and two bodies lay lifeless on the floor. Adriana couldn't believe what happened, but this tragedy clearly added even more problems to her life. It was clear that Marianne and Belle might have been cursed, silencing them forever. She realized with regret what a tragic fate had befallen Marianne. With all due honors, Marianne was soon interred. Adriana organized a dignified funeral for her stepmother, grieving her untimely death. The sudden death of Marianne was a crushing blow for Rudolph, plunging him into the abyss of despair. Rudolph, broken by grief after the death of his mother, could not come to terms with the loss of loved ones. Due to the tragic events, Adriana was never able to fully understand the origins of what was happening. Unable to find the conspirators. Not wanting to put up with the unknown, she decided to conduct an investigation to find out the whole truth about the death of her mother and maid. Fortunately, she was not alone in her quest for justice. Her loyal friends were ready to help her in this difficult matter. However, as it turned out, the conspirators involved in Marianne's death also did not escape the consequences of their atrocities. Their souls, tormented by the pangs of conscience, were gradually destroyed, and soon they completely lost control of themselves. And sooner or later, those who manipulated the damned people will go crazy, unable to withstand the tension. Marianne really behaved inappropriately that day. She simply would not have decided to kill, knowing about the side effects of the curse. So Adriana assumed that someone else was behind it all, skillfully pulling the strings. The maid's actions were also too reckless, even for one whose family was being threatened. The thought arose that Belle was also under the influence of the curse. Perhaps she was given orders to get rid of witnesses if the assassination attempt failed. Thus, Adriana came to the conclusion that her stepmother and Belle were just pawns in someone else's game. She complained bitterly about their constant greed, which made people vulnerable. Yes, our heroine was determined to look into this matter. She no longer intended to let anyone play with her life. Of course, her opponent is not a simple one, and escape, in the girl's opinion, was pointless. On the contrary, she was ready to go on the offensive and repel her enemies. Kenneth, admiring his new client, openly acknowledged her courage and perseverance. Adriana, with a certain amount of modesty, replied that she was not as strong as she might seem. She explained that she simply realized the pointlessness of further secrecy. Just in case, the Count offered to prepare a retreat route abroad for her. However, he warned that if she had to flee, their cooperation would become impossible. The girl, with a touch of irony, asked whether Kenneth's offer was too generous. Although, of course, Adriana was ready for a business-like approach and a worthy reward for the Count's efforts. The Count himself calculated the cost of payment in advance and honestly stated that the reward would be very impressive. After the negotiations, Count Kenneth pondered Adriana's words all the way. His assistant suddenly asked why the Count had not confessed to Lady Adriana his intentions to protect her. He suggested that if the Count had used a few compliments, as he usually did with ladies, the situation might have turned out differently. The irritated Count abruptly interrupted Dale, explaining that if he confessed his feelings, Adriana would simply run away. He added bitterly that in this case he would no longer be able to find her. Understanding the complexity of the situation, the assistant decided not to argue with the Count and leave him alone with his thoughts. In the evening, everyone in the castle went to their rooms to go to bed. Only little Rudolph could not sleep, tormented by disturbing thoughts. Adriana, wanting to calm her brother down, quietly entered his room and prepared a little surprise. She tenderly offered him hot chocolate, holding out a cup of aromatic drink. Rudolph gratefully accepted the treat and smiled at his sister with his wide smile. Adriana looked with sympathy at Rudolph, tormented by grief after the death of his mother. She sadly recalled how she herself experienced the death of her mother at a young age, admitting that those memories had already been erased from her memory. However, something still remained in her soul, namely the image of her brother who was nearby in those difficult days. Little Adriana, gripped by the fear of loneliness, could not sleep without her brother. She cried bitterly, not knowing how to cope with her longing for her mother, and Theodore was nearby at that moment. Wanting to console his sister, he gave her a stuffed bunny, which became her favorite childhood toy. For little Adriana, this gift became a real treasure, the best gift that day. Theodore's action showed all his boundless love for his younger sister. Looking at Adriana with tenderness, he told her to always remember that this bunny seemed to be Theodore, who would always be next to her. Little Adriana, illuminated with a smile, happily agreed with such a funny game. Even after her brother's departure, the stuffed bunny remained a source of strength and comfort for Adriana, reminding her of Theodore's love and support. Adriana, feeling sisterly tenderness, invited Rudolph to go to bed with her that night. Rudolph, delighted by this proposal, enthusiastically agreed. In the same way, once in the past, her older brother Theodore was with her. So Adriana, looking at her brother, decided that she would always be by Rudolph's side. Finally, that significant day came when Adriana set out to personally appear before the Empress. She gathered her courage and went to the palace to seek justice. Walking past the tall columns of the palace, Adriana mentally ordered herself to be strong. Entering the Empress's chambers, Adriana respectfully addressed her with welcoming words. The Empress, looking at her guest with interest, politely invited her to sit down. She had already heard that a lot of events had happened in Crescendo's house recently. The Empress made it clear that she was aware of the assassination attempt on Adriana and her suspicions. With obvious respect, she also noted that Adriana carried herself very well, despite her inexperience. Getting down to business, the Empress asked what motivated her in asking for an audience. Adriana, gathering her courage, directly stated the essence of her matter. She, with indignation in her voice, asked why the Empress was playing with her life, putting her in danger. In response, the Empress only looked sternly into the eyes of the young girl. After that, there was an awkward silence between them, both of them finding it difficult to continue the conversation. Wanting to finally break the pause, the Empress suggested getting down to business, and our heroine was completely attentive. She reported that Adriana's brother Theodore, who was also a friend of Claudian, would soon receive the title of Duke. The Empress expressed her dissatisfaction with Claudian's growing influence, which was interfering with her plans for the accession of her son Leopold to the throne. After this confession, Adriana realized that the Empress wanted to get rid of her in order to control her brother. Adriana, without hiding her feelings, said that all the Empress's intentions were now clear to her. She realized that the Empress wanted to put Leopold on the throne, and that was the whole point. However, the first prince has much more advantages, and the throne should rightfully be taken by the most worthy heir, regardless of age. And the fact that the Empress is only the second does not make her less worthy than the first Empress according to the law. Finally, the woman asked if Adriana was satisfied with her answer. Looking favorably at Adriana, she also admitted that she liked the girl's daring and quick-witted character. She explained that stupid people often do not realize the consequences of their actions, ending up in trouble that they cannot cope with. Adriana suggested that the Empress's words were directed at Marianne and Sharon, who, even without a direct order, tried to kill her. Getting down to business, the mistress of the palace suddenly made an unexpected proposal to Adriana. She admitted that her son Leopold is in love with Adriana and has been for a long time. Adriana, stunned by this news, thought about how she should now behave in this situation. According to the Empress, Adriana has a noble origin and attractive appearance, which makes her an ideal match for Leopold. She confidently stated that Adriana is an excellent candidate for the role of Leopold's future wife. And getting to the heart of the matter, the Empress invited Adriana to marry Leopold. She explained that in the event of a marriage with her son, the House of Crescendo would not be able to rebel against Leopold, becoming one with him. The Empress waited expectantly for Adriana's response, anticipating an alliance that could bring peace and prosperity to both families. With a hint of amusement, she noted that Theodore thought highly of Adriana. Adriana, having grasped the hidden meaning of the Empress's words, realized that she wanted to use her for her own insidious purposes. Without losing composure, our heroine timidly asked what would happen if she refused. To this question, the Empress answered without a shadow of a doubt that then she would have to kill Adriana. At that moment, Leopold, being in another room, was excitedly looking for Adriana. He had already been informed of her sudden arrival. In addition, he learned that, by order of the Empress, no one was allowed near Adriana. It turned out that the room where the girl is now located is under the protection of the royal guard. He was confused and could not understand what goals his mother was pursuing by taking such measures. Celine was also surprised that her mother ordered the knights to stand guard. No one could understand why the mother needed knights at the meeting with the fragile girl. Leopold was only aware that behind the innocuous facade of the meeting between his mother and Adriana, something else was hiding. Leopold admitted with regret that he did not expect such vigilance from his mother towards Lady Adriana. He was tormented by a feeling of guilt that it was his love for Adriana that became the cause of her troubles. It was clear that because of his feelings, our heroine was under such a serious blow. Meanwhile, Adriana, after listening to the Empress's words, stated that none of the proposed options suited her. She spoke with respect about Leopold, calling him a wonderful person. However, the girl firmly stated that the status of a young princess would become an unbearable burden for her. However, she believed that there would definitely be a girl who was more suitable for this role than her, and with determination in her voice, Adriana added that she did not intend to die either. The young girl, looking confidently at the Empress, declared that she was mistaken if she thought that she had come to the palace without an ace up her sleeve. With sarcasm in her voice, she responded by asking what such a young lady could do to her. The Empress recalled that this room was already under the protection of the royal guard. Adriana calmly asked if the Empress had really brought in the guards for the sake of some young lady. She noted with a grin that the Empress had done a good job. Of course, realizing the danger of her situation, Adriana admitted that it would not be difficult to kill her. However, she threatened that if she did not return to her mansion, a scandal would break out. An entertaining article will appear in the morning newspaper, which will describe the Empress's involvement in the use of forbidden magic. The article will also describe in detail everything that happened in the Duchy of Crescendo, including all the latest events. And most importantly, our heroine has already prepared all the necessary evidence of a criminal conspiracy. Remaining calm, Adriana only smiled mysteriously in response to the words of accusation from the enraged Empress. With confidence in her voice, she stated that if a person was involved in the case, then evidence would definitely be found. And indeed, the girl has already agreed with the Magnolia Trading House to publish an exposing article in the newspaper. Adriana also asked if His Majesty was a fan of dark magic. The Empress knew very well that the Emperor despised everything related to magic, demons, and monsters. And if rumors spread about her connection with dark magic, it would turn into a disaster. She will immediately lose the trust of the guards and all close servants, and they, in turn, are unlikely to be able to keep her secret a secret and will spread rumors throughout the empire. Adriana, with firmness in her voice, said that she wanted only one thing. The girl wants the Empress not to play with her life and leave her alone once and for all. She set a condition: if the Empress stops her insidious games, then Adriana will remain silent. With these words, without saying another word, she headed towards the exit of the palace. The Empress exclaimed that she could not just let Adriana go. In response, the girl only looked at her with suspicion and asked if she still wanted our heroine to die. The woman replied that she had no intention of harming her, and that spreading such rumors would negatively affect Leopold's reputation. Obsessed with the idea of a conspiracy, she did not let up and insisted that she had not yet learned the main information. She wanted to hear the truth, whether Adriana was a supporter of Claudian. Continuing to pursue her line, the Empress asked why Adriana rejected Leopold's proposal. After all, if Adriana agrees, then in the future she will be able to take the place of the Empress herself, the very place that her sister Sharon so dreamed of. In that case, wouldn't Adriana want to take revenge on her sister by taking such a high position? Outraged by this manipulation, Adriana replied that not all people are obsessed with power. After all, our heroine just wants to live a long and quiet life. Unwilling to let go of a potential ally, the Empress initially declared that Adriana could not pass. But then, tired of difficult negotiations, she still ordered the guards to let the girl through. Following the retreating figure of Adriana, the Empress with contempt silently called her impudent. It seems that despite all the complexity and tension of the conversation, the Empress and Adriana managed to come to an agreement. Feeling exhausted, the Empress called a maid to serve her tea, but at that moment, Leopold entered the chamber. The mother, with a reproachful voice, warned Leopold against rash actions and said that if he took the side of this child, he would only anger her more. Leopold, wanting to dispel his mother's doubts, said that he was not going to take anyone's side. He explained that his goal was to get to the bottom of this whole situation, and, lowering his voice, admitted that he had no love for Lady Adriana. When Selina found herself near the hall, she heard these last words of her brother. Despite his determination, he did not want to upset his mother, the Empress. At this time, she asked Leopold if he was ready to lie to his own mother in order to protect Adriana. It seems that she has already realized that even without Leopold's intervention, she is not able to resist the young smart girl. Yes, she respectfully acknowledged Adriana's resilience, noting that she was braver than she thought. With indignation, she informed her son that the girl had, without a shadow of a doubt, rejected the offer of marriage with him. Without hiding her feelings, the Empress called Adriana's act unheard of insolence. Leopold, not surprised, thought to himself that this was expected. With some strange feeling, he realized that Adriana did not love him at all, and the woman only added that Adriana, with her character, would have a difficult time in life. Then the Empress listed all the troubles that Adriana brought, because of her, Duchess Marianne fell, and Sharon became a criminal. In addition, if Adriana's temper leads to misunderstandings with Claudian, it will ruin her relationship with Theodore. And at that moment, the idea came to her mind that such an outcome might even be to their advantage. Unexpectedly, Leopold objected to her, because even if something like that happened, it would not lead to anything. In his opinion, they will not receive any benefit from Theodore's quarrel with Claudian. In addition, he told his mother that he was not at all interested in the position of emperor. This statement shocked the Empress. She least of all wanted to hear such statements from her son. Leopold, trying to calm his angry mother, repeated that he never wanted to be emperor, and then he calmly added that he would not want to quarrel with Claudian. The Empress, not believing her ears, accused her son of losing his mind because of the girl. She exclaimed bitterly that he had never behaved so strangely before. Now she was convinced that our heroine had spoiled Leopold and turned him against herself. Breaking into a scream, she threatened that she would kill this scoundrel right now and did not intend to tolerate it. Leopold, trying to calm his mother, assured her that everything that was happening was not because of Lady Adriana. He recalled that she herself knew everything perfectly about his feelings for the girl. Leopold exclaimed that the Queen did not seem to want to understand his feelings and pretended not to notice anything. The young prince proved to his mother that she had long been aware of all his intentions for the future. He admitted that he never wants to be the instigator of a battle for the throne. Leopold said that all his life he loved the Queen and Selina, and therefore always obeyed them. However, is it worth resorting to such cruel measures to achieve the goal, sacrificing human lives? In despair, Leopold exclaimed that the throne was not so important as to make such sacrifices for it. Stunned by her son's words, the Queen screamed angrily, "How dare he say such a thing?" After all, being very young once in the palace, she had to face a harsh reality, which turned out to be far from her girlish dreams. Previously, she constantly had to compare herself with the previous empress, which created additional pressure and feelings of insecurity. Thinking only about little Leopold, in the distant past she gave that important advice, which the prince remembered very well to this day. She assured her son that in the palace he could only trust his mother and his sister. You can't trust anyone but them, because everywhere there was only treachery and intrigue reigning within these walls. Deeply affected by injustice and humiliation, she firmly decided that she would raise her son to be a worthy man. She swore to herself that no one would dare to mock her and her children, and the young lady would do everything possible for this. The Empress did not lie. Her first steps in the palace were indeed full of difficulties. She exclaimed reproachfully that Leopold had no idea how much time and effort she had spent raising him. She always wanted Leopold to take the place of the emperor, where no one would dare to harm him. Without holding back her anger, she expressed her bewilderment and indignation at her son's action, reminding him of what she had to go through. Leopold, understanding his mother's feelings, took her hand and calmly said that he knew about her efforts. Selina, watching this scene, barely held back tears so as not to burst into tears. Leopold continued, explaining that he gradually began to realize that the palace was not a safe place for them. He pointed out that people did indeed constantly compare his mother to the first empress, and also the supporters of the first Prince Claudian on his mother's side did not lose sight of him for a second. Losing their influence in the palace could lead to the instant destruction of their world. He acknowledged his mother's dedication, emphasizing that she desperately fought everything alone to protect them in this cruel place. Leopold promised that now she no longer needs to be afraid since he will protect her. Unable to contain her emotions, Selina threw herself into the arms of her mother and brother. This event forced us to reconsider the attitude of close people towards each other, and perhaps everything was only for the better. At that moment, Leopold admitted that he needed to become stronger, and he only wanted to protect his family. He will definitely find the right way to protect his mother and sister, which does not require his accession to the throne. Adriana also knew well and firsthand what real difficulties in life were. Leopold respected Adriana's decision and concluded that she had her own path. He emphasized that she is free to do as she pleases and go towards her goal. He himself will remain here and protect his family because this is his purpose. He suddenly compared the girl to a rose that cannot leave the garden, but the young prince sincerely wished Adriana to become free someday. He let her go, realizing that she should only follow her destiny. Somewhere in the depths of his soul, he wished her to always be happy and never give up. Meanwhile, the maid Leia was already running with new news for Adriana. Out of breath, She announced that the second prince of the empire, Leopold, had sent Adriana a rose as a gift. Smiling, Adriana replied that she would give this beautiful, rare rose to the gardener and asked if there were any other parcels. Leia, holding out the letter, said that in this message, Leopold writes that he wants to apologize for his mother's behavior and promises that she will not bother Adriana again. Adriana realized that Leopold had decided to renounce the throne. Maybe it was for the better, because in the end, everyone makes their own choice. Our heroine also made her difficult choice as her heart told her to do. And it must be said that the young prince had sufficient intelligence to foresee in advance the fruits of his decision. This afternoon the weather was wonderful and everyone in the house was preparing for the arrival of an important person. Adriana helped little Rudolph get dressed and with a smile asked him to stand still so that she could tie his tie. Excited about Theodore's approaching return, she reminded Rudolph of this event. She stated that they must appear before their brother in the best possible way. Rudolph turned to his sister with the question of whether his brother would like him in this form. Adriana assured him that Theodore could not help but have sympathy for him, since he was his younger brother. She explained that Rudolph was very young when Theodore left his home. Today's date will be their first truly conscious meeting. With enthusiasm in her voice, Adriana suggested going to meet Theodore. In the depths of her soul, she was looking forward to this moment, because the years of separation dragged on endlessly. However, her excitement was not only caused by the joy of the upcoming reunion. After all, the most important thing was that Theodore was not returning alone. He was accompanied by Lamona. This day will forever remain in Adriana's memory. It turned out to be so vivid and memorable. A friendly girl came out of the carriage, introduced herself as Lamona Agta, and enthusiastically greeted Adriana. Adriana could barely contain her emotions because the main character, Lamona Agta, finally showed up. At this moment, Lamona, with a reproachful voice, asked Theodore why he did not tell his sister that they would arrive together. Our heroine did everything possible to ensure that the meeting of guests was held at the highest level. Welcoming the guests, Adriana said words of greeting for Theodore and Lady Agta. Finally, Theodore and Adriana tenderly held hands, not hiding their warm feelings for each other. Adriana, wanting to start a conversation, quietly said that she had missed her brother for a long time. She was incredibly happy to learn about his good health and well-being. Theodore, nodding in agreement, replied that he was also very glad to see her. Then, with a mysterious look, Theodore said that he knew this child who came out to meet the guests. It was Rudolph. Adriana turned to Rudolph and cheerfully invited him to say hello to his older brother. The boy timidly greeted. Uttering confused words of greeting, he was very worried. Theodore looked carefully at the sweet and slightly frightened boy. Adriana, wanting to defuse the situation, said that Rudolph was looking forward to meeting Theodore. She gently explained to the boy that he was the younger brother of this uncle named Theodore. She also noted out loud that Marianne and Sharon were no longer at the estate. Theodore, looking at Rudolph with a smile, said that he had grown a lot, because when he last saw him, he was just a baby. Next, Theodore asked if Rudolph remembered what he looked like. Lamona, wanting to calm the worried Adriana, assured her that Theodore was very kind to children. She added that Theodore often talked about him and the situation in their family. Despite the fact that this was their first meeting, Adriana felt an unusual closeness. Lamona also felt as if he and Adriana had known each other all their lives. Finally, she met the main character and was delighted with this event. After a short time, everyone sat down at the table, which had been prepared especially for their arrival. Lamona immediately asked Adriana to call her by her short name, like her closest friends. In response, the girl said that then Lamona need not address her by her title. Having tasted the dish, Lamona exclaimed that it was incredibly tasty. She emphasized that their cook was many times superior to the dormitory cook at the academy. When she suddenly found out that Adriana had prepared this dish herself, she raised her eyebrows in surprise. The girl said that this is not such a useless talent, especially in comparison with the fact that she herself doesn't know a bit about cooking. Laughing, she said that she could only be responsible for the destruction of food. Watching Theodore and Lamona, Adriana thought that they were very close. She suggested that Theodore and Lamona might have met much earlier. In the novella, many minor characters were fascinated by Lamona, and one of them even fell in love with her. Adriana realized that the original plot had changed a lot, and admitted to herself that she did not know what to expect next. At this moment, the silence was suddenly broken by the sound of broken glass, because a glass standing on the table fell and shattered into small fragments. Theodore, instantly reacting to the broken glass, warned Rudolph against careless movements and ordered him to sit quietly. Out of concern for his brother, he ordered him not to move until he removed all the fragments. Adriana thought with hope that it would not be difficult for Theodore and Rudolph to find a common language and become close people. Concerned about Lamona's safety, Adriana asked if she had a place to stay in the capital. Lamona, a little embarrassed, admitted that she had booked a motel room, but understood that it was unsafe for a single girl. Adriana, wanting to help her, offered to stay at their estate. By the way, just in case, the girl has already prepared a guest room for her. Lamona, feeling a little awkward, thanked Adriana for the offer, but noted that she did not want to burden them with her presence. Theodore suddenly exclaimed that in this case, Lamona would be able to once again taste the delicious fish that his sister had prepared. Winking at Adriana, he asked his sister if he was saying everything correctly. In response, the girl assured that she would be happy to prepare another portion for her if she liked the dish. Unable to resist such temptation, Lamona admitted that Rian left her no choice. After a short time, Adriana showed the guest where her room was. Lamona sincerely thanked her new friend for her care and for preparing so well for her arrival. For our heroine, it was not difficult because she is Theodore's younger sister and is always happy to help. In fact, Adriana was well aware of her brother's desire, despite his secrecy. At this point, Theodore turned to his sister, noting that she was having a hard time. However, from this moment on, everything will change and he will never leave her alone again. Adriana was happy about his return. She had missed her beloved brother for many years. It's good that everything was fine with her. Evil people could not kill her, and her brother returned safe and sound. In addition, the stepmother and Sharon, who attempted on her life, left the estate forever. However, before she could relax completely, she had one task to complete. Sometime later, Adriana visited her half-sister. Sharon, taken by surprise, stared with surprise and fear in her eyes as Adriana appeared in this gloomy place. She screamed in horror and asked what kind of place she was placed in. To this question, Adriana coldly replied that this was a place where criminals were kept. Sharon, overcome with anger and injustice, exclaimed that our heroine should be in her place. Adriana countered that Sharon was here because she tried to kill her. Sharon, not believing Adriana's words, furiously accused her of killing her mother. Of course, during her long stay in captivity, the girl lost the remnants of her mind. Adriana simply calmly protested that another person had killed Sharon's mother. Sharon, hysterical, blamed her half-sister for all her misfortunes, claiming that because of her she could not become the prince's wife. In a fit of despair, Sharon even begged for her mother to be returned to her, resurrecting her to life. Unable to contain her anger, Sharon suddenly began to demand that Adriana be locked up immediately, continuing to insult and accuse her. Citing her origins, she ordered the guards to obey her as the daughter of the Duke of Crescendo. However, Adriana informed her that her mother had passed away and she no longer belonged to the ducal family. Adriana also concluded that not a drop of related blood flowed in their veins. She emphasized that she and Sharon were strangers to each other and looked at her contemptuously. Filled with rage, Sharon could not restrain herself and shouted hoarsely, ordering Adriana to shut up. Adriana continued with irony that she had come to check whether Sharon repented of what she had done. She was disappointed that she didn't see any hint of remorse and looked at Sharon coldly. In a fit of anger, Sharon shouted that she would kill Adriana as soon as she was released from captivity. Adriana calmly stopped and calmly replied that this day was unlikely to come. After that, she added that she did not believe in the possibility of Sharon's release. Soon after this, a trial took place where the girl was accused of attempted murder and secret communication with demons. For this, Sharon was sentenced to life imprisonment. Justice prevailed, and Adriana finally found freedom from the nightmare that had haunted her for many years. The day after the significant event, a grand ball was organized. The most distinguished guests of the kingdom were invited to this reception, wishing to become witnesses and participants in such an important celebration. All those present, dressed in their best clothes, hastened to express their congratulations to Theodore, whose status had now increased significantly. Today, Theodore has officially inherited the title of Duke of Crescendo, becoming not just a nobleman, but one of the most powerful men in the kingdom. There was a deafening storm of applause in the hall addressed to Theodore. Adriana, filled with pride and joy for her brother, tried to clap her hands louder than everyone else. With excitement in her voice, Lamona said that she and he had been waiting for this day for a long time. Rudolph enthusiastically told his sister that their brother Theodore was wonderful. Adriana ironically noted that Theodore, of course, is the best duke in the world. After some time, tired from preparing for the ceremony, Lamona admitted that she was tired. She would like to go home with Rudolph immediately after the awards ceremony. But Rudolph capriciously exclaimed that he did not want to return home and would stay for the dinner party. Adriana jokingly noted that Rudolph wanted to go to this social ceremony more than anyone else. However, Adriana should also attend the event, since it was important to achieve the common goal. At the end of the celebration, a dinner party took place, which brought together the cream of the capital's society. Adriana, wanting to be alone with her thoughts, sent little Rudolph home. The Empress was not at the ceremony because Theodore's proclamation as heir to the throne made him an ally of the first prince, the Empress's main enemy. It seemed to Adriana that Claudian's elaborate clothes and manners were strikingly different from Leopold's modest and noble appearance. Seeing him in the distance, she immediately identified him from the general mass of guests. She compared the two brothers and noted that Claudian was not at all like Leopold. Thinking figuratively about the two princes, she imagined that if Leopold was the moon, then Claudian resembled the sun. In her imagination, these images symbolized calm and rage. At the same time, the guests at the ball were whispering about Lamona, Theodore's companion, and they looked at the girl with curiosity. The girls talked among themselves, clarifying Lamona's surname and its origin. Lamona, confused by their curiosity, replied that she was not an aristocrat but a commoner. Lady Elwent, known for her sarcastic nature, sarcastically noted that the commoner had become close to the first prince and received an invitation to the ball. Seized with envy and curiosity, she turned to Lamona, begging her to share her secrets of how she managed to win the prince's attention. After all, being a commoner at an imperial ball is something extraordinary. Without hiding her curiosity, she asked how Lamona managed to get the prince's attention. Adriana, knowing Lamona's character, foresaw a possible conflict. After all, at the academy, Lamona was called a commoner many times and she clearly didn't like it. She fought back mercilessly, but if she beat up the girls at the ball, there would be trouble. At that very moment, Adriana visited the girls' company and reported that she had searched Lamona everywhere. She politely turned to Lady Elvin and inquired about her health. Then she said that she was glad to hear about Elvin's recovery, but still asked to be left alone with Lamona. The girl said that Lamona is a very important guest at their estate. She added ironically that judging by Lady Elvin's assertiveness, she simply had no other interlocutors. Rumors that, in addition to connections with His Highness the First Prince, Lamona was related to the Crescendo family quickly spread throughout the hall. Adriana caustically remarked that Lady Elvin had not adjusted well to high society and offered her services as a guide. She also advised her to learn lessons in good manners so as not to feel awkward in new circles. In turn, our heroine will be happy to share her experience if such an offer is received. When the girls were alone, Lamona asked Adriana if she had caused her unnecessary trouble. Adriana hastened to assure her that they were simply not used to such an unusual guest. Trying not to show her excitement, Lamona admitted that this was not the first time she had heard such gossip, but it could be difficult to ignore them. Previously, she would not hesitate to solve such problems with the help of her fists, but in high society, such methods are fraught with serious consequences. She admitted that initially she had no goal of making her debut in secular society, and her true dream was to become a knight. However, Theodore and Claudian, being close friends of Lamona, managed to convince her that going out into the world was a necessity. Lamona, as expected, did not fit into the canons of high society, and besides, she had no friends in the capital. At that moment, Adriana, touched by Lamona's story, took her hands and, with sincere warmth in her voice, offered her friendship. Adriana invited Lady Lamona to become her best and closest friend. Adriana had long cherished the dream of friendship with Lamona and now found the moment to say about it. Lamona immediately agreed, exclaiming that the two of them would certainly have more fun. At that moment, Theodore and Claudian approached them, finding the girls talking. Turning to Theodore with a smile, Lamona asked if he was jealous of their new friendship. Theodore assured that he was not jealous at all, but would be glad to join them if the girls did not object. Adriana looked at her brother in surprise, noting that this was the first time she had seen him so shy. Claudian, keeping up the conversation, admitted that he would also like to join their company. Lamona immediately found out whether she should now address him as His Highness. Claudian explained that such treatment is appropriate only in the presence of strangers. Then, having come to his senses, Theodore introduced his sister to Claudian as Lady Adriana Crescendo. Adriana bowed courteously to greet His Highness the First Prince Claudian. Claudian noted that he had heard a lot about her and that it must have been very difficult for her to maintain the impeccable reputation of the Crescendo family. Adriana modestly replied that she managed it only thanks to the help of caring people. Claudian continued that he knew about those who helped her, because among them was Leopold, his half-brother. He suddenly wondered how close they were as friends and whether it was just friendship. Lamona, wanting to clarify the situation, exclaimed that Claudian was talking about something completely inappropriate. However, Claudian, decisively interrupting her, asked Lamona not to interfere. He continued the conversation with Adriana, wanting to check at the first meeting which side she would take. Adriana remembered well that Leopold had warned her about the first prince's temper. She suggested that he did not yet know that Leopold had abdicated the throne, although, even if he knows, he most likely does not believe in the veracity of his brother's intentions. Now, if she answers incorrectly, she will find herself in a very difficult situation. For some time there were rumors about a possible wedding between Leopold and Adriana's half-sister Sharon. Claudian expressed surprise that Leopold ultimately chose not Sharon as his bride, but Adriana. Adriana sarcastically noted that no one would want to see a girl with a bad nature in the royal family, speaking of Sharon. Without denying her words, Claudian confidently agreed with Adriana. Trying to defuse the situation, Adriana's brother said that Claudian had fed up his sister with her attention. Claudian, in turn, claimed that his intentions were completely different. He simply wanted to make friends with Adriana. The girl joked that he should no longer repeat such attempts at friendship, otherwise she would misunderstand them. Theodore was aware of Claudian's serious intentions, but he was forced to pretend that he did not understand anything. By the way, he noticed that as soon as Claudian steps on the threshold of the palace, he will cease to be a friend of Adriana's brother. Instead, he will become a monarch that everyone, including Adriana and Theodore, will have to bow to. At that moment, solemn music was heard from the next hall, announcing the beginning of the ball. Theodore, wanting to cheer up Lamona, enthusiastically asked her to dance, promising that she could rely on him. Lamona, slightly embarrassed, politely replied that she was not familiar with this motive. Watching the dancing couple, Adriana noted to herself that Theodore and Lamona had a wonderful relationship. However, looking at them, she couldn't help but wonder why they were here and what connected them with this place, according to the plot of the novel. Hand in hand, Lamona and Theodore walked to the very center of the large dance hall. Voices immediately began to be heard around them. Everyone was interested in who this lady was, who was dancing with the new Duke of Crescendo. The guests, exchanging opinions, claimed that they studied together at the academy. Lady Elvint, glaring at the dancing couple, whispered furiously, "How dare this simpleton be near such an important person?" And Claudian, remaining with Adriana, made a joke that the scoundrel Theodore left them alone while he went to dance. Adriana responded by emphasizing that they have always been inseparable, and this is how they look now. Suddenly, Adriana saw the first prince extend his hand to her. Did he really want to invite her? And indeed, Claudian bowed and invited her to join the dance and go out into the hall as a couple. However, at that very second, Kenneth appeared in the hall due to work. He was late for the start of the ball. Noticing the first prince next to Lamona, the Count was very surprised. Adriana did not know what was the right thing to do and whether she should accept his invitation. She knew that it would not be easy to accept him, but it would also be very difficult to refuse him. In addition, since the first prince considers her close to Leopold, he may suspect her of some kind of conspiracy with him. The girl didn't even notice how Kenneth approached them and politely addressed the first prince. With a cheerful grin, he reminded Adriana that the first dance today belonged to him. He wondered if Lady Crescendo had forgotten her promise to Kenneth. Adriana was embarrassed, but quickly pulled herself together and replied that she remembered this and was waiting for him. Kenneth bowed before His Highness the First Prince Claudian. With slight regret, Claudian agreed that since she had promised, nothing could be done. He added with a grin that he had heard the young count preferring to count money than to dance. Perhaps that was why he had never accepted invitations to such evenings before. Without losing his composure, Kenneth replied that rumors are not always true. Of course, he loves to count money, but he also likes to dance. Prince Claudian finally only expressed the hope that they would meet more often. Having finished dancing, the young people went out into the street, and the girl broke into a cold sweat from excitement. She thanked Kenneth for coming to her at such a needed moment. Then she still asked what he was doing at the ball, speaking openly and honestly. With slight irony, he explained that he was still a count and was obliged to accept this invitation. Adriana admitted that she could not forget his suspicious mask, in which Kenneth first appeared before her. Wanting to become closer to Adriana, Count Kenneth suggested that she simply call him Ken when they were alone. He admitted that he doesn't like to stick to formalities just because of his title. The girl happily agreed to his proposal and, in turn, offered to call her simply Rian. Suddenly, Count Kenneth, noticing that Adriana was alarmed, hastened to calm her down a little. He reported that he was quite surprised to see Adriana in the company of His Highness. Adriana, slightly embarrassed, explained that she herself did not expect an invitation to dance. Wanting to smooth out the awkwardness, Earl Kenneth noted that this was not surprising, given the nobility of her family. The girl admitted that the only person who really worries her is her brother Theodore. In an effort to gain the unconditional support of the Crescendo family, the first prince tried to win over even Count Kenneth to his side. He believed that Claudian had calculated everything many steps ahead. The Count also told Adriana that the prince, by keeping her close to him, was ensuring Theodore's loyalty to Crescendo. Adriana said bitterly that she could no longer fully trust her brother. After all, having received the title of prince, a person becomes suspicious and distrustful, and Kenneth knew this well. These thoughts out loud helped Adriana understand what was happening and appreciate the complexity of the situation. The girl resolutely stated that she did not like this state of affairs. She exclaimed indignantly that she dreams of a long and happy life and intends to fight for her happiness. Adriana admitted that she is gradually getting rid of the factors that threaten her life. She noticed with alarm that, upon entering the palace, she was moving away from her dream. However, she firmly stated that she did not want to be drawn into the maelstrom of palace intrigue. Moreover, in the original novella, her heroine actually died in the finale. The girl suddenly said that previously it seemed to her that the main thing was survival, but now everything has changed. She said with disappointment that she was constantly faced with new problems. At that moment, Count Kenneth unexpectedly invited her to escape and start a new life away from the palace. He noted that if you have money, you can live anywhere in the world. And if you think about it, she will no longer need to worry about status and position. Ken expanded on this idea by noting that traveling is a great way to find freedom and happiness. He said that he would like to see her happy and carefree, away from political intrigue. Ken added wistfully that in such a place, they would not have to worry about the political situation or family feuds. After these words, he abruptly fell silent, waiting for an answer from the girl. Adriana was stunned by such an unexpected and frank proposal. Although the idea of freedom was tempting, she knew it wasn't that simple. Thoughtfully, she replied that it was not as easy as the Count had described in his proposal. She reminded Kenneth that Rudolph was still small, and until his brother got married, a mistress was needed in the house. Moreover, she couldn't help but worry about Burgard's fate. What if the war between humans and demons, as the original predicted, would still happen? Then what will happen to him, and how will Burgard's fate change if she is not with him? The girl admitted that she needed to take care of her own affairs, and that she could not make a decision until she was sure of the safety of her loved ones. Tormented by internal experiences, Adriana bitterly said that she would not be able to find peace of mind, no matter where she was. Although Burgard looks at her as a younger sister, she does not want to move away from him, and she is ready to do anything so that he does not suffer the sad fate described in the novel. She would like to avoid death, both his and her own. After all, our heroine had no intention of leaving this life. On the contrary, she fought for it in every possible way. Kenneth, looking intently at Adriana, realized that she was not one of those who easily succumbed to sweet temptations. He treated her with respect because Adriana decides her own fate. However, the Count warned her against friendship with the first prince and noted that his goal went beyond seizing the throne. The Count told her that the former empress had passed away when the first prince was still young, and the death of the empress raised many doubts and different versions. It was after this that rumors began to circulate about the involvement of the family of the current empress in the crime. Then, the girl suggested with horror that the first prince's goal could be revenge. Adriana only wanted Theodore and Lamona to never leave her. In them, she saw her hope for the future. The next day, Adriana suddenly heard from her brother and offered to marry Prince Claudian. Theodore added that this was not a joke, but a reason for their serious conversation. He explained that after meeting at the title ceremony, Claudian became fascinated by her. In addition, Adriana will soon become an adult, and it's time to think about marriage. Adriana, although she did not deny the truth of her brother's words, still could not believe what was happening. She admitted that she had not yet thought about the wedding and would not like to discuss it so early. Our heroine's bewilderment grew. In the end, she did not understand what the prince's proposal so quickly meant. It seemed strange to her that after such a short acquaintance, Claudian was already poking into her soul with questions. At this moment, Theodore suddenly asked if his sister's heart was occupied by another person. Then he added, "Is it really about the second Prince Leopold, as some court people insisted?" Adriana hastened to assure that this is not so, and that she and His Highness Leopold have no relationship. She admitted that she only saw him a couple of times, and they only exchanged 2 words. Theodore, confident of his close friendship with the prince, objected, arguing that the situation was now serious. Adriana suddenly announced that now his sister Princess Selina does not even invite her to meetings. In the future, even when meeting at social events, they will only be required to greet each other politely, following etiquette, and leave. Adriana, accepting these rules with regret, admitted that nothing could be done about it. Recalling the duty and fate of the aristocrats, Theodore emphasized that they need to adapt to changes in the royal family. The girl suddenly asked directly whether her marriage to Prince Claudian was an order of Theodore, as the current head of the ducal family of Crescendo. Theodore hastened to assure that this was not about an order, but only about his sincere desire. He explained that he wanted to see her married not because of Claudian's status as a prince, but because he considered him his friend. Theodore expressed confidence that Claudian would take care of her and treat her with respect. He confidently promised her that he would become a faithful and loving husband for her. The girl, realizing that her brother was right in his words, still could not get rid of the doubts tormenting her, imagining their future marriage as a prince. With outright bitterness, she admitted that she had no feelings for him other than friendly ones. Theodore was a little upset by this revelation, but what could he do in this situation? He once again carefully asked his sister whether the reason for her dislike for him was that she had another lover. Adriana, trying not to show her excitement, answered evasively that it was a secret. She added that she was more concerned about the fate of another person than about the prospect of marriage with Claudian. Claudian, touched by his sister's concern for another person, asked forgiveness with sincere repentance for starting this conversation. To support his words, he firmly stated that he would personally reject the marriage proposal if it caused her the slightest discomfort. But the girl was afraid that Claudian would not give up his plan so easily. In the plot of this story, Claudian ruthlessly eliminated Leopold's entire family in order to take the place of heir to the throne himself. He certainly won't sit idly by if his evil plan fails. Theodore admitted out loud that he could not be there for his sister when she needed his help most. He recalled how at that time only Claudian and Lamona were next to him.